Dear aspirants, welcome to Sriram's IAS. Let us discuss the important conflict regions in news with regarding to UPSC Prelims 2026. The first conflict region is the Thailand-Cambodia border dispute. That is, the root cause of Thailand border dispute is the 1907 French drawn map, which is recognized by Cambodia but contested by Thailand. So, both Thailand and Cambodia are Southeast Asian nations. Both are members of ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and Thailand is a member of BIMSTEC, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, whereas Cambodia is not a member of BIMSTEC. Other than Thailand, you have Myanmar, the other Southeast Asian nation, which is a member of BIMSTEC. So, the root cause is a 1907 French map, which is recognized by Cambodia but not recognized by Thailand. So, let us try to understand the brief history. Both Thailand and Cambodia, they share borders. So, Cambodia became a French protectorate in 1863, and to escape the influence of Siam, that is Thailand and Vietnam, and it was integrated into French Indo-China Union in 1887, and Cambodia became independent in 1953. Whereas Thailand was never colonized. That is, it is only Southeast Asian nation which was never officially colonized by a European country. It is because of the diplomacy, and it ceded territories to Cambodia and Laos, that is to France, and whereas Myanmar, that is a link country between South Asia and Southeast Asia, Myanmar is colonized by the British. So it is also called British Burma, and it gained independence in 1948. So the conflicts started between Thailand and Cambodia since 2008, and the recent escalation is near Changbok Plateau. So Changbok Plateau is a strategic highland and site of recent escalation. So let us try to look at the Changbok Plateau. So this is the Changbok Plateau, which is recently in news. And near Changbok Plateau, you have Emerald Triangle. Emerald Triangle, which is between three countries, that is Laos, Thailand and Cambodia. Okay, so this is one of the disputed area, and the other main disputed sites are the Previhar temple. Previhar temple is the 11th century Khmer temple, that is Hindu temple dedicated to Lord Shiva. International Court of Justice has awarded the Previhar temple on the Thailand-Cambodia border to Cambodia and reaffirmed it in 2013. So it's 11th century ancient temple, Hindu temple dedicated to Lord Shiva. It is a renowned Khmer architecture consisting of 5-layered gopuras, and it is in the Dang Creek Mountains along Thailand and Cambodia border. In 2008, it was listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it was expanded by various Khmer ruler emperors, especially Suryavarman I and Suryavarman II. This location, that is the temple, is located on a remote cliff edge, providing stunning views, and the temple is a symbol of cultural and historical importance both the countries, and this temple is a subject of long-standing territorial disputes and border skirmishes between Thailand and Cambodia. And the unique feature of this temple is its north-south direction, which differs from the standard east-west direction of various Khmer temples, and it is a symbol of, that is, it is a symbol, that is, it is Mount Meru, that is the center of Hindu mythology. That is a symbol of Mount Meru, that is the center of Hindu mythology. The other disputed sites is Thamonthom temple. Thamonthom temple again is a 11th century ancient Hindu temple dedicated to Lord Shiva in the Dang Creek Mountains. And you already know Chongbong Plateau, a strategic highland site of recent escalation. So let us locate the Previhar temple. So this is the Previhar temple on the border of Thailand and Cambodia, and this is Thamonthom temple, that is, it is on the border of Surin province in Thailand and Odom Mianche province in Cambodia. And you have the recent escalation along the border, that is Chongbong Plateau, and near that you have the Emerald Triangle between three countries, Laos, Cambodia and Thailand. This second conflict region is Democratic Republic of Congo, the Central African country, the second largest country in Africa. It is bestowed with rich mineral resources like cobalt, copper, coltan, which is a critical minerals, and the second longest river of Africa, that is Congo, flows through Democratic Republic of Congo, and it has the second largest rainforest in the world. So what is the conflict? The current conflict is M23. That is, M23 movement is primarily a Tutsi-led rebel group operating in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. It started in 2012 and researched in 2022, causing significant regional instability. It is alleged that the M23 is backed by Rwanda, that is Rwanda. So, according to the UN reports, Rwandan government is providing weapons, troops and logistics to the M23, and even the RDF, Rwandan Defense Forces, is fighting along M23. The M23 has seized major territory of North Kivu, including Goma, pushing towards Bukavu. So, it is targeting the lucrative mining areas. As you already know, the DRC, it has rich mineral resources. So, it is targeting the lucrative mining areas while accusing the DRC government of failing to protect the Congolese Tutsi population. So, it is accusing the Congolese government, that is, it is failing to protect the Tutsi population. And humanitarian crisis. There is humanitarian crisis in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. That is, the M23 is committing atrocities, including sexual violence, summary killings, and even forced recruitment of the civilians. So, there are strained relationships between Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, or Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. So, M23 fight is a mix of ethnic security concerns of Congolese Tutsi population and control over the mining areas of Democratic Republic of Congo. M23 is primarily a Tutsi-led rebel group operating in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo with alleged Rwandan backing, and Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo is a flashpoint for global critical mineral supply chains. The next conflict region is Tuti Island in Sudan. It is a crescent-shaped island formed due to silt deposition at the confluence of two rivers, White Nile and Blue Nile, in Khartoum, Sudan. White Nile, the primary source is Lake Victoria, shared by Tanzania, Uganda and Kenya, and Blue Nile originates from Lake Tana in northwestern highlands of Ethiopia. Northwestern highlands of Ethiopia. So, what is the conflict and who the Tutsi island is? Who are the inhabitants of Tutsi island? So, traditionally, the Tutsi island is home to the Mahas community who settled in 15th century, and Tuti people are descendants of Maha community. So, what is the conflict? The conflict, that is a major conflict, broke out in 2023 between Sudanese Armed Forces SAF and the Paramilitary Rapid Support Force RSF. So, Rapid Support Force is originated from the Janjaweed militia, which was active during the Darfur War. Formerly, it was operated by the Sudanese government. Now, it is fighting the Sudanese armed forces in a major conflict that broke out in 2023. So, RSF is an independent paramilitary force fighting to gain control over Sudan. So, the Tuti island is located to the west of Tuti island you have Omdurman, and to the east you have Khartoum North, and to the south you have Khartoum. So the RSF, Rapid Support Force, it has caused severe repression, including detention and extortion, even restricting the medical access. So, the Sudanese armed forces, they have taken over the Tuti island and drove out the Rapid Support Forces. And the other threats include flooding, droughts and desertification. So, the Sudanese civil war began in April 2023 between Sudanese armed forces and Rapid Support Forces. Rapid Support Forces was formerly the Janjaweed militia. So this is the Tuti island, and it is at the confluence of White Nile and Blue Nile. The fourth conflict region is Gaza. A UN-backed agency, IPC, that is Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, has declared famine in Gaza. So, it is the first officially declared famine in West Asia, and it is declared in Gaza by a UN-backed agency, that is Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, IPC. So, it is the first time a famine has been declared in West Asia. West Asia consists of countries like Turkey and the Caucasian or the Caucasus countries like Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Cyprus, Israel, Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq and Iran. So, for the first time in West Asia, the famine has been officially declared by a UN-backed agency, Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. So, the location is Gaza, Gaza Strip. Gaza Strip is a narrow coastal territory on the eastern Mediterranean. Let us check in the map. So, it is a narrow coastal territory on the eastern Mediterranean. So, Gaza Strip, it is surrounded by, or it has borders or surrounded by Israel in the north and east and Egypt to the southwest. And Gaza is divided into 5 governorates, that is North Gaza, Gaza City, Deir el-Bala, Khan Yunus and Rafah. You can also see it here, that is Gaza, North Gaza, Gaza City, Deir el-Bala, Khan Yunus and Rafah. So the borders with Israel, we have already checked in the map, Israel and Egypt, and the Gaza is controlled by Hamas. That is, internal governance is controlled by Hamas. So Hamas is a Sunni Islamist Palestinian national organization. It has a militant wing, Al-Qassam Brigades, established in 1987, and since 2017 the Gaza is controlled by Hamas, and it is committed to armed struggle against Israel for Palestinian state, and it is designated as a terrorist organization by US, EU and others. So, crossings. Israel manages most of the crossings and Egypt exclusively controls Rafah terminal. Let us check this on the map. So, in the north you have Beit Hanun, controlled by Israel, also known as Erez, and in the south Karem Shalom, controlled by Israel. Okay, Shalom, Karem Shalom is in the confluence of Gaza Strip, Egypt and Israel, whereas Rafah is controlled by Egypt. So right now, 3 crossings. Israel controls through Beit Hanun or Erez in the north, and Karem Abu Salim or Karem Shalom in the south, at the confluence of Egypt, Gaza Strip and Israel, and Egypt controls Rafah. So Gaza Strip is approximately 365 square kilometers and a population of around 2.3 million, and Israel has imposed a blockade after October 7, 2023 Hamas attack. So Gaza Strip is a part of Palestinian territories along with the West Bank. So West Bank, Gaza Strip. So Gaza Strip is part of Palestinian territories along with West Bank. West Bank is controlled by Palestinian Authority or Fatah. So Israel imposed a blockade after October 7, 2023 Hamas attack, and no recognized authority has complete control or complete territorial or administrative control. So the Gaza Strip, it is controlled by Hamas since 2007, and the West Bank is controlled by Palestinian Authority. So IPC, Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, is a strict 5-phase scale to classify the severity of food insecurity, and phase 5 is the most extreme, indicating widespread starvation, death and destitution. So it is a 5-phase scale to classify the severity of food security, and phase 5 is most extreme, indicating widespread starvation, death and destitution, and the location is Gaza Strip, Gaza. And according to a report of IPC on 15th August 2025, 1/3, according to the report, 1/3 of the population is projected to face IPC phase 5 famine. That is most extreme, indicating starvation, death and destitution. That is phase 5 famine. And according to IPC, the definition of famine, or IPC defines famine as a situation in which at least 1 out of 5 households has an extreme lack of food. So IPC has declared phase 5 famine in Gaza Strip. The 5th conflict region is the Taxian Reef or the Sandy Kai Reef, also known as the Taxian Reef. It is a 200 square meter mostly submerged feature in the Spratly Islands, South China Sea. It is located near Titu Island, Pagasa, which is a Philippines occupied island or Philippine administered island, and this sandy Kai reef or Thaxian reef, which is a feature in the Spratly Island, South China Sea, is contested by China, Philippines, Vietnam and Thailand. And the recent event, that is China, has claimed that it seized control of the sandy Kai reef, escalating tensions with Philippines. And what is the strategic value of sandy Kai or Thaxian reef? That it is rich in fisheries, oil and gas reserves, critical shipping lane. Some of the key facts of South China Sea, that is China controls or claims around 90% of South China Sea via 9-dash line, now the 10-dash line after 2023 update, and the UNCLOS Tribunal, that is United Nations Convention of Laws on Seas, Convention on Laws of Seas, 2016 ruling, the tribunal's ruling, it has rejected the China's claims, that is ruled against the China's claims, but China rejected the ruling, and the Spratly Islands itself is claimed by China, Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei and Taiwan. And the Titu Island, that is the sandy Kai reef, also known as Thaxian reef, located near Titu Island, that is Pagasa, is the second largest naturally occurring island in Spratleys under Philippines administration. So let's check these points on the map. So the sandy Kai reef, also known as the Thaxian reef, is a feature in the Spratly Islands located near Titu Island or Pagasa of the Philippines, and the 9-dash line, that is China's 9-dash line, as you can see, is now updated. Now it is a 10-dash line. So these Spratly Islands are claimed by China, Taiwan, Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, and Brunei. Whereas the sandy Kai or Thaxian reef is claimed by China, Philippines, Vietnam and Taiwan. China, Vietnam, Philippines and Taiwan. The sixth conflict region is the Russia-Ukraine war, that is the territorial control, that is Russia's territorial control in Ukraine. So the overall control, that is Russia controls 1/5 of Ukraine, including key industrial and strategic hubs. So let us try to understand the timeline, Russian and Ukrainian war. In February 2014, the war started and is ongoing. So Russia occupied Crimea in February 2014 and annexed it from Ukraine. Then after, the Russia supported Russian separatist armed groups which started a war in the eastern Donbas region against the Ukrainian military, and in 2018 the Ukraine declared the eastern Donbas region as occupied by Russia, and in the first 8 years of the conflict involved the naval incidents as well as cyber warfare, and in February 2022, after 8 years, Russia launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and this invasion is the biggest conflict in Europe after World War II, resulting in refugee crisis and hundreds of thousands of deaths. So, how much part of Ukraine does Russia control? So, Russia controls 1 by 5th, around 1 by 5th of Ukraine, including key industrial and strategic hubs. And Crimea was annexed in 2014, that is, in February 2014, Russia occupied Crimea and annexed it from Ukraine. And Crimea is a strategic naval and military base in the Black Sea. Strategic naval and military base in the Black Sea. Strategic naval and military base in the Black Sea, Crimea. You have Sevastopol and Simferopol. So, Crimea is a strategic naval and military base in the Black Sea. In 2014, Russia occupied Crimea and annexed it from Ukraine. So, others, Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia and Kherson. These are eastern, these are the eastern Ukrainian regions where Luhansk is fully under the Russian control. It's an industrial Donbas hub rich in metals and chemicals, fully controlled, Donbas. And Donetsk, around 75% controlled by Russia, part of Donbas, and Ukraine has fortress belt defined line. That is, Ukraine has dug trenches, bunkers, laid minefields, and anti-tank obstacles and barbed wires. So, it's a fortress belt defined line Ukraine has. And 75% around of Donetsk is controlled by Russia and it is part of Donbas. Donbas includes both Donetsk and Luhansk. And Zaporizhia is the home of Europe's largest nuclear power plant with 6 reactors. And Kherson is 73% controlled by Russia and a critical link in land bridge to Crimea. And Kharkiv and Sumy are strategically important occupied pockets. So let us try to check all these points, locate all these points on the map. So as you already know, Crimea is a strategic naval and military base in the Black Sea. You have the port of Sevastopol. And here you have the Donbas region. Donbas includes Luhansk and Donetsk. Okay, Luhansk, Donetsk. Luhansk is fully controlled. Okay, rich in minerals. Donetsk, industrial. So Donetsk is around 75% controlled by Russia. Zaporizhia, Europe's largest nuclear reactor, 6 nuclear. Kherson, around 73%, and it is a crucial link with Crimea. So these are the areas, that is around 1 by 5th of the Ukraine is controlled by Russia, and you have Kharkiv and Sumy. So again, Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson. Kherson acts as a crucial link between Crimea. Operation Spider's Web, the Ukrainian drone strike. So Operation Spider Web is conducted by Ukrainian Security Service, SBU, and its objective is deep strike on Russian air bases to cripple the strategic air power. And what technology used? The drones laden with explosives, that is 117 short range first person view drone laden with explosives. And what are the targets? That is, this Operation Spider Web is one of the deepest drone strikes in Russian territory, reaching as far as Siberia and Far East. So, what are the targets? That is in Irkutsk, you have Belaya in southeast Siberia, and in Murmansk, you have Olenia, that is northwest Russia, and Diaghilevo, that is Diaghilevo in Ryazan, and in Ivano Severny, that is in Ivano, western Russia, and Amur in far east. So, Operation Spiderweb, that is Ukrainian drone strike, is conducted by Ukrainian Security Service, and its objective is deep strike to cripple the strategic air power of the Russian air bases by striking deep into the Russian territories. That is, it is one of the deepest strikes in Russian territories, drone strikes, that is reaching as far as Siberia and far east. So what technology is being used? Drones with explosives, that is 117 short range first person view. So what are the regions? Let us locate this on the map. Amur in the far east in Siberia, Irkutsk, and Ivano Severny in Ivano, and Diaghilevo in Ryazan, that is West Russia, and in Murmansk, Olenia. And you already know Murmansk is a port. Taking into consideration its location, still it is free from ice because of North Atlantic drift. The North Atlantic drift, that is a warm current, it keeps Murmansk port free from ice. So these are the targets. So it is reaching far east and Siberia, and Ukraine, because of the experience, that is the war, ongoing war for more than that is more than 8 years ongoing war. So the Ukraine now it has field experience in drone technology, and it is making defense deals with the West Asian countries also, especially with regarding to the USA-Israel war. So the Gulf countries are making deals with the Ukraine to transfer the drone technology. Pokrovsk, Ukraine, and Torkham crossing. So Pokrovsk in eastern Ukraine, that is its location is in Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region. Okay, recently, previously we have understood the eastern regions of Ukraine. Starting from the north, you have Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson. So the Pokrovsk is in the Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region. That is Donetsk and Luhansk both consist of Donbas region. So the recent event, that is Russia has captured the city of Pokrovsk, and its strategic value is it's a major industrial center and logistics hub. It is the primary supply route for Ukraine forces on eastern front, and economic value, it is the only coking coal mine in Ukraine, or it hosts Ukraine's only coking coal mine, and it is the gateway to northern Donetsk, including twin cities of Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. So let us check this on the map. So you have already understood Luhansk, Donetsk, both include Donbas regions, and Zaporozhye and Kherson. So the Donetsk region, okay, that is Pokrovsk, is a gateway. So it is a primary supply route for Ukrainian forces on the eastern front. It is the industrial center and logistics hub. So recently Russia has captured the city of Pokrovsk, and it is the only coking coal mine in Ukraine, and it is in the northern, it is the gateway to the northern Donetsk, including the twin cities of Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. So it is the gateway to the northern Donetsk, including the twin city of Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. The Torkham crossing between Afghanistan and Pakistan border. So the border between the Afghanistan and Pakistan is the Durand Line in 1893 by the British India, and Pakistan recognizes the Durand Line, but Afghanistan does not recognize the Durand Line. Durand Line is a 2640 kilometer border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. So The location, it is near the Khyber Pass on Durand Line, and it connects Jalalabad, Afghanistan and Peshawar, Pakistan, and this route lies on the historic Grand Trunk Road, that is the Wagah, Peshawar and Jalalabad Grand Trunk Road, and its significance is it is the major transit point for trade and movement between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Let us locate this on the map. So here you have Khyber Pass, Peshawar and Jalalabad somewhere, and here this is Durand Line. So this connects, the Torkam Pass connects Peshawar to Jalalabad, and it is near Khyber Pass. And you can also see the Iran Chabar port and Pakistan's Gwadar port. Kerch Strait, it connects Black Sea with Sea of Azov. It separates the Kerch Peninsula, that is the Crimean Peninsula, from the Taman Peninsula, Russia in Krasnodar Krai in the east, and its strategic importance, that is the only link or the important link or direct link between Russia and the Crimean Peninsula or Crimea. It is vital for fuel and essential goods supply. So the current event, that is the Kerch Bridge, was built connecting the Taman Peninsula of Russia and the Crimean Peninsula, and this bridge was built in 2018 as a direct link between Russia mainland and Crimea. So it was struck by Ukraine using underwater explosives. So Kerch Bridge is a 19-kilometer long bridge. After being struck, it hindered or disrupted the Russian logistics to Crimea. So let us locate this on the map. So this is the Kerch Strait. This is the Kerch Strait that is separating the Crimean Peninsula in the west to the Taman Peninsula in the east, that is Russia. So the Kerch Bridge was built in 2018 as a direct link between Russia and the Crimean Peninsula. So as you all know, Russia annexed Crimea, occupied Crimea and annexed it from Ukraine in 2014. So the Kerch Bridge was first built in 2018 as a direct link between Russia and the Crimean Peninsula. And February 2022, the Russia launched a full-scale invasion on the Ukraine. So it acts as a direct link. So these are points in the map, and it is that this bridge was recently attacked, or it was blown away by Ukraine, hindering the supplies, essential supplies, or hindering logistic support from Russia to Crimea. The next conflict region is the Yellow Line, Gaza Strip. So according to the ceasefire agreement US brokered ceasefire agreement, and it was mediated by countries like Egypt and Qatar. It came into force, on 10th October 2025. So what is the aim of this ceasefire deal? This ceasefire deal aim is to end the 2-year war that started with the Hamas attack on October 7, 2023 on Israel, and the deal features a three-phase deal. It's a three-phase deal with 42 days per phase plan, and it includes the hostage or prisoner exchange between Israel and Palestine and full Israeli withdrawal, including humanitarian aid and permanent cessation of hostilities. And the Yellow Line, it separates 47% of the territory of the western area, which is Palestinian controlled, and that is 47% of the territory of the Gaza Strip. In the western area is Palestinian controlled, and 53% of the eastern area is Israel controlled. And almost all the Palestinians have been displaced to the west of the Gaza Strip. So that is to the west of the Yellow Line. So let us locate this on the map. So as a part of the ceasefire deal, as a part of the ceasefire agreement, that is 2025 agreement, Jan 2025 agreement, which came into force in 10th October 2025. So this yellow line, it separates the Israeli troops which in area, that is the Israeli troops stay in an area between Israel and the yellow line. So here you have Israeli troops. Israeli troops are in this area, and to the west of the area it is, that is 47%. This is 47% and this is 53%. 53% is controlled by Israel and 47% Palestine. So the Israeli troops are to stay between the yellow line and the Israel. So this is the yellow line and in the Gaza Strip. Operation Midnight Hammer. Operation Midnight Hammer is carried out by US, that is, it is a coordinated strike on Iran. And what is the objective? The objective is to destroy the Iran's nuclear program by targeting three key nuclear sites. Three key nuclear sites are the Natanz, Fordo and Isfahan. So Natanz is the Iran's largest uranium enrichment site. It is around 220 kilometers southeast of Tehran, and Fordo, it is built deep inside a mountain, that is 80 to 90 meters underground, and Iran's most critical nuclear site. And Isfahan is Iran's main uranium conversion plant. It houses 3 Chinese research reactors and laboratories. So let us locate it on the map. So the B-2 bombers, US B-2 bombers, they accompanied by tankers for mid-air refueling, they have attacked the Iranian nuclear sites of Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan to destroy the Iranian nuclear program. So the Fordo site is built inside a mountain designed to survive conventional airstrikes. US used B-2 stealth bombers with bunker buster bombs, that is GBU-57, in this operation. And also Tomahawk missiles have been fired by the US ships and submarines from Gulf of Oman. So the timeline of Operation Midnight Hammer, that is 7 B-2 Spirit bombers, they depart from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, accompanied by tankers for mid-air refueling, multiple times in 18-hour flight. Some B-2 bombers from the Whiteman Air Force Base, they flew west to the Pacific as a decoy. Okay, so the B-2 bombers, accompanied by the tankers, they struck the Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan nuclear sites, and the bombers returned to the US. And also Tomahawk missiles were fired from submarines from the Gulf of Oman. Okay, so this is regarding the Operation Midnight Hammer, that is, the US launched a coordinated strike on Iran to destroy its nuclear program by targeting 3 nuclear sites of Natanz, Fordo and Isfahan. International recognition of Palestinian statehood. The two-state solution, Israel and Palestine, is the internationally recognized framework, but it has not been implemented. India recognized Palestine in 1988. So, total recognitions. Out of around 193 members of the United Nations, around 157 recognized Palestinian statehood. The major recognizers are India, China and Russia, a long-standing recognition, and other recent recognitions are by countries like France, Australia, Canada, UK, Portugal have formally recognized Palestinian statehood, and non-recognizers or traditional non-recognizers are USA, Israel and most European nations historical. So some important geographical facts regarding Palestinian territories, that is, you have West Bank. West Bank is a landlocked territory between Israel and Jordan, governed by Palestinian Authority, that is Fatah, and Gaza Strip. Gaza Strip is the coastal territory on the eastern Mediterranean, governed by Hamas since 2007. That is, internal administration is conducted by Hamas, whereas the external access is controlled by Israel. And you have Nazarene corridor, that is Israeli military corridor dividing the Gaza Strip into north and south. And Rafah terminal is Egypt controlled terminal, or exclusively controlled by Egypt, and only gateway from Gaza to Egypt. Let us now locate them on the maps. So you have Rafah. Rafah is the Egypt controlled crossing, that is only gateway from Gaza to Egypt. And you have Karem, the other we have understood. You have Karem Shalom, also controlled by the Israel, that is it is at the confluence of Gaza Strip, Egypt and Israel the borders or junction. And and this is Gaza Strip, that is a narrow territory on the coastal Mediterranean. And you have West Bank bordering Jordan. Okay, so you have Nazarene Strip somewhere here, that is the Israel military corridor separating the Gaza Strip into north and south. State of emergency in Peru. Peru is a South American country that is on the western coast. So what is the reason for the state of emergency in Peru? Is the rise in organized crime. Some of the geographical facts about Peru, that is the borders, that is Peru shares borders with Ecuador and Colombia in the north, Brazil in the east, Bolivia and Chile in the south. To the Pacific Ocean you have west, and it has the physical divisions, 3 physical divisions. That is, to the west it has the arid coast, and in the center you have the highlands, that is the Central or Sierra Highlands with Andes in the center, and to the east you have the Amazon rainforest, that is humid selva or jungle, and the Amazon river, that is the Amazon river that originates in the Andes and flows in the Atlantic Ocean. Largest river flows in the Andes, and that is originates in the Andes and flows in the Atlantic Ocean. And Lake Titicaca, that is the world's highest navigable lake, it is on the Peru-Bolivian border. That is, it is about 3812 meters above sea level, and the Humboldt Current runs along the Pacific coast of South America, and it creates the Atacama Desert. So look, let us locate all these points in the map. So you have Peru. Peru is on the, that is west coast of South America, and it borders Ecuador, Colombia in the north, Brazil in the east, and Bolivia and Chile in the south. So you can see it clearly, Ecuador and Colombia in the north, Brazil in the east, Bolivia and Chile in the south. And you can see the equator passes through Ecuador, Colombia, Chile and Brazil, and you also have Tropic of Cancer passing through the South America. So the 3 physiographic regions, that is to the west you have the west arid deserts, and to the center you have the highlands, that is the Central or Sierra Highlands, the Andes. The Amazon river originates from the Andes and flows into the Atlantic Ocean, and in the east you have the that is Amazon rainforest. Okay, and regarding the Humboldt Current or the Peruvian Current, is the cold current, cold ocean current. It moves north along the west coast of South America, causing upwelling and nutrient rich water, and it is a good fishing ground and favorable for rainfall. And whereas the El Nino current, it displaces the Humboldt or Peruvian current in the El Nino year. It displaces the El Nino current, it displaces the cold Humboldt or Peruvian current, and it stops upwelling, and the water is not nutrient rich, and it creates a problem for it's not good for fishing, and it also causes the severe conditions, okay, or it affects the global weather. So again, Lake Bolivia, Lake Titicaca, it is in the border of Peru and Bolivia. The important map pointing, especially 10 major international crises in international relations. So to start with, Israel, Hamas, Gaza war. So the conflict started the conflict started on October 7, 2023, when the Hamas carried out a surprise attack on Israel. You already know Hamas, they control the Gaza Strip since 2007, and Hamas are Sunni separatist Islamist popular organization in the Gaza Strip. So Israel launched a retaliatory military operation in Gaza, and the Gaza Strip is a narrow coastal strip on the Mediterranean Sea, bordered by Israel on north and east and Egypt in the southwest. So what is the extent of Gaza Strip? That is, it is around 365 square kilometers and a population of around 2.3 million, and one of the most densely populated territories in world. And there are some key crossings, that is two crossings, they are controlled by Israel, and the other one is controlled by Egypt. The crossing controlled by Egypt is Rafah, that is Gaza's only non-Israel land exit, and the other two crossings controlled by Israel are Karem Shalom, that is goods crossing, and Iriz, that is Beit Hanun crossing in the north, that is Israel controlled. So this Karem Shalom is at the junction of Egypt, Gaza Strip, and also Israel. So what are the important areas? That is Gaza Strip, Gaza City in the north, Khan Yunis in the south, and Gaza Wadi or Wadi Gaza, that it is a 105 kilometer crucial coastal wetland and nature reserve running through the center of the Gaza Strip to the Mediterranean Sea. And West Bank and Gaza are non-contiguous. They are not contiguous. They are non-contiguous. They are separated by Israel territory, and the governance in Gaza, that is the Gaza that is on the western side, it is a narrow coastal strip on the Mediterranean Sea. It is governed by Hamas since 2007, and Israel regulates all internal access points. And recently the IPC, Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, a UN backed agency, it has declared a Phase 5 famine in the Gaza Strip. That is the first officially declared famine in West Asia. And also the yellow line, the ceasefire agreement 2025 US brokered, that is mediated by Egypt and Qatar. There is a provision of yellow line, that is the yellow line US brokered ceasefire demarcation, which separates the Israeli controlled east from the Palestinian held western zone. That is 47% is the western zone Palestinian control, and 53% is the Israel controlled east, named after the yellow concrete blocks. So you have Nazarim Corridor. Nazarim Corridor is a strategic 6 to 7 kilometers long militarized strip in the Gaza Strip, and it was created by Israel during 2023-25 Gaza war. And the Israel border, it extends from the Israel border to the Mediterranean Sea south of the Gaza city, Nazarim Corridor. So the Gaza war and the regional spillover. The Gaza war, which continued for 2 years from 2023, it had a spillover. That is, in the Red Sea, you have Houthis, that is Yemen's Iran-backed Houthis. They launched drone and missile attacks on the commercial ships in Red Sea. And you have Bab al-Mandab, that is a critical checkpoint from in the Red Sea, Bab al-Mandab, Gulf of Aden and Indian Ocean. And Houthis attacked the disrupted global trade. And there is a trade diversion. Now, ships, instead of taking the Indian Ocean, Gulf of Aden, Bab al-Mandab Strait from Red Sea to Suez Canal, they are rerouted to Cape of Good Hope, increased cost and time significantly, and Suez Canal impact, that is the Red Sea disruption, that is the traffic. There is a lower Suez Canal traffic and a revenue loss to Egypt. And Indian angle, India imports around 85% of oil. Indian Navy deployed for anti-piracy and maritime security. Operation Sankalp. Operation Sankalp is a Indian Navy maritime security operation, and it is ongoing since 2019 for the safe passage of commercial Indian ships. Okay. Lebanon and Hezbollah. So the northern Israel border tension with Hezbollah, that is northern Israel has border with Lebanon. So Israel-Lebanon ceasefire is brokered in November 2024. So right now, Israel is carrying out an offensive in Lebanon. That is, Israel wants to create a buffer zone extending up to 30 kilometers till the Litani River, so that it will provide security for the northern Israel. So Hezbollah is again Iran-backed Shia militia in Lebanon. So Israel's neighboring countries. So what are the Israel's neighboring countries? In the north you have Lebanon, that is the Hezbollah, and you have Syria, and in the east you have Jordan, in the southwest you have Egypt, and in the west you have Mediterranean Sea. So with Jordan you have a peace treaty since 1994, and in southwest you have Egypt, you have a peace treaty since 1979, and Egypt controls Rafah terminal. So in the north you have Lebanon and Syria, in the east you have Jordan, in the southwest you have Egypt, and in the west you have Mediterranean Sea. Let us check these points on the map. So in the north you have Lebanon and Syria, in the east you have Jordan, and to the southwest you have Egypt, and to the west you have Mediterranean. So Nazarene corridor, we have already understood, it is a strategic 6 to 7 kilometer militarized strip in the Gaza Strip that Israel has created during the war, Gaza war, 23-25 Gaza war, and it extends from Israeli border to the Mediterranean Sea and south of the Gaza city. So as you can see, the Nazarene strip or the Nazarene junction, you have the Gaza, south of Gaza city, you have Nazarene junction, that is, it's a long 6 to 7 militarized strip connecting Israeli border to the Mediterranean, and you have Rafah, the Egypt controlled crossing, and you have here the here you have Beit Hanun or Iris, that is Israeli controlled, and you have Karem Shalom, the crossings. Ukraine-Russia war. The next topic is Ukraine-Russia war. So you're already familiar. In 2014, Russia, it occupied Crimean Peninsula, and it annexed Crimea from Ukraine. And in February 24, 2022, it launched a full-scale invasion of invasion of Ukraine. So right now, Russia, the war is ongoing from 2022 till now. So how much of area that Russia controls? Around 1/5 of the Ukrainian territory occupied, including key industrial and strategic hubs. And Crimea, it was annexed by Russia in 2014. It's a strategic Black Sea naval base connecting via Kerch Bridge. Kerch Bridge was in 2018. It was built by Russia to connect the Crimean Peninsula to the west and the Russian side to the east. That is Russian side to the east. So Kerch Bridge, the only direct Russia-Crimean link hit by Ukraine using underwater explosives. And the Kerch Strait, it connects the Black Sea with the Sea of Azov, separates Crimean west from Russian Krasnodar Krai, Taman Peninsula, and Dnieper River. It is the major river flowing north-south, dividing eastern and western Ukraine, strategic logistics and hydroelectric power. And the Donbas region. Donbas region consists of Donetsk and Luhansk. It is the industrial heartland rich in metals and chemicals, heavily contested. And Zaporizhzhia is the home to Europe's largest nuclear power plant, 6 reactors, Russian controlled. And Kherson, nearly 73% of Kherson is controlled by Russia, and it is a crucial land link to Crimea. We'll check all these points on the map. And Pokrovsk, Ukraine's only coking coal mine, and Russia captured this city. It is the gateway to Kramatorsk and Sloviansk, the twin cities of Kramatorsk and Sloviansk in the Donetsk, in the Donbas region, or you can say it is in the western, or it is in the western Donetsk region. So Sea of Azov, it is a shallow sea connecting Black Sea via Kerch Strait, and it is strategic for Russia's naval dominance. So let us try to check all these points on the map. As you can see, Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia, Kherson. Kherson is a crucial link between Crimean Peninsula and the Ukraine, that is Russian controlled Ukraine. Again, you can see Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia, Kherson. Okay, this was Crimea was annexed in 2014, and you can see the Kerch Strait is it connects Black Sea with Sea of Azov, and Kerch Bridge, which was built in 2018 by Russia, is a direct link between Russia and the Crimean Peninsula. So Ukraine's bordering countries are Moldova, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, Poland, Belarus. And this is a NATO-Russia flashpoint region, and Moldova's Transnistria region is Russian-backed breakaway territory, and this is a narrow region, narrow strip in Moldova's international or within Moldova. So these are the bordering countries. So let us check the bordering countries of Ukraine. Yes, Moldova, this is Moldova, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, Poland, Belarus, and Russia. So these are all the bordering countries of Ukraine. And Moldova, you have Transnistria region, that is Russian-backed breakaway territory. It is within Moldova. So another Operation Spiderweb, that is Ukraine's drone strike, that is Ukraine has carried out drone strike, that is the Operation Spiderweb. That is, these drone strikes were carried out deep inside the Russian territory, that is reaching as far as Siberia and far east. So it is conducted by Ukrainian Security Service, and technology, that is Russian that is the drone laden with explosives, that is 117 person view drones. And what are the targets in Serbia? That is Irkutsk, Serbia, it is Belaya, and Olenia in Murmansk, and Dyagilevo in Ryazan, and Ivanov, Serveni, and Amur region. So let us try to check these regions. If at all it is given below. Okay, we have already discussed these points in the previous map. So NATO alliance context. First, let us try to understand what is NATO. NATO is North Atlantic Treaty Organization. NATO is an alliance of countries from Europe and North America. It provides a unique link between these two continents for consultation and cooperation in the field of defense and security. So, in the fields of defense and security, this is a consultation and cooperation between two continents, that is Europe and North America. It is an alliance of countries and conduct multinational crisis management operations. It has two official languages, English and French, and NATO's main priority is diplomacy and try to solve the conflicts without using force. And NATO's essential purpose is to safeguard the freedom and security of its members through political and military means. Okay, so this is regarding NATO. And what are the countries? NATO members: Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, UK, USA, Greece, Turkey, Germany, Spain, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Poland, Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Baltic countries, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Albania, Croatia, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Finland recently in 2023, and Sweden in 2024. So, NATO alliance context: Finland and Sweden joined NATO in 2023-24. Strategic shift encircling Russia in the Baltic region. Which are the Baltic states? Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are NATO members, sharing border with Russia. Belarus, that is through Belarus, and Ukraine is not a NATO member. Article 5 provides for collective defense, that does not apply to Ukraine. So, Black Sea. So, Black Sea connects to the Mediterranean Sea via Kerch Strait, Sea of Azov, northern arm, and Bosphorus Strait, Sea of Marmara, Dardanelles Strait, Aegean Sea, and the Mediterranean. So, which country controls the Bosphorus and Dardanelles? The Turkey controls Bosphorus and Dardanelles and the Montreux Convention. So, let us check on the map. So, Sea of Azov, Kerch Strait connects Black Sea with Sea of Azov, and Black Sea is connected to Mediterranean via Bosphorus Strait. Bosphorus Strait connects Black Sea with Sea of Marmara, and Sea of Marmara through Dardanelles Strait connected to Aegean, and Aegean to the Mediterranean. So next, Iran-Israel shadow conflict. So shadow conflict is not a direct war, but via proxies, cyber attacks, and assassinations. So Iranian seas. So Iran is bordering which seas? The Caspian Sea in the north, Persian Gulf and Gulf of Oman in the south. So unique dual sea geography. So let us check this on the map. As you can see, Iran. So Iran, it is bordering Caspian Sea, Persian Gulf, and Gulf of Oman. So it's a dual sea geography, and state of Hormuz is between Iran and Oman. Around 20% of the global oil passes through it, and Iran's key strategic leverage point. So let us check it on the map. Strait of Hormuz. So this is Strait of Hormuz. It is between Iran and Oman. This is Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz is approximately 21 miles between Oman and Iran. So it is a strategic or a critical sea lane of communication, and it is a choke point. JCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action 2015, or Iran Nuclear Deal 2015. The deal was an agreement between Iran and P5+1, that is the permanent 5 members of the United Nations Security Council, that is USA, UK, France, China, Russia, plus Germany, P5+1. So this agreement is about limiting Iran's nuclear program in exchange for lifting the economic sanctions. So USA, it withdrew from the GCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, in 2018, whereby Iran started enriching the uranium, or the enrichment levels of uranium in Iran increased since. And Iran proxies are Hezbollah in Lebanon, Shia; Hamas in Gaza, Sunni; Houthis in Yemen, Shia; and PMF militias. PMF militias are Popular Mobilization Forces in Iraq. 64 primarily Shia armed factions, and almost all are Iran backed. So you have Assad forces in Syria. So Assad, he has lost recently. The civil war ended in Syria, and Assad lost, and the Iran has invested much in Bashar al-Assad regime. So you have Assad forces also. And Operation Midnight Hammer is carried out by USA to strike the, or to destroy the nuclear program of Iran. So it has struck 3 key nuclear uranium nuclear sites, that is Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo. So Natanz, you already know that it is around 220 kilometers southeast of Tehran, Iran's largest uranium enrichment facility. Fordo, around 95 kilometers southwest of Tehran, and built, that is, Fordo is an underground uranium facility that is inside a mountain to withstand conventional airstrike, and Iran's most critical site. So the B-2 stealth bombers of USA, they use bunker busters. And Isfahan, that is, it is the main uranium conversion plant. It houses Chinese research reactors, and it is around 350 kilometers southeast of Tehran. And so on the map, Fordo, that is underground in the mountain; Natanz, Isfahan, you also have Arak and Bashr on the Persian Gulf. Okay, so these are the nuclear sites. And Iran's geographic borders. So Iran shares boundaries, as you all already know. Iran has border with Caspian Sea, the Persian Gulf, and also Gulf of Oman. So in the north you have Caspian Sea, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Turkmenistan, and in the east you have Afghanistan and Pakistan, to the west Iraq and Turkey. In south you have Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, Gulf of Oman. So let us check this on the map. So on the map, Iran, Caspian Sea, Persian Gulf, Gulf of Oman, and it is bordering with Iraq, Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. So these are the surrounding countries of Iran, that is Pakistan, Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, and it also border with Caspian Sea, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Turkey, Iraq, and it has dual seas, that is it has border with Caspian Sea, Persian Gulf, and Gulf of Oman. So these are the countries. Okay, so what are the countries that are bordering Caspian Sea? As you already know, Iran, and the other countries bordering Caspian Sea are Azerbaijan, Russia, Kazakhstan, and Turkmenistan. So 5 countries: Iran, Azerbaijan, Russia, Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan border the Caspian Sea. And regarding INSTC, International North-South Transit Corridor. So what is International North-South Transit Corridor? International North-South Transit Corridor is a 7,200 kilometers multimodal network of ship, rail and road routes. It is designed to move freight from India to Iran, Afghanistan, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Russia, Central Asia and Europe. And the main purpose is reduce the transit time as well as the cost in comparison to the Suez Canal route. We'll check this on the map. So what the transit time is reduced to around 40% and the cost is reduced to around 30% in comparison to the Suez Canal traditional route. So it has Western Corridor and Eastern Corridor. Western Corridor connects Iran, Azerbaijan and Russia. Eastern Corridor connects Iran, Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan. So let us check this on the map. So the traditional route, that is Mumbai to Gulf of Oman, Gulf of Oman, Strait of Bab al-Mandab, the Red Sea, the Suez Canal, the Mediterranean, North Sea and the Baltic to St. Petersburg. So you are reducing the transit time to around 40% and also the cost to around 30% is related to Suez Canal route. So the INST, International North-South Transit Corridor from Mumbai to Bandar Abbas, Iran through Western Corridor through Azerbaijan to Russia, and Eastern Corridor through Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan and Iran. So it reduces the transit time from Astrakhan, Russia, Moscow and St. Petersburg. So it reduces the time to around 30% and also the transit cost to 40%, and also it connects 13 countries. So India by using Gwadar port in Iran and bypassing Pakistan, we can do trade with Central Asia, that is from Mumbai, Indian Ocean to Chabahar port, from Chabahar port through Iran you have Zaran's Delaram road, you have Garland Highway or Garland Corridor, which connects Herat to Kabul. So it's like a garland in Afghanistan and it connects, ultimately it's connected to Central Asia. So the distance between Chabahar and Gwadar ports is just 72 kilometers. So India, by bypassing Pakistan, it is doing trade with Central Asia via Iran, Afghanistan. That is, in Afghanistan you have Zaran's Delaram road and it is connecting to the Garland corridor. From there it is connecting to Central Asia. Yemen led shipping crisis. So there is Yemen Red Sea shipping crisis. Djibouti is a tiny nation at the entrance of Bab el-Mandeb. It hosts US, French, Chinese and Japanese and other military bases. Strategic importance is disproportionate to the size. So Strait of Bab el-Mandeb is the countries which share borders is or which control Yemen, Eritrea and Djibouti. So Djibouti is a very tiny country and its strategic importance is disproportionate to its size because of the presence of various military bases. There is US, French, Chinese, Japanese and other military bases. So Djibouti is bordered by Eritrea, Ethiopia and Somalia, and you have Gulf of Aden. So alternate shipping route is Cape of Good Hope, that is around the African southern tip, South Africa, and you have Strait of Hormuz controlled by Iran and Oman. You have Gulf of Oman, Gulf of Oman, Strait of Hormuz and Persian Gulf. Here, Gulf of Aden, Strait of Bab al-Mandeb, Red Sea and Suez Canal. If these choke points of Strait of Bab al-Mandeb and Strait of Hormuz, alternate route is Cape of Good Hope. And the Strait of Bab al-Mandeb is controlled by Djibouti, Eritrea and Yemen. And you have Gulf of Aden, that is enter from Gulf of Aden to Strait of Bab al-Mandeb. So you have Yemen, you have Gulf of Aden, Strait of from Arabian Sea via Gulf of Aden to Strait of Bab al-Mandeb, Red Sea and the Suez Canal to the Mediterranean Sea. You have Yemen. Yemen is bordered by Gulf of Aden in the south, Arabian Sea. To the east you have Oman, and to the north Saudi Arabia. West you have Red Sea, and Sana'a controlled by Houthi rebels, and Aden internationally recognized government. Sudanese civil war started in 2023, April 2023, between the Sudanese armed forces and the paramilitary rapid support forces. Rapid support forces originated from the Janjaweed militia, which was active during the Darfur War 2003, previously operated by the Sudanese government and now fighting against the Sudanese armed forces to control Sudan. So the conflict started in April 2023 between Sudanese armed forces and the rapid support forces, that is the paramilitary rapid support forces, former Janjaweed militia. Tuti Island was occupied by the rapid support forces. That is, it seized the Tuti Island many atrocities were carried out, including detention and extortion. Even the medical, it was restricted. Medical access also restricted to the island. So, Tuti Island is a crescent-shaped island at the confluence of Blue and White Nile in Khartoum, inhabited by Tuti people. Tuti people are descendants of Mahas community who settled there in the 15th century. So, this Tuti Island at the confluence of Blue and White Nile, it is originally, or it is the traditional home of Mahas community who have settled in the 15th century, and these Tutis are descendants of the Mahas community. Tuti Island is also known as the Khartoum's garden because traditionally people here relied on farming, and it is at the confluence of Blue Nile and White Nile. That is, the Blue Nile and White Nile, they meet at the capital Khartoum, makes Sudan strategically and agriculturally important. And Port Sudan, Sudan's only major port on the Red Sea. It is key for global shipping lanes and became maritime war capital because of the fighting between the Sudanese armed forces and the rapid support forces. And Sudan, it borders Egypt in the north, Libya in the northwest, Chad in the west, Central African Republic in the southwest, South Sudan in the south, Ethiopia and Eritrea in the east. And this war, since 2023, it caused largest displacement, one of the largest displacement crisis, and millions are intentionally displaced or they are refugees. And Darfur region, that is Western Sudan, the RSF stronghold, the RSF carried out massive atrocities, including ethnic cleansing. So, Sudan, regional geography. So, Nile's geography, that is Nile, it is the confluence of two rivers, White Nile and the Blue Nile. White Nile, it originates, or the primary source is Lake Victoria. Lake Victoria is shared by Tanzania, Uganda and Kenya. And Blue Nile, it originates in Lake Tana, that is the northwest highlands in Ethiopia. Both merge at Khartoum to form Nile. And the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam on Blue Nile is in Ethiopia, but it is a major source of tension between Egypt and Sudan over the water rights. So, Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Desert on Blue Nile in Ethiopia, tensions between Egypt and Sudan over water sharing or water rights, and Port Sudan on the Red Sea coast is strategic for Horn of Africa trade routes. Let us locate this on the map. That is, you can see here Tuti Island. You have Khartoum North and Omdurman and Khartoum at the confluence of White Nile and Blue Nile. And you have Port Sudan, the only port on the Red Sea coast in the Horn of Africa, important for trade. You have Sudan, Khartoum, and South Sudan, Juba. Sudan has a Red Sea coast, and Sudan, it shares borders with Egypt, Libya, Chad, CAR, DRC. Oh no, sorry. Sudan, it shares borders with Egypt, Libya, Chad, Ethiopia, Eritrea, and it has a Red Sea coast. Myanmar military crisis. February 1, 2021, military coup. The Tatmadaw military junta, Myanmar military junta or military, it seized power, arrested Aung San Suu Kyi of National League for Democracy. And India, Myanmar borders or India borders Myanmar, that is the 4 states of India which border Myanmar are Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Manipur and Mizoram. A total of around 1643 kilometers. And Irrawaddy River, that is the longest river of Myanmar, it flows south into the Andaman Sea and it is the economic backbone of the country. Bay of Bengal, that is the Myanmar's strategic location or maritime location near India's Andaman and Nicobar Islands in Bay of Bengal. And ethnic groups, the various ethnic groups in Myanmar like Karen, Kanchin, Shan, Chin, Arakan, formerly Arakan, now Rakhine, armed ethnic resistance group fighting against the juntas. That is, these ethnic armed association like the Seven Brotherhood Alliance is fighting against the junta. And Rohingya issue. Rakhine State. Rakhine State is on the western coast, formerly or previously known as Arakan State, and the north-south Arakan Mountains or Rakhine Yoma, they separate the Rakhine State from the Myanmar and its capital is Sitwe. So what is the Rohingya issue? Rohingya issue is a major humanitarian and human rights issue. It is centered predominantly on the Muslim minority in the Rakhine State. This Muslim minority in the Rakhine State is denied citizenship by the 1982 citizenship law, and Myanmar does not officially recognize this as an ethnic group, and it has one of the largest stateless population. The Rohingyas is one of the largest stateless population, and the decades of systematic discrimination and violence, and which culminated into mass exodus in 2017, and the Rohingya refugees are in India and Bangladesh, and the UN described this Myanmar military's actions having genocidal characteristics. So, the Indian projects like Kaladan Multimodal Transit Transport Project, Indian Myanmar Thailand Trilateral Highway, and China has significant economic interests, oil and gas pipeline, and supported the junta diplomatic. China is engaging both the junta as well as the ethnic armed organizations. So let us locate these points on the map. That is, you have Myanmar. Myanmar is bordered by India in the northwest and China in the northeast. You have Laos in the east, Thailand in the east south, and you have Bangladesh. You have Bangladesh in the west, Bay of Bengal, and its strategic maritime location in the Bay of Bengal, that is near Andaman Sea. As you can see, Irrawaddy, it is the longest river of Myanmar. It flows into Andaman Sea, and Sitwe, the Rakhine state, is in the western coast. So, the Rakhine state capital is Sitwe. It is separated by Arakan Yoma. These are the Arakan Yoma or Rakhine Yoma, separated by Arakan Yoma from the central Myanmar. So, the Kaladan multimodal transit transport project, it connects Kolkata to Mizoram. So, rather than taking the chicken route, we are taking the shortest route, or you are taking the route from Kolkata to Mizoram. So, from Kolkata, Bay of Bengal to Sitwe Port. Sitwe Port is in Rakhine state. So, Rakhine state is very important for India for this Kaladan multi-modal transit transport project. From Sitwe Port to Paletwa through the Kaladan River, that is Kaladan River, and from Paletwa to Kaletwa, you have a highway from Kaletwa to Zoringpu. Zoringpu is a border point for Mizoram, from Zoringpu to Longklai, from Longklai to Aizawl. So this is Kaladan multimodal transit transport project. It rather than from Kolkata port, rather than taking the chicken route and traveling through Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Mizoram, Manipur, Mizoram, we are taking this route. So it helps in connectivity to the northeast. And also India, Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highway, that is in Manipur, More, Tamu, Myanmar, Mandalay, Naypyidaw, Bago, and you have Masot in Thailand. So from Manipur, Myanmar to Thailand, ultimately Bangkok and New Delhi in future via. Okay, so this is regarding the Kaladan multimodal transit transport project, and also India, that is India, Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highway. China-Taiwan tensions. Taiwan Strait is a around 180 kilometers wide narrow strait. It is separating mainland China from Taiwan. Heavy Chinese People's Liberation Army naval drills are going on. So, what is Taiwan's status? Taiwan's status is a self-governing democracy since 1949, but Beijing claims it as a part of One China principle. One China principle is the core political stance of People Republic of China, that there is only one China and Taiwan is an inalienable part of Chinese territory. So, first island chain. Taiwan is part of the first island chain. That is, first island chain is a strategic US allied arc of islands extending from Kuril Islands and Japan through Taiwan and Philippines to Borneo. It acts as a natural barrier enclosing the East and South China Sea. It is a key to monitoring China's naval access to the Pacific, and it contains the military expansion of China. It is central maritime strategy in Western Pacific, and it is a containment line that China seeks to break through. So, Taiwan is a part of first island chain and it extends from Japan, Kyushu, Ryukyu, Taiwan, Philippines and Borneo. It limits China's Pacific access. It acts as a barrier enclosing East and South China Sea. And US, what is the US policy with regarding to Taiwan? It is strategic ambiguity, that is US sells weapons to Taiwan but not obligated to defend it militarily. And South China Sea, that is Chinese regional hegemony in the South China Sea, that is 9-dash line claimed by China. Recently it is upgraded to 10-dash line, that is China is claiming the whole of South China Sea. And UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on Loss of Seas Tribunal, ruled in 2016 against the Chinese claim, but China has rejected it. Spratly Islands, the islands which are disputed among China, Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei and Taiwan, and Sandy Kai or Taxian Reef is the latest flashpoint, and Parcel Islands again claimed by China, Vietnam, Taiwan, and right now it is Chinese control. So South China Sea important features, that is Spratly Islands. Spratly Islands is claimed by China, Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei and Taiwan, and Parcel Islands claimed by China, Vietnam and Taiwan. Scarborough Shoal disputed between China and Philippines. Sandy Kai Reef, the recent tension, Taxian Reef near Titu Island. Titu Island is Philippines administered and China claimed seizure in 2025. Titu Island, also known as Pagasa, is major Philippines administered island in the Spratly Islands. And East China Sea and Sea of Japan, you have Senkaku and Diaoyu Islands disputed between Japan and China in East China Sea. And Sea of Japan is between the Korean Peninsula, Japan and Russia, also known as East Sea by Korea. So East China Sea and this is Sea of Japan or East Sea. Sea of Japan or East Sea. Okay, so first island chain runs from Japan's Kyushu, Ryukyu, Taiwan, Philippines and Borneo. Second chain from Japan, Mariana Islands and Guam, strategically important for US-China military posture in Pacific. So Sea of Japan, that is East Sea, is between the Korean Peninsula, Russia and Japan. This is Taiwan, this is the Korean Strait, this is Taiwan Strait. So Taiwan Strait separated by Taiwan and mainland China, and East China Sea you have Senkaku and Diaoyu Islands. The first island chain from Japan, Kyushu, Ryukyu, Taiwan, Philippines and Borneo. The second chain of islands again Japan, North Mariana Islands, Guam and Palau. That is, it is a strategy. It is a strategic US allied arc of islands. That is, it is acts as a natural barrier enclosing East and South China Seas. Again, the first island chain, Japan, Ryukyu, Kyushu, Taiwan, Philippines, Borneo. Second chain, again Japan, Northern Mariana Islands, Guam, Palau. Third chain, Hawaiian Islands, New Zealand. So you have South China Sea, and this is the 9-dash line or the updated 10-dash line. China is claiming most of South China Sea, though the UNCLOS tribunal in 2016 ruled against its claim, but China has rejected it. So this is the 9-dash line, that is the updated to 10-dash line. You have Titu Island, Philippines administered, Subi Reef, Sandy Kai or Taxian Reef, You have Spratly Islands, Parcel Islands, South China Sea, Spratly Islands, Scarborough Shoal. Okay. So you have Taiwan, China, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines. Okay, so these are disputed between all these countries. Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict. Nagorno-Karabakh. Nagorno-Karabakh is a landlocked mountainous region. So the core dispute is Nagorno-Karabakh. That is, Nagorno-Karabakh is an ethnic Armenian enclave inside Azerbaijan. Ethnic Armenian enclave inside Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan has reclaimed it in September 2023. So the war history: first Karabakh War 1988 to 1994, Armenia has won, and second Karabakh War, recent 2020, Azerbaijan recaptured the territory in September 2023, full recapture. So the Nagorno-Karabakh, also called Artsakh by Armenians, is a mountainous landlocked region. Virtually all Armenians has fled after 2023 offensive. That is, after the 2023 offensive of the Azerbaijan, all the Armenians has left. Originally, it is an ethnic Armenian enclave inside Azerbaijan. So the offensive, after 2023 offensive of Azerbaijan, all the Armenians have fled. And regarding the Caspian Sea, the Azerbaijan borders Caspian Sea, important for energy supplies or energy pipeline, that is BTC pipeline, Baku in Azerbaijan to Ceyhan in Turkey, Mediterranean Sea via Georgia, Tbilisi. Armenia borders Turkey in the west, Georgia in the north, Azerbaijan in the east, Iran in the south, and Azerbaijan borders Russia in the north, Georgia in the northwest, Armenia in the west, Iran in the south, Caspian Sea in the east. The Caucasus mountain acts as natural barriers between Europe and Asia. It spans Russia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia. And Russia's declining influence in the region, that is, Armenia is a member of CSTO, Collective Strategic Treaty Organization, or that is Collective Security Treaty Organization. So Armenia, despite being the member of CSTO, Russia failed to protect Armenia, and the peace talks moved to Europe. And Turkey's role: Turkey strong support to Azerbaijan because of ethnic and linguistic ties. Nagorno-Karabakh conflict shaped by Turkey-backed Azeri drones. So let us try to look at the points in the map. Before that, let us try to understand some geographical facts about Caucasus region. So Caucasus region, it acts as a barrier between Europe and Asia, and the Caucasus region has Russia, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan. So Armenia is landlocked, no sea access. It depends upon Georgia and Iran for sea access. And whereas Turkey and Azerbaijan's borders are closed with Armenia, because Turkey has strong support to Azerbaijan because of ethnic and linguistic ties. BTC pipeline, the energy supplies pipeline connecting Azerbaijan, that is Caspian Sea coast, Azerbaijan Baku to Tbilisi, Georgia, and Ceyhan, the Mediterranean coast, that is carries Caspian oil from Azerbaijan through Georgia's Tbilisi to Turkey's Ceyhan Mediterranean coast. And Nakhchivan, the Azerbaijani enclave surrounded by Armenia, Iran, and Turkey, further complicates Armenia's Azerbaijan geography. And Collective Security Treaty Organization, Russia-led military alliance. Armenia is a member, but Russia did not invoke Article 4 to defend the Armenia in 2023, signaling Russia's weakening regional influence. So, Nagorno-Karabakh is an ethnic Armenian enclave in Azerbaijan, and Nakhchivan is the Azerbaijani enclave in Armenia, surrounded by Iran, Armenia, and Turkey. And Armenia, the Azerbaijan, so Armenia, it is landlocked. It depends upon Georgia and Iran for the access to the sea, whereas its borders with Turkey and Azerbaijan are closed. So the Baku, Tbilisi and Ceyhan pipeline, Baku, Caspian Sea, and Georgia, Tbilisi to the Mediterranean coast, that is Ceyhan. Afghanistan under Taliban. US withdrawal in 2021, Taliban captured Kabul in August 2021. No country officially recognizes Taliban government. India foreign policy also follows pragmatic engagement without recognition. It has opened Kabul embassy, started a technical mission. So Afghanistan is a landlocked country, no access to the sea. It depends entirely on the neighbors, that is Pakistan, Iran, and Central Asian countries for trade. And you have Wakhan Corridor. Wakhan Corridor is a 300 to 65 kilometer wide, narrow strip of Afghanistan territory touching China's Xinjiang. And Amu Darya River, it forms the northern boundary between Afghanistan and the countries, Central Asian countries of Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan. So it has a Central Asian connection. And Hindu Kush range, that is the major mountain range running northeast southwest through Afghanistan, forms a natural barrier influencing the climate and warfare. And Afghanistan borders Pakistan in the southeast and east. You have Durand line, and Iran in the west, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan in the north, China in the northeast through the Wakhan Corridor. ISKP, that is Islamic State Khorasan province, it attacks inside Afghanistan and Pakistan, impacts regional security. It is a regional affiliate of ISIS, also called as ISISK or Daesh. Indian angle, India lost Chabahar and Afghanistan connection because of the war, US, Israel and Iran war, and also the US sanctions on India. And Taliban is not recognizing India's investment in Afghanistan's infrastructure. That is, India has invested in Afghanistan infrastructure. So, Afghanistan's key geographic points. Durand line. Durand line is a line, that is a boundary between Afghanistan and Pakistan drawn by British India. That is, it is a 2,640 kilometer boundary line between Afghanistan and Pakistan drawn by British India, and Pakistan recognizes it, whereas Afghanistan does not recognize it. 1893. And Torkham crossing. Torkham crossing is a transit line. There is a transit point in Khyber Pass. That is, it is a major Durand line transit point. Durand line is a boundary between Afghanistan and Pakistan. So it is a major Durand line transit point in Khyber Pass. It links Jalalabad in Afghanistan to Peshawar in Pakistan on Grand Trunk Road, that is connecting Wagah, Peshawar and Jalalabad. Salang Pass, it is a key road through Hindu Kush connecting Kabul with northern Afghanistan. Salang Pass. And Helmand River is a major river flowing southwest into Iran's Sistan Basin, and Iran and Afghanistan have water dispute. Wakhan Corridor borders 4 countries, that is Afghanistan, Tajikistan in the north, Pakistan in the south, China in the east. It was deliberately created by British India as a buffer between the British India and the Russian Empire in the Great Game. So let us locate the points on the map. Afghanistan, here you can see the Wakhan corridor. So the Durand line, 1893, it is not recognized. That is the boundary, 2064 kilometer, around 2064 kilometer boundary line between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Pakistan is recognizing it, but Afghanistan is not recognizing it. So you have Torkham crossing, and another crossing you have Chaman. So Torkham crossing connects Jalalabad in Afghanistan to Peshawar in Pakistan. So Torkham and Chaman are two main channels of trade between these countries. And you have the Salang Tunnel. Salang Tunnel is established. That is, Salang Tunnel is was in 1964. It was constructed. It's a 2.64 kilometer tunnel. Salang Tunnel. So it connects Kabul through the Hindu Kush Mountains. Hindu Kush Mountains from the northeast to the southwest in Afghanistan. So it connects Kabul. It connects Kabul to the northwest or northern Afghanistan. So here you can see the Wakhan corridor. You have China, Tajikistan, you have Pakistan, Afghanistan. Okay, so the Wakhan corridor. Venezuela Guyana dispute. So the dispute between Venezuela and Guyana is regarding the Essequibo region. That is, Venezuela is claiming the Essequibo region, that is around 1,60,000 square kilometers, constituting 2/3 of Guyana's land controlled by Guyana. So historical roots. 1899, the Paris Arbitration Award gave Essequibo to British Guiana, and Venezuela rejected the outcome. So what was the trigger? ExxonMobil in 2015, it discovered massive offshore oils, made Essequibo immensely valuable, and Essequibo River is the major river forming eastern boundary of the disputed territory and flows into the Atlantic Ocean. And International Court of Justice case, Guyana filed suit at International Court of Justice. Venezuela challenged the jurisdiction, but ICJ ruled it has jurisdiction in 2023. Orinoco River is a major Venezuelan river. It forms a natural border in the region, one of the longest rivers in South America. And Georgetown, the capital of Guyana, is located on Atlantic coast near Essequibo estuary. And energy geopolitics, ExxonMobil, Hess, and CNOOC discoveries made Guyana one of the world's fastest growing oil producers per capita. Venezuela and Guyana geographical context. Venezuela borders Colombia in the west, Guyana in the east, Brazil in the south, Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean in the north. Whereas Guyana borders Venezuela in the west, Suriname and Brazil in the south, Atlantic Ocean in the north. Guyana is in South America, but culturally Caribbean. Only English-speaking country in South America. So British Guyana, Suriname, formerly Dutch Guyana, Netherlands, and French Guyana further east along the Guyana coastline. So Guyana, Suriname, and French Guyana together they are called as Guyanas, and Guyana is the only English-speaking country in South America. Its Caribbean community CARICOM membership makes its geopolitics unique. Its Caribbean community CARICOM membership makes its geopolitics unique. CARICOM, it's an intergovernmental organization established on 1st July 1973. Primary goal is economic integration through CARICOM, single market and economy, functional cooperation and foreign policy coordination through its 15 member states and 5 associate members of the Caribbean. And you have Venezuela and Guyana. This is Essequibo region, Gulf of Essequibo. You have Georgetown. You have Suriname. Venezuela is bordered by Colombia, Venezuela is bordered by Colombia, Brazil, Guyana, and you have Caribbean and the Atlantic, whereas Guyana is bordered by Venezuela, Brazil, Suriname. The connectivity projects. The first connectivity project we'll discuss is International North-South Transport Corridor. That is, it is a multimodal transport network or network involving ship, rail and road routes connecting India to Europe. To connect India to Russia, Central Asia, Europe via Iran, bypassing the traditional Suez Canal route. So, it is the movement of freights from India to Europe via Russia, Central Asia, bypassing the traditional Suez Canal route involving Iran, and the route is from India, that is Mumbai, Iran, Bandar Abbas port, Caspian Sea, Russia, Astrakhan, Europe to Central Asia. So, if you can see in the map, from India, Mumbai to Bandar Abbas, Iran, Tehran, Baku, Azerbaijan, Russia, Astrakhan, Moscow and St. Petersburg. The traditional route of Suez Canal, that is Gulf of Aden, Strait of Bab el-Mandab through Red Sea, Suez Canal, Mediterranean, North Sea and Baltic Sea reaching St. Petersburg. It reduces the transit time by around 40% and the cost by around 30%. The next topic connectivity project is IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe corridor. That is, it is a multimodal, again a connectivity project, and it is formalized by an MOU signed by G20 Summit 2023 in New Delhi. It is a key strategic project under PGII. PGII is Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. It is an initiative of G7 to fund critical infrastructure projects in developing countries like ports, roads, bridges, communication setups, and the funding is done through public and private partnerships or investment, and objective is to enhance global trade and cooperation. So, the IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe corridor, it was formalized by an MOU signed at G20 Summit 2023 in New Delhi, and it is a key strategic project of PGII, that is the global, that is Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. It is an initiative of G7 to fund the developmental projects in infrastructure projects in developing countries. So, if we can look at the map, so let us try to locate. So, from Mumbai, Arabian Sea, UAE, United Arab Emirates, Jebel Ali, from Jebel Ali to Al Guwaifat, UAE, from UAE to Saudi Arabia, Haradat, from Haradat, that is, this is a sea route, land routes, from Saudi Arabia, Haradat to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, from Riyadh to Al Haditha, Saudi Arabia, from Saudi Arabia to Israel, Haifa, and Greece, Piraeus in Greece. So, it connects India to Europe, that is Greece, via the Middle East. So, this is a sea route, while the others, that is rail route and road routes, are also involved. So, it is a multimodal connectivity project, India, Middle East, Europe corridor. India, Middle East, Europe corridor. This corridor was formalized by an MOU signed at G20 Summit 2023 in New Delhi. It is a key strategic project under PGII, that is Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. It is an initiative of G7 to fund infrastructure projects in developing countries, like infrastructure projects like roads, ports, bridges and communication setups. The funding is done through public and private investment, and the objective is to enhance global trade and cooperation. So let us it is a multimodal connectivity project involving rail, road and sea routes. So the route that is starts from India, Mumbai to UAE, Al Gufayat, Jebel Ali, Saudi Arabia, Harad, Al Haditha, Riyadh, Jordan, Israel, you have Haifa, and Greece, you have Piraeus, and Europe. So it has two corridors, that is the Eastern Corridor, India to Arabian Gulf, that is the Persian Gulf, and Northern Corridor from Persian Gulf to Europe. The signatories are India, European Union, France, Germany, Italy, Saudi Arabia, UAE and USA. It has been disrupted due to the Israel-Gaza war after 2023. So let us now locate this on the map. India, Middle East, Europe corridor. India, you have Mumbai. From Mumbai through sea route, UAE, Jebel Ali. From Jebel Ali, rail route or Jebel Ali to Al Gufayat. Al Gufayat to Harad in Saudi Arabia. Again to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Al Haditha in Saudi Arabia to Saudi Arabia to Jordan. From Jordan to Israel, Haifa, and Greece, Piraeus. So it is a multimodal connectivity project involving sea routes, rail, road, connecting India to Europe via the Middle East. The Zangezur corridor is a proposed transport corridor, 43-kilometer strategic transport corridor, that it is linking the mainland Azerbaijan to Nakhchivan through the Armenia's Sinai region. The objective is to connect Azerbaijan's Baku port on the Caspian Sea to the Nakhchivan autonomous region. So Nakhchivan is an autonomous region, a western exclave of Azerbaijan, separated by the Armenian territory and further to Turkey. So Nakhchivan is an Azerbaijan territory. It is an exclave surrounded by Armenia, Turkey and Iran. So Zangezur corridor is a proposed transport corridor that connects Azerbaijan's Baku, the Caspian Sea coast, through the Azerbaijan mainland via Haradiz Agbend railway line, through a new 166-kilometer railway line built between Haradiz and Ordubad, and from Haradiz to Ordubad it again connects a 158-kilometer line between Ordubad and Velide, and from Velide Kars Nakhchivan railway project line, ultimately connecting the Turkey. So the Zangezur corridor is a proposed 43-kilometer strategic transport corridor through the Armenian Syunik province. So Armenian Syunik province, Zangezur transport corridor, or the Turkey-Azerbaijan route through the Zangezur corridor. It's in the Armenian Syunik province. So it is a proposed 43-kilometer strategic transport corridor through Armenian Syunik province, directly connects the mainland of Azerbaijan to its Nakhchivan exclave and further to Turkey. It reduces the travel time and enhances the trade and provides Turkey direct land route to the Caspian and Central Asia, bypassing Iran, offering Azerbaijan a direct route to its exclave, and reinforces Turkey's role as a key player in the regional hub, and it is also known as Turkic super highway. So it connects Baku on the Caspian coast, Caspian Sea, to the Azerbaijan mainland via Haradiz Agban railway line through the Zangezur corridor to Nakhchivan. Nakhchivan is an Azerbaijan's exclave surrounded by Armenia, Iran and Turkey. So from the Zangezur corridor to Erdubad, Erdubad to Velide, Velide to Kars, ultimately to Turkey. So it provides Turkey a direct route to the Caspian and Central Asia, and it bypasses Iran. Bypassing Iran, it provides a direct link to Azerbaijan, that is direct route to its exclave. Power of Siberia 1, it has already been operational since 2019, and Power of Siberia 2, legally binding agreement has been made between Russia and China. This is a pipeline network transporting natural gas. So, Power of Siberia 1 is a pipeline network transporting natural gas from eastern Siberia to China. Since operational since 2019, it connects fields in Yakutia to China's northeast, and it is the cornerstone of Russia's pivot to the east, and it strengthens Russia and China's energy ties. Power of Siberia 2, again, it's a pipeline network. Recently signed agreement between Russia and China for the transportation of natural gas. So it is a pipeline network transporting natural gas from Yamal Peninsula and Western Siberian fields through Mongolia into China. This Power of Siberia 2, it solidifies the energy cooperation between Russia, that is Moscow, and Beijing, and amid the rising Western sanctions, it redirects the Russian gas away from the European markets, cementing China as a key customer, and China, it provides China with a stable large-scale supply of clean energy, and it helps Russia to diversify its energy exports, and it can withstand a temperature of minus 62 degrees centigrade. So, Power of Siberia. Russia and China have signed legally binding deal to build Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline. It was formerly known as the Altai pipeline, and it carries natural gas from Russia's Western Siberia, that is Yamal Peninsula and Western Siberian gas reserves, to northern China via eastern Mongolia, and the existing Power of Siberia 1 pipeline runs from the eastern Siberia to China and has been operational since 2019. Let us locate these on the map. So, Power of Siberia 1, that is from the Yakutia, eastern Siberia to China, northeastern China, and Power of Siberia 2 from Yamal Peninsula, that is Western Siberia, to through Mongolia through eastern China, northeastern China. Druzhba pipeline. It carries crude oil from Russia to Belarus. In Belarus, it splits into the northern branch, Poland and Germany, and the southern branch, Ukraine, Slovakia and Hungary. So, the Ukrainian attacks in 2025 suspended Russian oil flows to Hungary and Slovakia. So, Druzhba pipeline is operational since 1964, and it is one of the world's longest and the largest crude oil pipelines. pipeline stretching approximately 5,500 kilometers from Russia to Central Eastern Europe, from Almatvesk, Russia. It splits into Belarus. It splits in Belarus into the northern branch, Poland and Germany, and the southern branch, Ukraine, Slovakia, and Hungary. After 2022 Ukrainian invasion, most EU countries ceased to use it, vital for Hungary and Slovakia. And recently, this pipeline is a central point of tension because of potential shortages of the crude oil in Hungary and Slovakia. So the pipeline from Belarus, it splits into two: northern Poland, Germany, southern Ukraine, Slovakia, and Hungary. Suez Mediterranean Pipeline, Sumed Pipeline. So this pipeline is a dual pipeline, both in Egypt, that is, it connects Ain Sokhna in the Gulf of Suez to Sidi Karit, Ain Sokhna terminal in the Gulf of Suez to Sidi Karit terminal west of Alexandria. So Sumed pipeline is a strategic 320-kilometer pipeline, dual pipeline in Egypt. It connects the Ain Sokhna terminal, it connects the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea, that is Ain Sokhna terminal in the Gulf of Suez to the Sidi Karit terminal west of Alexandria, that is, it connects Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea, and it's a critical alternative to the Suez Canal when large crude oil containers cannot pass the Suez Canal, and it's a key logistic chain to or further Gulf nations to transport the Persian Gulf oil to Europe and North America, and it handles tankers which are too large in size for the Suez Canal to pass, and it's a critical choke point. That is, it provides energy security and also a critical backup when Suez Canal is blocked or restricted. That is, when the large tankers, crude oil tankers, which cannot pass the canal because of the low water or whatever reason it might be. So, when they cannot pass, the crude oil is sent through the dual pipeline to from Ain Sokhna in the Gulf of Suez to Sidi Karit terminal west of Alexandria, and from there again they are loaded onto the containers and moved from there. So, so it provides energy security, and it's a key logistics chain for the Gulf nations, especially Saudi Arabia. Okay, so India's connectivity projects: Kaladan Multimodal Transit Transport Project. It's a India-Myanmar multimodal corridor connecting Kolkata, that is eastern ports of India, Kolkata, to India's northeast via Myanmar's Kaladan River and road. So it's a network of seas. That is, this is a corridor. It consists of the sea, inland waterway, road. Okay, so it's a multimodal. So the Kaladan Multimodal Transit Transport Project, it stretches from Kolkata to Sitwe in Myanmar, Sitwe Port, Kolkata Port to Sitwe Port in Myanmar. That is, it's a sea route of around 539 kilometers, and from Sitwe to Paletwa in Myanmar via Kaladan River, it is an inland water transport of 158 kilometers, and from Paletwa to Kaletwa to Zoringpu, the border, Myanmar and Mizoram border, India border. So a distance of 110 kilometers by road, and from the border Zoringpu to Longtlai, that is through the highway, National Highway 54, to road 100 kilometers, and finally to Aizawl, that is the capital of Mizoram. So it connects Kolkata Port sea route 539 kilometers to Sitwe Port, from Sitwe to Zoringpu, that is from Sitwe to Paletwa, Kaladan River, from Paletwa to Kaletwa to Zoringpu via the road from Zoringpu to Longtalai and Aizawl through road, National Highway 54. So, Kaladan Multimodal Transit Transport Project is a major India-Myanmar initiative. It is expected to be fully operational by 2027 and it connects Kolkata, India to Sitwe, Myanmar and onwards to Mizoram, India, and it consists of sea, Kaladan river route, that is Indian waterway, and road routes, and it boosts trade and reduces the reliance and on the narrow Siliguri corridor. It's an alternative route to India's northeast, and the distance between Kolkata and Mizoram is reduced by around 700 kilometers. It boosts socio-economic development and access to Southeast Asia. And there is hindrance, that is the Rakhine state, the capital Sitwe. Sitwe is Rakhine state, due to the disturbance, so it is being delayed. The completion has been delayed. So it is expected to be completed by 2027. India, Myanmar, Thailand, IMT, trilateral highway, approximately 1,360 kilometer road project connecting Manipur, India, that is More in Manipur, to Mesot in Thailand via Myanmar. So, Manipur, More, Myanmar in Myanmar, and Thailand, Mesot. So, it's a trilateral highway, approximately 1,360 kilometers road project connecting More, Manipur to Mesot, Thailand via Myanmar, in Myanmar, Tamu, Kalewa and Yagwi. So, it boosts regional trade, promotes economic integration and facilitates trade and cultural ties between India and Southeast Asia, that is ASEAN, and it is expected to be fully operational by 2027. It promotes or provides seamless connectivity. Though major sections are completed, but there are delays due to the Myanmar's instability, that is the military coup in Myanmar, military junta, fighting between military junta and ethnic armed organizations, the Seven Brotherhood. So, the Myanmar instability, the mountainous terrain and the lack of motor vehicle agreement proposed to be extended to, in future, to Cambodia, Laos and Vietnam. Feni River. A bridge has been built over Feni River connecting India and Bangladesh. So, Feni River is a transboundary river, that is 116 kilometer long transboundary river connecting India, that is it is flowing between India, Tripura and Bangladesh, entering into Bay of Bengal. It originates in the South Tripura district, flowing through the Sabrum town and forms part of the border between India and Bangladesh before entering Bangladesh. So, it is a disputed river, long-standing discussions over the water rights, and a breakthrough in 2019, that is an MOU, has been signed, and India was allowed to withdraw 1.82 cusecs of water from the Feni River to provide drinking water to the Sabrum town. This river has a crucial role in water supply for South Tripura district, and a bridge was built, that is Maitri Setu, a friendship bridge was built over this river, inaugurated on March 2021. It's a 1.9 kilometer bridge over the river, and it boosts trade, regional connectivity, tourism and logistics between Northeast India and Bangladesh. It's a vital trade corridor through Subrum and Ramgarh link. Ramgarh, Subrum on the Indian side, that is West Tripura district, and Ramgarh on the Bangladesh. And beyond connectivity, this river is crucial for regional economic activity. The Agartala-Akhura railway link, it connects Tripura to Bangladesh. So it is the Agartala-Akura railway link is inaugurated on November 2023 by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Sheikh Hasina, and it connects India's northeast, that is Tripura, with Bangladesh. In India, Nischintapur to Gangasahar, Bangladesh, and in India, it is about 5.46 kilometers long, and in Bangladesh it is 6.78 kilometers. That is a total of 12.24 kilometers length of Agartala-Akura railway link. So Agartala-Akura railway link, it connects India's northeast to Bangladesh, and from Akora in Bangladesh, Dhaka, Benapole and Petropole to Kolkata. So existing Bangladesh railway line. By utilizing the existing Bangladesh railway line, it also connects to the Chittagong port. So travel time. It reduces the travel time between Tripura, Agartala and Kolkata via Bangladesh, and how much distance it is reducing. It is reducing the distance approximately 550 kilometers, and alternate to the Chicken Neck route, that is the Siliguri corridor, which is approximately 1600 kilometers plus, and it connects to the Chittagong port. It promotes regional trade, tourism, cultural ties, people-to-people connectivity between Northeast India and Bangladesh. It has high strategic importance, and it facilitates regional cooperation with South Asia. Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal Motor Vehicle Agreement. Signed on June 15, 2015 at Thimphu, Bhutan. It's a landmark framework. It ensures the seamless cross-border travel or flow of passenger, personal and cargo vehicular traffic. It is ratified by Bangladesh, India and Nepal, but Bhutan has opted for a phased approach, citing domestic concerns over the environmental impact. It streamlines procedures. This agreement streamlines procedures for the customs clearance. It permits vehicles to travel through designated routes, and it facilitates cargo movement. Both cost and time are reduced through direct transportation, that is, the need for changing vehicles has been eliminated, and the trade is increased. That is, the agreement supports the growth of regional supply chains. It also promotes connectivity. That is, boosts connectivity by strengthening ties between India's northeast and the neighboring countries. It is supported by Asian Developmental Bank, and this initiative is a significant step towards the South Asia Sub-Regional Economic Program or Cooperation or Program. So, another pipeline, that is the Motihari-Amlekganj pipeline. Motihari in Bihar and Amlekganj in Nepal. That is, it's a cross-border petroleum pipeline in Motihari, Bihar, that is East Champaran district, and Amlekganj, Nepal. Inaugurated in 2019, South Asia's first cross-border pipeline. This pipeline provides stable, sustainable supply of fuel, that is especially high-speed diesel, from India to Nepal, and bolstering the bilateral trade and energy security. India-Bangladesh Friendship Pipeline. It is approximately 13.5 kilometer cross-border energy pipeline, inaugurated in March 2023 by Narendra Modi and Sheikh Hasina. It transports high-speed diesel from India to Bangladesh. So, its capacity is 1 million metric tons per annum, primarily supplying in the 7 districts of northern Bangladesh. high-speed diesel from Numaligarh oil refinery funded by India via granting aid, and it runs from Siliguri, India to Parbatipur, Bangladesh. It replaces expensive and slower rail transport method, and there is cost reduction and provides energy security, and it is a sustainable energy source for agricultural and industrial needs in Bangladesh. Trilateral energy deal signed in October 2024, Nepal began exporting power, that is electricity, 40 megawatt electricity to Bangladesh via India's power grid. Nepal is the producer, India provides grid connectivity, that is the facility, and Bangladesh is the consumer. 40 megawatt capacity, annual supply from June 15 to November 15 for 5 years, and the power is generated in Nepal from the Trishuli and Chilimi hydropower projects, and it is transmitted via 4000 kilowatt Dal Ke Bar, Nepal, Muzaffarpur, Behrampur and Beramara line to Bangladesh. It promotes sub-regional connectivity in the power sector. It facilitates the energy diversification in Bangladesh and reduces the reliance on natural gas, which is about 55% of the total power production. And Nepal to export surplus energy and gain foreign exchange. It promotes a regional grid integration and a clean energy to Bangladesh. So, this trilateral energy deal provides energy security. Bosphorus Strait. Location, Turkey. Turkey controls Bosphorus and the Dardanelles Strait. So, Bosphorus Strait is a major route for Russian oil and grain exports. It connects the Black Sea and the Sea of Marmara, Black Sea and the Sea of Marmara through the Strait of Dardanelles, Aegean Sea, and finally the Mediterranean Sea. So it connects Black Sea, Sea of Marmara and the Mediterranean Sea. Important, strategic for Russia, Ukraine and the Black Sea region. Next, Strait of Gibraltar. Its location is between Spain and Morocco. Heavy shipping traffic between Europe and Americas, and it connects the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, Strait of Gibraltar between the Spain and the Morocco, Africa. So, importance, strategic naval choke point for NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and Europe. Danish Straits, Denmark. So, Danish Straits of the Little Belt, Great Belt, the Sound. These are the Danish Straits, that is the ocean. And it is a trade route for Baltic Sea exports, oil, gas and goods. Baltic Sea, as you can see, the Baltic countries of Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania. So, from Baltic Sea through the strait ultimately to the North Sea. So, it connects Baltic Sea to the North Sea. Importance, vital for Russia, Baltic nations trade. So, it is vital for Russia and the Baltic nations trade. So, it connects Baltic Sea to the North Sea through the Danish Straits. North. Suez Canal. Location, Egypt. Trade, it connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Red Sea. Red Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. So, trade, around 12% of the global trade passes through it. Importance, it is the shortest route between Europe and Asia for oil and goods. But the longer route is to the Cape of Good Hope. So, Suez Canal route, Gulf of Suez, Gulf of Aqaba. So, ultimately to the Mediterranean Sea. So, again Gulf of Suez to the Mediterranean Sea. The Panama Canal, Central America, connects the Atlantic Ocean Atlantic Ocean with the Pacific Ocean. So trade around 5% of global trade, crucial for US, Latin America and global container trade. So Panama Canal. So also sometimes the water level in the Panama Canal is low due to the climate change. So there are disruptions. So Panama Canal connects Pacific Ocean with the Atlantic Ocean. Lombok Strait, as you can see, Indonesia, between Bali and Lombok. So it connects the Indian Ocean. It connects the Indian Ocean with the Pacific Ocean, South China Sea, Pacific Ocean. So it's an alternative route to Strait of Malacca for larger tankers. Location Indonesia. Important for deep draft vehicles and global shipping backup. Bering Strait between Russia and USA, Alaska. Emerging route due to Arctic melting. That is the melting of the Arctic ice. So it has been emerging as an alternative route. It connects Arctic Ocean with the Pacific Ocean. And it is a future strategic route for global shipping and resources. Strait of Hormuz. It is between Iran and Oman. Persian Gulf. That is Iran and Oman. Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz connects Persian Gulf. That is, it is the exit of the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman, Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean. So around 20% of the global trade passes through this, and it connects Persian Gulf to the Arabian Sea and Indian Ocean. It is crucial for exports, oil exports of the Gulf nations like Saudi Arabia, Iran, UAE and Iraq. Strait of Malacca between Indonesia and Malaysia. Trade around 25 to 30% of the global trade, major oil route. Connects Indian Ocean to the South China Sea and Pacific Ocean. So Indian Ocean to the South China Sea, Pacific Ocean. It is a lifeline for China, Japan, South Korea energy imports. So Strait of Malacca. Maritime choke points. Maritime choke points are strategic geographic features such as straits or valleys that play a crucial role in global navigation and trade. That is, these choke points are narrow strategic geographical features like straits or valleys that play a crucial role in global navigation and trade, and they establish a connection between two larger maritime areas. So what is the significance of maritime choke points? That is, they provide connectivity. That is connectivity, for example, the Suez Canal. Suez Canal links the Mediterranean Sea with the Red Sea, facilitating trade between Europe and Asia. It provides energy security. Example, Strait of Hormuz, which connects Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea, vital for global petroleum transportation. So what are the reasons for disruptions? The reasons for disruptions are low water levels due to climate change that can affect canals like Panama Canal which connects the Atlantic Ocean with the Pacific Ocean. And another reason for disruptions is the conflict. Like for example, in the Gulf of, that is you have the Strait of Bab al-Mandab. At the Strait of Bab al-Mandab you have the Gulf of Aden. So there the Yemeni Houthi rebels, they disrupt the navigation and trade. That is, the Yemeni Houthi rebels, they attack the ships and disrupt the navigation and trade. For example, the war, Iran, US, Israel war, and the disruption in Strait of Hormuz, Gulf of Oman. Okay. So what are the impacts of disruption? They strain supply chains, increase cost and affect energy supplies such as those for India. And rerouting of the ships takes place through longer paths like the Cape of Good Hope, which raises the shipping expenses. So because of this conflict and other reasons, there is rerouting of ships, often taking a longer path, and which increases the cost and affects the energy supplies. For example, Cape of Good Hope, raising the shipping expenses. So what are some of the choke points? Some of the choke points are Strait of Hormuz, located between Iran and Oman right now because of the US, Israel and Iran war. So located between Iran and Oman, the US president is repeatedly threatening Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz. So Strait of Hormuz, Iran and Oman, which connects the Persian Gulf to Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea and eventually the Indian Ocean. Strait of Gibraltar between Spain and Morocco, connecting the Mediterranean Sea with the Atlantic Ocean. Strait of Malacca between Indonesia and Malaysia serves as a major shipping channel between Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Suez Canal, located in Egypt, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea, provides a shortcut for the oil tankers between Europe and Asia. The longer cut is Cape of Good Hope. Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, located between Yemen on the Arabian Peninsula and Djibouti, Eritrea, connects the Red Sea with the Gulf of Aden. And Turkish Straits, Bosphorus and Dardanelles, they connect the Black Sea via Sea of Marmara to the Mediterranean Sea. Panama Canal connects Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. And the Danish Straits, Netherlands, that is located between Denmark and Sweden, they connect the Baltic Sea with the North Sea. And Suez Pipeline, Suez Mediterranean Pipeline, located in Egypt, it is the most important alternate to the Suez Canal. That is, the tankers, heavy tankers, which cannot pass through the Suez Canal. The crude oil is through the pipe sent from the Ain Sukhna in Gulf of Suez to Sidi Karir in the Mediterranean Sea west of Alexandria. So these are some of the choke points: Panama Canal, Danish Straits, Turkish Straits, Strait of Bosphorus and Dardanelles, Suez Canal and Suez Pipeline, Strait of Hormuz, Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, Strait of Malacca. So the choke points again: the Panama Canal, the Bosphorus, the Gibraltar, Suez Canal, Strait of Hormuz, Bab el-Mandeb, Strait of Malacca, Strait of Cape of Good Hope and the Danish Straits. So the maritime checkpoints, the first maritime checkpoint we'll discuss is the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. Strait of Bab el-Mandeb between Yemen, Djibouti, Eritrea. Trade around 10% of the global oil trade. It connects Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden and Arabian Sea, Indian Ocean. Importance key for Middle East, Europe energy supply. So Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, Yemen, Djibouti and Eritrea. It connects Red Sea with Gulf of Aden. So the Persian oil, the oil from the Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, Gulf of Oman, it moves from the Arabian Sea to the Gulf of Aden, Strait of Bab el-Mandeb to the Red Sea to Gulf of Suez, Mediterranean Sea to the Europe. So Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. Next is the Bosphorus Strait. Bosphorus Strait links the Black Sea with the Mediterranean Sea via the Sea of Marmara, Aegean Sea. So Bosphorus Strait is controlled by Turkey, both Bosphorus and Dardanelles. Dardanelles is controlled by Turkey, major route for Russian oil and grain exports. It connects Black Sea, Sea of Marmara and Mediterranean Sea. So it connects Black Sea, Sea of Marmara and Mediterranean Sea via the Aegean, and it's strategic for Russia, Ukraine and Black Sea region. Strait of Gibraltar. It connects, that is Strait of Gibraltar between Spain and Africa, Morocco, between Spain and Morocco. Heavy shipping traffic between Europe and Europe and Americas. It connects the Atlantic Ocean to the Mediterranean Sea. Strategic naval choke point for Navy, NATO and Europe. And next you have the Danish Straits. The Danish Strait of Little Belt, Great Belt, the Sound, that is the O sound, the Sound. So, key route for Baltic Sea exports, oil, gas and goods. Baltic Sea, countries like Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania. So, the Baltic Sea, it connects Baltic Sea to the North Sea. So, the location Denmark and the Little Belt, Great Belt and the Sound. So the key route for Baltic Sea exports oil, gas and goods and connects Baltic Sea to the North Sea. And importance vital for Russia, Baltic nations trade. Yes, it is vital for Russia. As you can see it in the map, Russia and Baltic countries, Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania to trade. Suez Canal route. Suez Canal. Location Egypt, connects the Red Sea, Gulf of Suez, Mediterranean Sea, that is connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Red Sea. Shortest route between Asia and Europe, oil and goods. The longest route is Cape of Good Hope. So trade, around 12% of the global trade passes through the Suez Canal. So this is the Suez Canal, Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea. The Panama Canal, Central America. It connects the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean, Crucial for US, Latin America and global container trade. Around 5% of global trade. So, Panama Canal. Lombok Strait, that is the strait between Bali and Lombok. It is an alternative to Strait of Malacca for large tankers. Connects Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean, South China Sea, Pacific Ocean. Important for deep draft vehicles and global shipping backup. Location Indonesia between Bali and Lombok as an alternative to Strait of Malacca connecting Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Important for deep draft vessels, global shipping backup. Bering Strait between United States and Russia. Emerging route due to Arctic melting. It connects Arctic with the Pacific Ocean. It is an emerging route because of the melting of the Arctic ice. And it is a future strategic route for global shipping and resources. The Strait of Hormuz, multilateral groupings. G7. G7 is an informal forum of world's leading advanced economies. That is, it has 7 members: Canada, USA, UK, France, Germany, Italy and Japan. So it has no permanent secretariat and no treaty and no charter. EU participates in all G7 summits, but it is not a full member. Russia was a G8 member from 1997 to 2014, but expelled after the Crimea annexation. The 51st G7 summit held in 2025, it was held in Kananaskis, Canada. India participated as an outreach country. So what are the key outcomes? Kananaskis Wildfire Charter, that is whole of society approach, including indigenous knowledge and sustainable forest management, endorsed by India, and G7 Critical Minerals Action Plan to secure sustainable and resilient supply chains. GIAI initiatives, that is G7 Goai Grand Challenge, and G7 AI Network, GAIN GAIN. So, to promote the use of AI in public services. So, G7 countries: Canada, USA, UK, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan. G20. G20 formed in 1999 following the Asian financial crisis of 1990s as a forum for central bank governors and finance ministers. So G20 is a forum, that is, it was formed in 1999 after the Asian financial crisis of 1990s as a forum for central bank governors and finance ministers, raised to summit level in 2008 to address the global financial and economic crisis of 2008. That is, financial crisis of 2008. It was raised to summit level. It has no permanent secretariat or headquarters. G20 presidency rotates annually among its members. It has members 19 countries plus European Union plus African Union. Countries include Canada, UK, Turkey, Russia, Japan, USA, France, Saudi Arabia, China, South Korea, Mexico, Germany, South Africa, India, Indonesia, Brazil, Italy, Australia, Argentina, European Union, and the African Union. The presidency: 2023, India, New Delhi; 2024, Brazil, Rio de Janeiro; 2025, South Africa, Johannesburg; and 2026, USA, Miami. The G20 2025 summit was held in Johannesburg, South Africa. It was the first G20 summit on the African continent and the fourth consecutive presidency by a global South country after Indonesia, India, and Brazil. Indonesia 2022, India 23, Brazil 24, and 25, Johannesburg, South Africa. Theme: solidarity, equality, and sustainability. And which countries did not attend the summit? China, USA, and Russia did not attend the summit. And what are the key outcomes? Key outcomes: Johannesburg Leaders Declaration, focusing on multilateral cooperation and global South priorities, climate action, and debt relief. India's initiatives at the G20 Summit 2025. G20 initiative on countering drug terror nexus addressed synthetic opioids such as fentanyl as a major terror financing source. Global Healthcare Response Team proposes a network of trained professionals from G20 nations for rapid medical and humanitarian assistance during the crisis. And Africa Skills Multiplier to train 1 million certified trainers in Africa over the next decade to build local talent and jobs. G20 Open Satellite Data Partnership to share satellite data for agriculture and disaster management with Global South countries. Critical Minerals Circularity Initiative focus on recycling, urban mining, second life batteries, and expanding value addition to ensure sustainable and equitable mineral supply chains. India launched ACITI, Australia, Canada, India Technology and Innovation Partnership, a trilateral framework for cooperation in critical technologies, AI, supply chains, and clean energy. So these are the initiatives at G20 2025. That is India's initiatives at G20 2025 held at Johannesburg, South Africa. That is G20 initiative on countering the drug terror nexus, Global Healthcare Response Team, Africa Skill Multiplier, G20 Open Satellite Data Partnership, Critical Minerals Circularity Initiative, and ACITI, Australia, Canada, India Technology and Innovation Partnership. So G20 includes G7, that is USA, UK, France, Germany, Italy, Canada and Japan, plus European Union and African Union and countries Argentina, Australia, Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, Mexico, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, South Korea and Turkey. So these are the G20 countries. BRICS. The acronym BRICS means Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. Members, South Africa. So the acronym was coined by a British economist, Jim O'Neill, Goldman Sachs in 2001. The first BRICS summit was held in Russia 2009 and South Africa joined it in 2010. It has no permanent secretariat and presidency rotates amongst its members, and the members include Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, original members, and other members added Egypt, Ethiopia, UAE, Iran in January 2024, Indonesia in 2025. So key institutions and mechanisms of BRICS: NDB, New Development Bank, Multilateral Development Bank, CRA, Contingency Reserve Arrangement, Short-Term Balance of Payment Liquidity Support, BRICS Grain Exchange for Fair Agricultural Trade, Russia-led, and BRICS Pay, that is BCBPI, alternative to SWIFT payment system. So these are the key institutions and mechanisms of BRICS. So BRICS existing countries: Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa, extended to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, UAE, Iran. So BRICS Plus includes Saudi Arabia, Egypt, UAE, Argentina, Iran and Ethiopia. So the 17th BRICS Summit was held in 2005, was held in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, July 2025. So the Rio de Janeiro Declaration, titled Strengthening Global South Cooperation for More Inclusive and Sustainable Governance. PM Modi received the Brazil's highest civilian award, that is the Grand Collar of the National Order of the Southern Cross. Vietnam was added as a partner country, totaling 13. Key outcomes, that is Partnership for Elimination of Socially Determined Diseases. BRICS AI Declaration, based on the principles of digital sovereignty and UN-centered multilateralism. BRICS Climate Finance Framework Declaration, 5-year roadmap to mobilize climate action resources. Tropical Forest Forever Fund was recognized as an innovative mechanism for tropical forest conservation, launched at COP28, aims to mobilize USD 4 billion annually. So these are the key outcomes of the 14th BRICS Summit 2025, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, July 2025. Shanghai Cooperation Organization emerged from Shanghai 5 mechanism 1996, that is China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. So SCO was officially established at Shanghai Summit in 2001 when Uzbekistan joined. Originally there are 5, Shanghai 5: China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. In 1996, in 2001 at Shanghai Summit, SCO was officially established when Uzbekistan joined. The headquarters is at Beijing, China, and objective to address security related concerns, resolve border disputes or issues, promote military cooperation and intelligence sharing, counter terrorism and cooperation in education, energy and transportation, etc. 10 full members: China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. India joined in 2017, Pakistan joined in 2017, Iran joined in 2023 and Belarus joined in 2024. RATS, regional anti-terrorist structure, permanent SCO body for counter-terrorism, cooperation and coordinating action against terrorism, separatism and extremism, the three evils, headquarters of RATS, Tashkent, Uzbekistan. The 25th SCO Summit 2025, it was held in Tianjin, China, adopted Tianjin Declaration plus SCO development strategy until 2035. SCO was granted a observer status at Commonwealth of Independent States CIS, and key outcomes regarding security: SCO Anti-Drug Center and Universal Center for Countering Security Threats. Trade endorsement of China's Global Governance Initiative. Steps toward SCO Export Credit Mechanism. SCO Development Bank, non-dollar financing for Eurasian infrastructure. Technology. SCO members were permitted to use China's Bidao navigation system, BDS, and India's vision One Earth, One Family and One Future was recognized. Shanghai Cooperation Organization members: China, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, India, Pakistan. The observer states: Afghanistan, Belarus, Iran and Mongolia. Dialogue partners: Armenia, Azerbaijan, Cambodia, Nepal, Sri Lanka and Turkey. And guest attendees: ASEAN, Turkmenistan, CIS, Commonwealth of Independent States and UN. The Quadrilateral Security Dialogue members: India, Australia, Japan and USA. Originated from 2004 tsunami relief efforts, collaboration among the four nations, and objective is to work as a force for global good and support an open, free, inclusive, prosperous and resilient Indo-Pacific. The Quad officially, the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue is not a formal alliance. It is an informal strategic forum comprising four maritime democracies: India, Japan, Australia and United States. India, Japan, Australia and United States. Alaska. So what are the primary objectives? Primary objectives are maritime security, addressing climate change, combating COVID-19 pandemic among others, and the Quad is also seen as an attempt to counter the growing might of China in the Pacific, especially the Indo-Pacific. So Quadrilateral Security Dialogue. So quadrilateral: China, India, Japan, USA and Australia. I2U2: India, Israel, USA and UAE. It is a grouping of India, Israel, USA and UAE, formed in October 2021 following the Abraham Accords. Abraham Accords was brokered by USA between Israel and UAE, establishing formal diplomatic relations, and UAE is the first Gulf state to recognize Israel to deal with issues concerning maritime security, infrastructure and transport in the region, facilitating trade, economic cooperation, also referred to as West Asian Quad. So USA, Israel, India and UAE. I2U2 initiative: India, Israel, UAE and USA. Facilitates economic cooperation through joint investments. AUKUS: Australia, UK, USA. It is a trilateral security partnership of Australia, UK and USA. AUKUS, launched in September 21, aim to enhance defense and security capabilities and share advanced defense technologies to maintain peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. Two pillars: nuclear powered submarines for Australia, SSN AUKUS, and advanced capabilities like AR, cyber, quantum computing, hypersonic missiles, and electronics warfare. Geelong Treaty 2025 is a bilateral defense cooperation agreement under AUKUS Pillar 1 for 50 years between Australia and UK. Objective: comprehensive cooperation on design, build, operation, sustainment and disposal of SSN AUKUS submarines, develop resilient trilateral supply chains. AUKUS, Australia, UK and USA. Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, launched by the US President in 2022, is an economic initiative. 14 member states: Australia, Brunei, Fiji, Indonesia, India, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, New Zealand, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, United States and Vietnam. It is based on 4 pillars. First pillar, trade. Second, supply chains. Third, clean economy. And fourth, fair economy. IPEF partners, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity partners, are not required to join all 4 pillars, that is trade, supply chains, clean economy and fair economy. India has not joined the trade pillar. The IPEF intends to advance resilience, sustainability, inclusiveness, economic growth, fairness and competitiveness for member economies. So, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity partners: USA, South Korea, Japan, India, Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, Singapore, Indonesia, Australia, Fiji and New Zealand. So these are the partners. ASEAN, Association for Southeast Asian Nations, established by Bangkok Declaration in 1967, headquarters Jakarta, Indonesia, 11 members. Recently in October 2025, Timor-Leste joined, and other members: Indonesia, Singapore, Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam. East Asia Summit, 11 ASEAN members. ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, established by Bangkok Declaration in 1967, headquarter Jakarta, Indonesia, 11 members. Recently, Timor-Leste joined in October 2025. The other members are Indonesia, Singapore, Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam. East Asia Summit includes 11 ASEAN members plus 8 partners, that is 6, includes India, China, Japan, South Korea, Australia and New Zealand, and 2 USA and Russia. The 47th ASEAN Summit held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and 2026 designated as an ASEAN India Year of Maritime Cooperation, and the 20th EAS Summit was also held at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So ASEAN member countries: Myanmar. Myanmar is the link between South Asia and ASEAN. So Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, Brunei Darussalam and Philippines. These are the, and Timor-Leste has also joined recently. So there are total 11 member countries, and EAS includes 6 partners. 6 partners, that is India, China, Japan, South Korea, Australia and New Zealand, plus 2, that is USA and Russia. NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, is a military alliance established by North Atlantic Treaty, also called the Washington Treaty of April 1949, by the United States, Canada, and several Western European nations. Its headquarters in Brussels, Belgium, aims to provide collective security against Soviet Union. Article 5 of the treaty states that an attack on one member is considered an attack on all the members. This effectively put Western Europe under the nuclear umbrella of the US. 32 members, 30 European nations plus USA and Canada. 31st member Finland, 32nd member Sweden. EU members that are not part of the NATO: Austria, Cyprus, Ireland and Malta. In 2025, NATO members agreed to increase the defense spending from 2% to 5% of GDP by 2035. Dayton Peace Agreement linked to NATO, reached at NATO Parliamentary Assembly held in Dayton, Ohio, USA in 1995, signed in Paris, also known as General Framework Agreement for Peace in Bosnia and Herzegovina, ended the 3.5-year Bosnian War in former Yugoslavia. So these are the NATO countries: Belgium, Canada, Denmark, France, Iceland, Italy, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, UK, United States, Greece, Turkey, Germany, Spain, Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. These are the Baltic countries: Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania. Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Albania, Croatia, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Finland and Sweden. These are the NATO countries. CSTO, Collective Security Treaty Organization. It is an intergovernmental military alliance signed in 1992. Headquarter Moscow, Russia. Members Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia and Tajikistan. Georgia, Azerbaijan and Uzbekistan were members but they withdrew. Objective: to strengthen peace, international and regional security, including cyber security and stability, and the protection of collective basis of independence, territorial integrity and sovereignty of the member states. So CSTO members: Belarus, Russia, Kazakhstan. Uzbekistan was a member but it withdrew. Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Armenia. Georgia was a member but it withdrew. Azerbaijan was a member but it withdrew. So the members are Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia and Tajikistan. 3SI, 3 C's initiative. 3 C's here include the Baltic, Adriatic and the Black Seas. So 3SI is an intergovernmental forum consisting of 13 member states situated between the Baltic, Adriatic and the Black Seas, established in 2015. So the participating countries or countries participating in the 3 Seas initiatives are the Baltic Sea, Adriatic Sea and the Black Sea. So the Baltic countries of Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Austria, Hungary, Slovenia, Croatia, Romania, Bulgaria and Greece joined as a 13th member in 2023. Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, formed in 1997, established by the Bangkok Declaration. Originally 4 members, that is India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka and Thailand. So the acronym BISTEC. Myanmar joined in 1997. Nepal and Bhutan joined in 2004. Headquarter Dhaka, Bangladesh, to create an enabling environment for rapid economic development and social progress and maintain peace and stability in the Bay of Bengal region. The BIMSTEC Charter, finalized at the 5th Summit 2022 Sri Lanka, confers legal personality on the grouping. And 6th BIMSTEC Summit 2025 is held in Bangkok, Thailand. BIMSTEC, the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, includes India, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Thailand, Sri Lanka. Objectives, as you can see, India, Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, Thailand, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Objectives: to enable environment for rapid economic development, collaborate and mutually assist members on matters of common interest, maintain close and beneficial cooperation with existing international and regional organizations to endeavor to eradicate poverty from the Bay of Bengal region, to establish multi-dimensional connectivity and promote synergy among connectivity frameworks in the region. So it was founded in 1997 through the Bangkok Declaration. South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation. 1985, it was established in Bangladesh, Dhaka. Headquarters, Kathmandu, Nepal. 8 countries: Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka and Maldives. So SARC, Association for Regional Cooperation, includes countries Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka and Maldives. So SARC is not functioning because of the tensions between India and Pakistan after the 2019 Pulwama attack. Gulf Cooperation Council. It is a political and economic alliance of countries in the Gulf region, founded in 1981 in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Headquarters, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Consists of 6 Gulf countries: Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain and Kuwait. So Gulf Cooperation Council, it is a regional political and economic union made up of 6 members: Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain and Kuwait. It was founded in 1981. It aims to improve cooperation and coordination in variety of areas including politics, economics and security. So Gulf Cooperation Council. Iran is not a member of Gulf Cooperation Council and Yemen is not a member. Arab League. It is a multilateral organization consisting of all Arab states in West Asia and North Africa. 22 members, established in 1945, and it has an observer status, that is Middle East and North African countries. So the countries of the Arab League include the African countries of Mauritania, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, Sudan, Djibouti and Somalia. African countries, and the Gulf countries of Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain and Kuwait, and the Levant countries. Levant countries, Eastern Mediterranean coast countries, or derives its name from the French lever, that is to rise, that is the sun rises, that is where the sun rises after Italy. So the Levant countries like Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, Jordan and Iraq. So the countries of the Arab League includes the African countries, the Gulf countries and Levant countries. African countries: Mauritania, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, Sudan, Djibouti and Somalia. And the Gulf countries of Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait and Yemen. And It includes the 11 countries of Lebanon, Palestine, Jordan, Syria, and Iraq. Indian Ocean Rim Association. The countries bordering the Indian Ocean. So this is an intergovernmental organization of countries bordering the Indian Ocean. Based on the vision of Nelson Mandela, that is, it was established in 1997 based on the vision of Nelson Mandela. Its aim is to strengthen regional cooperation and sustainable development within the Indian Ocean region. Members, 23 members, including India, and Pakistan and Myanmar are not members. So, the countries surrounding the Indian Ocean region: Iran, UAE, Oman, Yemen, Somalia, Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, South Africa, Comoros, Madagascar, Mauritius, Seychelles, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and Australia. Myanmar is not a member, though it is an Indian Ocean region country, and Pakistan is not a member, though it is an Indian Ocean region country. Indian Ocean Rim Association membership. That is, the countries bordering the Indian Ocean. Myanmar and Pakistan are not the members. So, what are the focus and priority and focus areas? So, maritime safety and security, trade and investment facilitation, fisheries management, disaster risk management, tourism and cultural exchanges, academic science and technical cooperation, blue economy, women's economic empowerment. Blue economy, that is sustainable use of ocean resources. African Union, it is a continental body consisting of 55 member states in Africa. It aims to promote political and socio-economic integration, peace, stability, security, and human rights. Launched officially in 2002, replaced its predecessor, the Organization of African Unity, OAU, which was founded in 1963, headquartered Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. So, the African Union consists of the northern African countries of Western Sahara, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, and Sudan. The Western African countries of Mauritania, Senegal, Gambia, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, the Togo, Benin, Nigeria, Niger, Mali, and the Central African countries of Chad, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Gabon, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Angola, and Congo. The Eastern Africa consists of South Sudan, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Mozambique, Madagascar, and you have the Southern Africa, Namibia, Botswana, and South Africa, Swaziland, and Lesotho. So, these are some of the countries. You have Ghana, Togo, Benin, and that is the North African, West African countries, North Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, and you have Southern Africa. So, you have Ghana, Togo, and Benin. You have Niger, and here you have Burkina Faso, here Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, and you have Equatorial Guinea. So, Equatorial Guinea. So, African Union, 55 countries, North African countries of Western Sahara, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, and Sudan. The Western African countries of Mauritania, Senegal, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, Benin, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Nigeria. The Central African countries of Cameroon, Chad, Central African Republic, the Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, the Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Angola, the Eastern African countries of Eritrea, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Botswana, South Africa, Swaziland, Lesotho, and Madagascar. So, African Union has 55 countries. Next, OPEC. OPEC, Organization for Petroleum Exporting Countries, a permanent intergovernmental organization that coordinates and unifies petroleum policies of its member countries. Headquarters in Vienna, Austria. It consists of, previously it was 13 members, now 12 members. Angola withdrew effectively from Jan 1, 2024, and the member countries are Saudi Arabia, UAE, Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, the Persian Gulf countries, Algeria, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Libya, Nigeria, Congo from Africa, and Venezuela, the South African country. So, the OPEC, Algeria, Angola effectively withdrew from Jan 1, 2014. Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Libya, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Venezuela. So these are the OPEC countries. OPEC Plus, created in 2016, including OPEC plus 10 non-OPEC oil producers, includes Russia, Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Brunei, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Mexico, Oman, South Sudan, and Sudan. So, OPEC Plus includes 10 non-OPEC members like Russia, Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Brunei, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Mexico, Oman, South Sudan, and Sudan. So, let us locate on the map the OPEC countries: Venezuela, Algeria, Libya, Nigeria, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Democratic Republic of Congo, Angola recently withdrew, the Gulf countries of Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and you have UAE. So, OPEC Plus includes Mexico, South Sudan, Sudan, Oman, you have Malaysia, Brunei, Russia, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Azerbaijan. So these are OPEC and OPEC Plus countries. European Free Trade Association is an intergovernmental organization of 4 countries: Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland. These 4 countries are not members of EU. They are not members of EU, and established this European Free Trade Association was established in 1960, and it's a free trade and economic integration. For free trade and economic integration, it is a parallel organization to EU, and European Free Trade Association consists of 4 countries: Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland. They are not members of European Union, and it facilitates trade liberalization in goods, services, and investment. Eurasian Economic Area, EEA. It includes, that is, the 3 countries are members. That is, the countries are members of EEA: Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway. They participate in EU's internal market, while Switzerland has a distinct set of bilateral agreements. The European Free Trade Association is a robust network of free trade agreements with over 60 countries and territories. India European Free Trade Association trade deal, trade and economic partnership agreement took effect on October 1st, 2025, aims to increase investment by $100 billion in India over 15 years and create 1 million direct jobs. The deal covers goods, services, intellectual property, investment in sectors like machinery, textiles and pharmaceuticals. European Free Trade Association. It is an intergovernmental organization of 4 member countries: Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway and Switzerland. Established in 1960, promotes free trade and economic integration. It's a parallel organization to the EU. The 4 countries are not members of EU and it facilitates, that is, it promotes trade liberalization in goods, services and investment. European Economic Area. Member countries Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway. They participate in Europe's internal market, and Switzerland has a distinct set of bilateral agreements. European Free Trade Association is a robust network of free trade agreements with over 60 countries and territories worldwide. The India-European Free Trade Association Trade Deal, Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement. India-European Free Trade Association Trade Deal, that is Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement, took effect on October 1, 2025, aims to increase investment by $100 billion in India over 15 years and create 1 million direct jobs. The deal covers goods, services, intellectual property, investment and in sectors like machinery, textiles and pharmaceuticals. Eurasian Economic Union, established in 2014. Member countries Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan and Russia. Features free movement of goods, services, capital and labor. India and Eurasian Economic Union signed terms of reference for a free trade agreement. The countries Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan and Russia. ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States, established in 1975 by Treaty of Lagos, 50th anniversary in 2025. Headquarters Abuja, Nigeria. Member countries 12 West African countries as of June 2025. To promote cooperation and integration for economic union in West Africa, improve living standards or ensure economic stability. Earlier members suspended due to military coups: Mali, Guinea, Burkina Faso and Niger. Let us locate the points on the map. Member countries Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger. Countries suspended due to military coups: Guinea, Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger. ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African Countries. Pax Silica, a US-led initiative launched in December 2025 to build a secure and resilient supply chain for semiconductor and related technologies, spanning critical minerals, clean energy, chip design or chip manufacturing, AI infrastructure and logistics. India joined the Pax Silica at India AI Summit in February 2026, and 12 membership, that is 12 members as of 2026, that is USA and its 8 allies plus 8 allies, that is USA, Australia, Greece, Israel, Japan, Qatar, Netherlands, Singapore, South Korea, UAE, UK and India. So an overview, what is Pax Silica? Again, is a US-led strategic initiative to build a secure, prosperous and innovation-driven silicon supply chains. Participating countries: Japan, Republic of Korea, Singapore, Netherlands, UK, Israel, UAE and Australia. Aim: the initiative responds to the growing demand to deepen economic and technological integration with the US. So, Pax Silica, the new tech alliance, and why India is on the sidelines. Initially, India was on the sideline. It was a notable absentee, but now India became a member of Pax Silica at India AI Summit in February 2026. So, Pax Silica, as you already know, it's a US-led initiative to build secure global silicon supply chain and counter the Chinese tech dominance, with India as a notable absentee, but now it has already joined. So what is Pax Silica? It is a US-led strategic alliance or coalition initiative to build and secure innovative global silicon supply chains. What is the primary goal? To counter China's dominance, aims to reduce coercive dependencies and protect materials foundational to AI. Founding members includes US plus 8 allies like Japan, South Korea and Netherlands. Why India? India's position. So India was initially excluded, but now it's a member. It joined at India AI Summit February 2026. India, a developing supply chain. Experts cite India's less evolved semiconductor sector as a reason for its exclusion, initial exclusion. India's strength is India is strong in chip design. Weakness, that is lacks capacity for high grade silicon processing. So path to future membership: India could join later. Yes, it has already joined, similar to its delayed entry into the Minerals Security Partnership. Minerals Security Partnership. Pax Silica Alliance, a US-led initiative, or US launched the Pax Silica, a global AI supply chain alliance with 8 allies to coordinate technology, resources, trusted partnerships across the entire silicon and AI supply chain. Netherlands is the world's leading manufacturer or supplier of lithography systems for semiconductor industries for making advanced chips. Netherlands is crucial and high-level partner of the US-led Pax Silica initiative or alliance. It is a key node in the global AI and semiconductor supply chains. Netherlands, because of ASML monopoly, it is home to ASML, the world's sole producer of extreme ultraviolet lithography machines necessary for manufacturing the most advanced AI chips. It is a core member of Pax Silica, controlling vital choke points, that is machinery without which global AI systems cannot function, and it's a non-signatory partner. Minerals Security Partnership, launched by USA in 2022 to secure and diversify critical mineral supply chains and reduce dependence on China for critical minerals processing and supply. Members 14 member states: USA, Australia, Canada, Finland, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, South Korea, Sweden, UK, EU, India, and Norway. So, India joined Pax Silica at India AI Summit 2026 February, and India is also a member of Minerals Security Partnership. Again, a US launched Initiative 2022 to secure and diversify critical mineral supply chains and reduce dependency on China for critical minerals processing and supply. India is a member consisting of 14 member states. 5 ICE Alliance, multilateral intelligence sharing network between 5 countries: USA, Canada, UK, Australia, and New Zealand. In 1946, US and UK signed an agreement for unrestricted exchange of intelligence on communications of foreign nations. In 1948, Cold War, Canada joins the alliance in 1948, followed by Australia and New Zealand in 1956. United States, the lead agency, National Security Agency. UK, Government Communications Headquarters. Canada, Communications Security Establishment. Australia, Australian Signals Directorate, and New Zealand Government Communications Security Bureau. So, 5 countries, that is USA, Canada, UK, New Zealand, and Australia. That is multilateral intelligence sharing network. Paris Club. Paris Club is an informal group of 22 permanent, mostly Western creditor countries, that is the European and Scandinavian countries. All 22 members of the Paris Club are also members of OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, created in 1956. In 1956, its objective is to find sustainable debt relief solutions for countries that are unable to repay their bilateral loans. India is not a member. India participates on ad hoc basis. Recently active, both India and China are not members. India participates on ad hoc basis and recently active in Sri Lanka's debt restructuring, both India and China. And the Paris Club is a informal group, or it's a forum of creditors to coordinate with the debtor nations to avoid default, and it works. It is in consonance with the G20 Common Framework for Debt Treatment, and the group has made around 478 agreements with 1 or 2 debtor nations, covering USD 614 billion debt since 1956. It operates on the principles of consensus and solidarity, focusing on case-by-case debt restructuring or cancellation and complementing the IMF and World Bank programs. So, Paris Club: Australia, Germany, USA, Switzerland, Sweden, Russia, South Korea, Italy, Brazil, Belgium, Denmark, UK, Netherlands, Canada, Ireland, Spain, Norway, Japan, Israel, Australia, France, and Finland. Chip 4 Alliance, Fab 4, it includes 4 of the world's top producers of semiconductors: US, Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea. It is a US-led strategic partnership formed in 2022 to secure semiconductor supply chains, boost manufacturing, and reduce reliance on China. The four countries that Chip 4 Alliance or Fab 4, USA, Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, they control over 80% of the global semiconductor market, nearly 99% of the memory chip production, and secure and the main objective is to secure of the Chip 4 Alliance is to secure the supply chains from disruptions like the COVID-19 disruptions, to build trusted ecosystem and limit the China's access to advanced technology. So, the Chip 4 Alliance players and their strengths: USA, the country holds all electronic design automation tools licenses and controls the market through tech giants like Apple and other big tech companies. Taiwan, more than half of the world's semiconductor chips are made here. South Korea, the home to Samsung, a giant in semiconductor manufacturing. And Japan, raw materials and equipment for semiconductor production comes from here. So, Japan, USA, Taiwan, South Korea. So, India, is it a member? India is not a member. It seeks to strengthen its own semiconductor ecosystem through the Indian Semiconductor Mission. It is collaborating with these players to build a local manufacturing capacity. Weimar Triangle, established in 1991 for cooperation. That is, it's a platform for cooperation between three countries, Germany, France, and Poland, to foster political, economic, and cultural ties. So, France, Germany, and Poland. So, Western Europe and Eastern Europe. So, Weimar Triangle, established in 1991, is a non-political, non-institutional regional framework connecting three countries, France, Germany, and Poland. It acts as a political bridge between Eastern and Western Europe. It facilitates post-Cold War reconciliation, European integration, especially the Poland's membership of NATO in 1999 and the European Union in 2004, security cooperation. Recently, the Weimar Triangle was revived to tackle the Russia-Ukraine security concerns. It plays a crucial role in shaping EU's responses to the Russia-Ukraine crisis and ensuring the European unity. Military exercises. India, USA, Yudh Abhyas, 21st edition 2025. It's an army exercise focused on counter-terrorism and joint operations. Vajra Prahar, Special Forces exercise focused on close combat. COPE India, Air Force exercise focused on air combat. And Tiger Triumph, 4th edition, Tri-Services, India, Army, Air Force, Navy, focus on HADR, Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Relief, commenced at Vishakhapatnam. So, India, USA has 4 Yudh Abhyas, Army, counter-terrorism, joint operations, Vajra Prahar, Special Forces, focused on close combat, COPE India, Air Force, focused on air combat, Tiger Triumph, HADR, Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Exercise, Vishakhapatnam, Disaster Relief, Vishakhapatnam. India, Russia. Indra, Avia Indra, Zapad. So, Indra is a tri-services exercise, Army, Navy, Air Force focused on joint combat. Avia Indra, Air Force exercise, and Zapad 2025, it's a Russia-Belarus joint strategic military exercise India also participated, held at Belarus. So India, Russia, you have Indra, Avia Indra and Zapad 2025. Indra Tri-Services focused on joint combat, Avia Indra Air Force and Zapad 2025. Russia, Belarus joint strategic military exercise. India participated, held at Belarus. India, France, you have Shakti, Varuna, Garuda and Desert Knight. So Shakti is a biennial, that is every 2 years, army exercise held at Camp Larzac, La Calvary, France. Varuna is a navy exercise focused on naval warfare. Garuda, Air Force exercise focused on aerial combat. And the Desert Knight is a trilateral air combat exercise between 3 countries, India, France and UAE. So these are the exercises, trilateral exercises held between India and France. Shakti, biennial every 2 years, army held at Camp Larzac, that is France. Varuna, navy focused on naval warfare. Garuda, Air Force focused on aerial combat. And Desert Knight, trilateral air combat between 3 countries, India, France and UAE. India, UK, Ajaya Warrior, Konkan 25, Cobra Warrior, Indradhanush. Ajaya Warrior is an army exercise focused on counter-insurgency. Konkan 2025 is a navy exercise conducted in the Northern Arabian Sea, and PASEX also conducted with UK. And Cobra Warrior is an Air Force exercise. It is multinational. And Indradhanush, Air Force exercise focused on air defense. India, UK. India, Japan, Dharma Guardian, GIMEX, Shinyu Maitri, Jamata. So Dharma Guardian is an army exercise focused on joint training. GIMEX is a navy exercise focused on anti-submarine operations. Shinyu Maitri is an Air Force exercise. Note, exercise Maitri is different from Shinyu Maitri. Shinyu Maitri is India-Japan Air Force exercise, whereas exercise Maitri is army exercise between India and Thailand. And JAIMEX 2025 is a biennial, every 2 year naval exercise between India and Japan. And Jamata is a joint exercise between India and Japan, that is Japanese Coast Guard and Indian Coast Guard, which means see you later in Japan. India, Australia, AUS Index, that is, it's a navy exercise focused on anti-submarine operations. Astra Hind 2025, it's a joint annual military exercise. And Talisman Sabre 2025, it is Australia's largest multilateral exercise. India also participated. So India and Australia, you have AUS Index, Navy focused on anti-submarine operations. Astra Hind 2025, naval military exercise annual. Talisman Sabre is multilateral exercise, Australia's largest, and India also participated. So some of the multilateral exercises between India and other countries, there is Malabar. Malabar is a naval exercise involving quad navies, India, USA, Japan and Australia. India hosted the 2024 exercise, Malabar, involving Quad. Quad is a strategic military forum or strategic military. So India, USA, Japan and Australia. Exercise Tarang Shakti is the first multinational air exercise hosted by Indian Air Force. So Indian Air Force for the first time has hosted the Tarang Shakti, that is multinational. Exercise Bright Star 2025. Again, it's a multinational exercise hosted by Egypt. India is participating. India has been participating since 1995. Exercise Ocean Sky, hosted by Spanish Air Force. India also participated. That is the first non-NATO country to participate. Exercise Freedom Hedge, first trilateral multi-domain exercise involving South Korea, USA and Japan. So it's Exercise Freedom Hedge is first trilateral between three countries, South Korea, USA and Japan, and is a multi-domain exercise. Conquest exercise hosted by Mongolia, started as US-Mongolia bilateral in 2003 and become multilateral in 2006. Pacific Reach 2025, biennial every 2 years, multilateral exercise hosted by Singapore. INS Nistar deep submergence vehicle participated. So this is the that is Pacific Reach 2025 is the largest submarine rescue operation for the first time. That is over 40 countries participated. So it is biennial every 2 years, hosted by Singapore in the South China Sea. And Zapad. Zapad is Russia-Belarus strategic joint military exercise. India also participated. Milan, India's multilateral naval exercise. Operation Atlanta, EU naval force operation in Western Indian Ocean and Red Sea. Proposed joint exercise with Indian Navy. So Operation Atlanta, EU naval force operation in Western Indian Ocean and Red Sea, and it is a joint operation with Indian Navy. IMDEX Asia 2025 14th edition held in Singapore. INS Kiltan also participated. So these are some of the multilateral exercises. And India and its neighbors, that is Nepal, focused on mountain warfare. So what is the exercise? Exercise Surya Kiran, that is the army exercise with Nepal, focused on mountain warfare. Mitra Shakti is again an army exercise with Sri Lanka, focused on counter-terrorism, held in Aundh, Pune, and not with Bangladesh. This was a PYQ trap in 2024 UPSC. So Mitra Shakti is an army exercise with Sri Lanka, focused on counter-terrorism, held in Aundh, Pune, not Bangladesh. Selinex 25 is the 12th edition. It's a bilateral naval exercise with Sri Lanka, started in 2005. Sri Lanka, India exercise. It can be Selinex. Bilateral naval exercise with Sri Lanka started in 2025. Sampriti, army exercise with Bangladesh, focused on disaster response. Sampriti, army with Bangladesh, focused on disaster response. Bango Sagar, again naval exercise with Bangladesh. And Ekuverin, army exercise with Maldives. IMBEX, army exercise with Myanmar. India, Myanmar. India, Myanmar. So these are some of the exercises with the neighbors. India and others. Bold Kurukshetra, 14th edition 2025. It's an army exercise with Singapore, focused on mechanized infantry. Simbex, 32nd edition. It's a navy exercise with Singapore. Began as exercise Lion King in 1994. Dastalik, 6th edition. It's an army exercise with Uzbekistan, held at Pune. And Nomadic Elephant is the 17th edition. That is the army exercise with Mongolia. Last edition held at Umroi, Meghalaya. Maitri, 14th edition, army exercise with Thailand, focused on jungle warfare, held at Meghalaya. Windbacks, army exercise with Vietnam, focused on peacekeeping. Lemite, army exercise with Seychelles. Al Naga army exercise with Oman, Samudra Shakti bilateral maritime exercise with Indonesia, and Kanjar army exercise with Kyrgyzstan, Kazind army exercise with Kazakhstan, and hand in hand army exercise with China. Army exercise with China, which was suspended post 2020 Galwan incident. So these are some of the exercises between India and other countries, that is Bold Kurukshetra, Singapore Army, Simbex, Navy, Singapore, Dastalik Army, Uzbekistan held at Pune, Nomadic Elephant Army, Mongolia held at Umroi, Meghalaya, Maitri Army, Thailand held at Meghalaya, Winbacks, Vietnam Peacekeeping, Lemitei, Seychelles, Al Naga Army, Oman, Samudra Shakti, Maritime, Indonesia, Kanjar Army, Kyrgyzstan, Kazind Army, Kazakhstan, Hand in Hand Army, China, suspended post 2020 Galwan incident. So let us now clearly try to get the countries, the exercise name, partner country, and the type of service involved and the location. So with US, you have these exercises, that is Yudhya Abhyas, Vajra Prahar, and Tiger Triumph. With US, Yudhya Abhyas Army, 2026 location, Alaska, USA, focused on high altitude warfare. Vajra Prahar, USA, Special Forces held at Umroi, Meghalaya. Tiger Triumph, USA, Tri-Services, Kakinada, Andhra Pradesh, focused on humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Next, Japan, you have Dharma Guardian Army, Japan, focused on urban warfare. Veer Guardian, Japan Air Force, Hayakuri Air Base, Japan, involved female fighter pilots. JIMEX, Japan Navy, location Bay of Bengal. And with France, you have Varuna, Shakti, and Fringex. So Varuna, Navy, Arabian Sea, 23rd edition. Shakti, Army, Meghalaya, counter-terrorism focus. Fringex, Army, Kerala, Pangode, focus on amphibious operations. With Russia, you have Indra, that is Navy or Tri-Services, Bay of Bengal location. And Konkan, you have with UK, Navy, Konkan Coast or the Arabian Sea. Ajaya Warrior, UK, Army, Salisbury Plains, UK. So, the neighborhood first, South Asia and Indian Ocean region. So, exercise name Surya Kiran. Partner country Nepal. Army held at 25-26 location, that is Pittorgarh, Uttarakhand, mountain warfare. Equivalent partner country Maldives, Army, Tiruvananthapuram, Kerala. Ekta, Maldives, Navy, diverse, location Maldives, 25-26. Sampriti, Bangladesh, partner country Army, Umroi, Meghalaya. Bangosagar, Bangladesh, Navy, Bay of Bengal. Mitra Shakti, Sri Lanka, Army, Pune, India. Selinex, Sri Lanka, Navy, held at Colombo. Maitri, Thailand, Army, Umroi, Meghalaya. So, the exercise name, partner country, type, and 25-26 location. Surya Kiran, Nepal, Army, Pittorgarh, Uttarakhand, mountain warfare. Equivalent Maldives, Army, Tiruvananthapuram, Kerala. Ekta, Maldives, Navy, Maldives. Sampriti, Bangladesh, Army, Umroi, Meghalaya. Bangosagar, Bangladesh, Navy, Bay of Bengal. Mitra Shakti, Sri Lanka, Army, Pune, India. Selinex, Sri Lanka, Navy, Colombo. Maitri, Thailand, Army, Umroi, Meghalaya. Central Asia and the Middle East. So, the exercise name is Dastalik. Partner country, type and 25-26 location. So, exercise name is Dastalik. Partner country is Uzbekistan. Type Army. Location Pune, India. Exercise name Kanjar. Partner country Kyrgyzstan. Special forces and held in Tokmok, Kazakhstan. Kazind, Kazakhstan. Army held at Auli, Uttarakhand. Nomadic elephant, partner country Mongolia. Army held at Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Cyclone, exercise name, partner country Egypt. Type special forces. Location Rajasthan, desert warfare focus. Al Mohed Al Hindi, Saudi Arabia, partner country. Type Navy, located at Zubail, Saudi Arabia. Zaid Talwar, exercise name, partner country UAE. Type Navy, held at Dubai. And desert flag, UAE is the host country. Air Force and Al Dhafra base, UAE. It is multinational. Multilateral and strategic exercises, high yield, Malabar. Participant Quad, India, USA, Japan and Australia. Significance, Indo-Pacific key naval drill for interoperability. That is to counter the China's regional hegemony in South China Sea. You have Quad. So India is also a member of Quad, including US, Japan and Australia. So its main aim is to promote free, inclusive navigation in South China Sea and La Paros, including Quad, France and UK. Location Indian Ocean, led by France. Milan, 50 plus nations. India's largest multinational naval war game, held at Vishakhapatnam. Sea Dragon, Quad plus South Korea. Location Guam, USA. Focus specifically on anti-submarine warfare. That is, Guam is the second line of defense. Maritime security belt, China, Russia and Iran. Gulf of Oman, India does not participate. So, maritime security belt is between China, Russia and Iran. In Gulf of Oman, India does not participate. Tarang Shakti, multinational. India, largest ever air combat exercise by India. So these are some of the multilateral and strategic exercises of high yield. And domestic exercises, internal security and testing, TROPEX. Navy, Army, Air Force and Coast Guard. Theater readiness tests entire naval combat capability. Purvi Prahar, Tri-Services, Army, Navy, Air Force. Arunachal Pradesh validates integrated firepower in the east. Bharat NCX, government agencies, cyber security led by National Security Council. And Sea Vigil, Coast Guard plus Navy, that is coastal defense, covers the entire 7,516 coastline. So these are some of the defense exercises. Sea lanes of communication, SLOC, is a route taken by a ship to transit from point A to point B. So it's a route taken by a ship to transit from point A to point B. In maritime terms, it should be short, economical and safe for transporting cargoes. SLOCs are referred to as arteries of region's economy. During the time of peace, SLOCs serve as commercial trade routes. During the time of war, these routes become strategic paths. SLOCs vary in length depending on the geography in terms of the landmass, choke points, reefs, foul ground, and the location of the ports and harbors. Indian Ocean is home to several important SLOCs and critical maritime choke points. So, threats to SLOCs. There are many threats to SLOCs, and threats can arise from several directions. So, threats from piracy, drug trafficking, gun running, human trafficking, pollution, accidents, mines, closure of choke points, interstate conflicts, and territorial disputes. So, the threats to SLOCs are various and they can arise from several directions, and none of these threats is independent to the other, and failure in one leads to failure in the other. So, sea lanes of communication showing the choke points in Indian Ocean. Strait of Hormuz recently in news. US, Israel and Iran war. The ships from the Persian Gulf transporting oil, natural gas from the Gulf countries passes through the Strait of Hormuz, controlled by Iran and Oman, and it travels through the Gulf of Oman, from Gulf of Oman, Arabian Sea to the Indian Ocean, from Indian Ocean, Gulf of Aden through Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. Bab el-Mandeb, it is controlled by Yemen, Eritrea and Djibouti, through the Red Sea, Suez Canal, Mediterranean Sea and Europe, and from the Strait of Hormuz to the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, the ships flow through the 9 degrees channel. So, the 9 degrees channel, also known as Mamala channel, is separating the Minicoy Island, that is Minicoy Islands of the Lakshadweep archipelago with the main Lakshadweep archipelago. It is located on the 9 degrees latitude, strategically critical for India. Shipping lanes between Arabian Sea and the Red Sea, and it's a crucial maritime security. So, the 9 degree channel, crucial for ships between Arabian Sea and the Red Sea. So, it's a crucial maritime security. And 6 degree channel. 6 degree channel is a great or grand channel, strategic 163 kilometer wide waterway. It separates Great Nicobar Island. India and the Sumatra Island, Indonesia. Major deep water maritime route connecting Indian Ocean and the Malacca Strait. Vital international shipping lane. Shipping, that is ships traveling from the Persian Gulf, Africa and Europe towards Southeast Asia and Far East, pass through this channel. Due to the depth and strategic location, heavily used by merchant vehicles and including large tankers. So, the 6 degree channel, that is passing to the Strait of Malacca. So, 6 degree channel is used by ships that pass through the Strait of Malacca. That is Strait of Malacca, that is ships traveling from the Persian Gulf, Africa and Europe towards Southeast Asia and Far East pass through this channel. That is ships traveling from the Persian Gulf, West Asia, Persian Gulf, and from Europe, that is Persian Gulf, Europe, Africa, they In order to travel to Southeast Asia forest, they pass through the 6-degree channel through Strait of Malacca. Sunda Strait is a vital 26 to 110 kilometer wide maritime channel between Indonesian islands of Sumatra and Java. It connects Java Sea to Indian Ocean. It is a critical international shipping route known for its volcanic islands. Active volcano is Krakatoa, and it also poses seismic hazards. So Sunda Strait, Sumatra and Java. Between Indonesian islands of Sumatra and Java, and it connects Java Sea to Indian Ocean. Critical for international shipping route known for its volcanic islands, active Krakatoa and seismic. So Mozambique Channel. Mozambique Channel is 1600 kilometer long and approximately 400 kilometer wide arm of the Indian Ocean, separating Madagascar from Mozambique, that is East Africa. It separates Southeast African mainland Mozambique from Madagascar, Indian Ocean. The Mozambique current is a warm southward flowing current. It feeds into the Agulhas current. It is a critical shipping route for East African trade and maritime traffic in Indian Ocean. It is vital for India's Sagar policy. So Madagascar, let us locate this on the map. So Madagascar Channel, that is Mozambique Channel, separating Mozambique with Madagascar with Mozambique. So important for Southeast African trade and also traffic in Indian Ocean. Next, ten-degree channel. 10-degree channel, it separates Andaman Islands and Nicobar Islands. 8-degree channel, it separates Minicoy Islands of the Lakshadweep archipelago in the north to the Maldives, nation of Maldives in the south. So these are some of the sea lanes of communication. There is Strait of Hormuz, Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, Gulf of Oman, Arabian Sea to Gulf of Aden, Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, Red Sea, Suez Canal, Mediterranean Sea, and here the 9-degree channel, the 6-degree channel, Strait of Malacca between Malaysia and Indonesia, the Sunda Strait between Sumatra and Java, the Lombok Strait between Java and Lombok, the Makassar Strait, the Torres Strait, and the Bass Strait and Cape of Good Hope. So the Makassar Strait. So Makassar Strait is a crucial 800 kilometer long maritime passage in Indonesia, Western Indonesia, separating Borneo in the west and Celebes or Sulawesi in the east, separating Borneo in the west or Celebes or Sulawesi in the east. It connects Celebes Sea to the Java Sea. Principal settlements of Balikpapan in Borneo and Makassar in Sulawesi. Coral Triangle, high biodiversity through coral reefs and seagrass. Indonesian through flow. It is the movement of huge voluminous water transport or flow from the Pacific Ocean to the Indian Ocean. It has significant impact on global weather patterns. So, the Makassar Strait, the Indonesian through flow, that is huge volume of water flow from Pacific to Indian Ocean, separates Borneo in the east to Sulawesi and Celebes to the west. Borneo in the west to the Celebes or Sulawesi in the east, connects the Java Sea connects the Java Sea to the Celebes Sea, and Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean ultimately. Next, the Lombok Strait, crucial 20 nautical mile deep water passage in Indonesia's or between Indonesia's Bali and Lombok Island, connects Pacific and Indian Oceans. It's a deep water, one of the deep water passages in the region, vital for international shipping and submarine transit. Let us locate on the map. So the Lombok, between Java and Lombok, deep passage, water passage, submarine transits. Next, the Torres Strait. The Torres Strait is a vital maritime waterway. It separates the Cape York Peninsula, that is Australia, in the south to Papua New Guinea in the north. It connects the Arafura Sea, Indian Ocean west to Coral Sea, Pacific Ocean east. That is, it's an important shipping lane between Indian and Pacific Oceans. Bass Strait. Bass Strait, let us locate the Torres Strait on the map. Torres Strait, Cape York, the Arafura Sea, that is Indian Ocean to the Coral Sea, Pacific Ocean. Torres Strait separates the Cape York Peninsula from Papua New Guinea. Bass Strait. Bass Strait is 250 to 350 kilometers wide, 500 kilometers long. It separates the Australian mainland from Tasmania and it connects the Indian Ocean to Pacific Ocean. So the choke points of Strait of Hormuz, Strait of Bab el Mandeb, Mozambique Channel and Strait of Malacca. Cape of Good Hope, historically significant sea passage around the southern tip of Africa, connects Europe to Asia, Atlantic Ocean to the Indian Ocean, vital alternative maritime trade route to the Suez Canal during crisis. Approximately 8,900 kilometers longer than the Suez Canal. Larger ships that cannot navigate the Suez Canal pass through the Cape of Good Hope. It's a strategic maritime corridor. United Nations system. It was established in 1945. Headquarters, New York. Members, 193 countries. India is a founding member. Principal organs, United Nations General Assembly, United Nations Security Council, United Nations Economic and Social Council, International Court for Justice, Secretariat, Trusteeship Councils inactive. It has 15 specialized agencies. FAO, Food and Agricultural Organization, IFAD, International Fund for Agricultural Development, ILO, International Labour Organization, IMF, International Monetary Fund, IMO, International Maritime Organization, ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization, ITU, International Telecommunications Union, UNESCO, United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNWTO, United Nations World Tourism Organization, UPU, Universal Postal Union, WHO, World Health Organization, and WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, WMO, World Meteorological Organization. So it has 15 specialized agencies, and World Bank Group, IBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IDA, International Development Assistance, International Finance Corporation, IFC, MIGA, Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, ICSID, International Center for Settlement Investment Disputes. So these are the 5 institutions of the World Bank: IBRD, IDA, IFC, MIGA and ICSID. UN 80 initiative, March 2025. The UN marks 80th anniversary. So UN 80 initiative is launched by Secretary General of UN Antonio Guterres. Aim is to streamline the operations, sharpen the impact and reaffirm the UN's relevance amid low trust. It has 3 work streams. First, identifying the efficiencies, reviewing the mandate implementation and structural changes and program realignments. It is coordinated by UN 80 Task Force, chaired by the Under Secretary General for Policy. UNGA, United Nations General Assembly. It consists of 193 members and each has 1 vote. Decisions with regarding to procedural matters are made by simple majority, and with regarding to important questions 2 by 3rd of majority. Uniting for Peace Resolution 1950. If UNSC is deadlocked, the UNGA can convene an emergency special session. Resolutions are non-binding. Resolutions of UNGA are non-binding but carrying significant political weight. United Nations Security Council. United Nations Security Council consists of 15 members, 5 permanent members with veto power and 10 non-permanent members, elected for 2-year terms by secret ballot. The regional distribution of 10 non-permanent seats: Africa 3, Asia 2, Latin America 2, Western Europe and others 2, Eastern Europe 1. P5 members include USA, UK, France, Russia and China with veto power, and UNSC is the only UN body with authority to issue resolutions that are binding on all the member states. Recently elected non-permanent members: Bahrain, Colombia, Democratic Republic of Congo, Latvia and Liberia, that is for 2 years term by secret ballot. So, United Nations Security Council structure locks the international system. So, United Nations Security Council's 5 permanent members, that is the China, France, UK, Russia and USA, 5 permanent members and 10 non-permanent members elected for 2 years with a secret ballot. So, United Nations Security Council 5 permanent members use their veto power for their national interest, leads to questioning the legitimacy of UNSC. Use of force at UN is decided by the United Nations Security Council. 5 permanent members have the right to veto a draft resolution. If a draft resolution has to be adopted, none of the permanent members should veto it and 9 countries should vote in favor. China and Russia has vetoed 4 draft resolutions on Syria since 2011. US has vetoed resolutions on Russia 42 times since 1972. With regarding to Palestine, Palestine has not become a member of UN. Why? Because not become a UN member, as full membership requires UNSC approval, and China blocks Taiwan UN membership, not recognizing Taiwan as a sovereign country. So, the 5 permanent countries with veto power, they are blocking the draft resolutions. So, what is the criticism of UN structure? Permanent membership system. The 5 permanent members veto right and the weak equal representation due to smaller number of members, that is 10 non-permanent members, 2 years terms, elected a secret ballot. Reforms proposal, increase the number of non-permanent members, restricting the veto right. UNSC reforms. G4 is a coalition of 4 nations, that is India, Brazil, Germany and Japan. They propose to create, or they propose for the creation of new permanent seats in the UNSC. So G4 consists of 4 nations, that is it's a coalition supporting each other's bid for permanent seats on United Nations Security Council. The 4 countries, Brazil, Germany, India and Japan, they emphasize that, they highlight that the current UNSC structure reflects post-World War II power dynamics and there is a need to reform the UNSC to be representative and advocating for the expansion of both permanent and non-permanent seats. C10 group is a committee of 10 African Union coalition of 10 African nations. They advocate for UNSC reforms and African representation in lines with Uzulvini consensus, and the countries, C10 countries, Algeria, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Kenya, Libya, Namibia, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Uganda and Zambia. So C10 is a group of African Union coalition of 10 African countries, advocate for UNSC reforms and African representation following the Uzulvini consensus. These are the 10 countries. So the C10 group tries to achieve the common African position and they demand, or they are calling for at least 2 permanent seats and 5 non-permanent seats on the United Nations Security Council. They act on the behalf of European Union, and they promote the African interests in international or at international level. African Union consists of around 55 countries, 55 countries. So in early 2026, they called for an urgent action to restructure UNSC, the C10 group, and they highlighted that the delays in carrying out UNSC reforms, they weaken the UN's credibility, especially during global conflicts. Another group, L69, emerged around 2007, and L69 is a proactive coalition of over 40 developing nations in Africa, Asia, Latin America, the Caribbean, the Pacific, including India. So around 2007, proactive coalition of over 40 developing countries in Africa, Asia, Latin America, Caribbean, the Pacific, including India. The focus is UNSC reforms, United Nations Security Council reforms, expanding both the permanent and non-permanent seats so that UNSC can be made more representative, transparent and accountable. So it works in tandem with other reform focused groups such as G4, that is 4 nations, and C10 group, that is a committee of 10 African countries for greater representation of global south. So Brazil, India, Germany, G4, Brazil, India, Germany and Japan. And whereas C10 is a committee of 10, that is African Union coalition of 10 African nations, Algeria, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Kenya, Libya, Namibia, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Uganda and Namibia. So L69 is a proactive coalition of over 40 developing nations in Africa, Asia, Latin America, the Caribbean, Pacific, including India, emerged around 2007. So focus is on UNSC reforms, expanding both permanent and non-permanent seats to make UNSC more representative, transparent and accountable. and it works in tandem with other reform groups such as G4, C10 for greater representation of Global South, and Coffee Club, formed in 1990s, formerly known as the Uniting for Consensus, is an informal group of UN member states led by Italy, Pakistan, Canada, and others. So it opposes the expansion of permanent seats in the UNSC, whereas G4, C10 group, L69, they all propose for the expansion of UNSC, but the Coffee Club, founded in 1990s, formally Uniting for Consensus, is an informal group of UN member states led by Italy, Pakistan, Canada, and others, oppose the expansion of permanent seats in the UNSC. It acts as a counter to the G4 nations, Brazil, India, Germany, Japan, and seeking permanent seats. And its core members are Italy, Pakistan, Mexico, Egypt, South Korea, Canada, Spain, Argentina, and Turkey. It argues that increasing the permanent members accentuates the inequalities and diminishes efficiency, favoring regional rivalries. So they oppose the increasing permanent member seats in the UNSC, because by increasing the permanent members, it accentuates the inequalities and diminishes the efficiency, favoring regional rivalries, and instead it suggests the increasing non-permanent member seats from 10 to 20. Presently the non-permanent members, 10 non-permanent members, 5 permanent members. So it advocates or opposes the increasing the permanent member seats, but whereas it suggests for increasing non-permanent member seats from members from 10 to 20 instead of creating new permanent members. So UFC, that is Uniting for Consensus, that is Coffee Club, it believes that regional powers in the G4 are not true representatives but seeking hegemonic power. So the UFC, Uniting for Consensus, it opposes the increase in permanent member seats, but it suggests for increasing non-permanent member seats from 10 to 20. ECO SOC, United Nations Economic and Social Council. Its headquarters is in New York, and it coordinates economic, social, and environmental work of the UN system. Its membership is region-based and divided into 5 geographic groups: Africa with 14 seats, Asia Pacific with 11 seats, Eastern European with 6 seats, Latin American and Caribbean with 10 seats, and Western European and other states with 13 seats. Its members are elected for 3-year terms by the United Nations General Assembly. India has been elected to ECO SOC for the terms 2026-28. So ECO SOC, United Nations Economic and Social Council, one of the six principal UN organs established in 1945 to coordinate economic, social, and environmental work of the UN system. It oversees the work of 15 specialized agencies, functional and regional commissions. That is, it has regional commissions, functional commissions, expert bodies, governmental experts, expert bodies, personal capacity, standing committees, ad hoc bodies, and other related bodies. So ECO SOC, it oversees 15 specialized agencies, functional and regional commissions. It's a central platform for discussing international issues and sustainable development goals. Its structure, it has 54 UN member states elected for 3-year terms, and 2026 marks 80 years of coordinating global efforts in 2026, and it focuses on strengthening multilateralism to tackle environmental, social, and economic challenges. Next, International Court of Justice. International Court of Justice ICJ is a principal judicial organ of the UN. Its headquarters is in Hague, Netherlands, consisting of 15 judges. It settles legal disputes between the states and not individuals. Two types of jurisdiction, that is contentious cases and advisory opinions. Contentious cases, disputes between the states, and advisory opinions as requested by the UN organs or agencies. Decisions are binding on the parties to the case. ICJ Climate Advisory Opinion 2025. The government actions driving climate change are illegal. States are legally responsible for their emissions, and breach constitutes an internationally wrongful act. So, the decisions of ICJ, International Court of Justice, are binding on the parties of the case. And with respect to the advisory opinions, ICJ Climate Advisory Opinion 2025, it has ruled that government actions driving climate change are illegal. States are legally responsible for their emissions, and breach constitutes an internationally wrongful act. Having understood International Criminal or International Court of Justice, let us try to understand another International Criminal Court, another international legal system, International Criminal Court. It is not a UN organ, established under Rome Statute 1998 and entered into force in 2002. Same headquarters, Hague, Netherlands. It prosecutes individuals for international crimes, genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, crimes for aggression. Who are the non-members? Non-members, India is not a member. USA, Russia, China, and Israel. It has issued recent developments. The ICC, International Criminal Court, has issued warrants for Putin, Netanyahu, and Hamas leaders. Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have recently withdrawn from International Criminal Court. So, what is the difference between ICJ and ICC? International Criminal Court of Justice and International Criminal Court are two courts with different functions within the international legal system. So, let us try to understand the differences in ICJ, International Court of Justice, and ICC, International Criminal Court. ICJ, established in 1945, ICC in 2002. UN relationship, ICJ is the highest court of the UN. ICC is not a part of the UN. Location, Hague, Netherlands. Location, Hague, Netherlands. Jurisdiction, ICJ has jurisdiction over UN member states. That is, it adjudicates on the contentious issues between the states, not individuals. And ICC, International Criminal Court, has jurisdiction over individuals. That is, crimes against humanity, war crimes, etc. Types of cases, ICJ, legal disputes between the states and requests for advisory opinions. That is, contentious issues between the states and advisory opinions on legal questions. Here, ICC prosecutes individuals for most serious crimes as per the Rome Statute. ICJ appeals, no appeal. ICC, yes. There is a provision for appeal. And enforcement power, none. It relies on the UN Security Council to uphold judgments, with permanent members having veto power. ICC, enforcement power, none. Relies on cooperation between member states to enforce the decision. So these are the difference between International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court. United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. It is a UN specialized agency headquartered in Paris, aims to contribute to peace and security by promoting collaboration through education, science and culture. Key reports and initiatives: Global Education Monitoring Report, World Trends in Freedom of Expression and Media Development, UNESCO World Heritage Sites and Man and Biosphere Reserve Program, Man and Biosphere Program. And USA pulled out of UNESCO again. It's the third exit, citing woke causes, that is racial prejudice and anti-Israel bias. Also, USA withdrew from WHO and reduced funding to UNRWA, United Nations Relief and Works, UNWRA, United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Far East. United Nations Human Rights Council. It is an intergovernmental body within the UN system. It is established in 2006 by the UNGA, replaced the earlier Commission on Human Rights. It consists of 47 members elected by the United Nations General Assembly for 3 years and a maximum of 2 consecutive terms. Functions: it serves as a global forum on human rights, adopts resolution, conducts periodic, universal periodic reviews of member states, mandates investigations and special procedures. India was elected unopposed for the term 26-28, 7th time. So UN Human Rights Council, it's an intergovernmental body, UN system, 2006 established, headquartered Geneva, promoting and protecting human rights globally. It consists of 47 elected members and addresses violations, makes recommendations and conducts universal periodic review to assess the human rights situation in the member states. UN High Commissioner for Refugees. It is a subsidiary body of the UNGA, United Nations General Assembly, headquarters again Geneva. Mandate: protection and assistance to refugees, asylum seekers, stateless persons and internally displaced people. It released a report, that is Global Trends Report, Forced Displacement in 2024. UN Peacekeeping. It began in 1948 with the establishment of UN Truce Supervision Organization. It is also known as Blue Helmets. Mandate is set by the United Nations Security Council through resolutions. Budget and resources are allocated by the United Nations General Assembly. It has won Nobel Peace Prize in 1998. And the important doctrines: Capstone Doctrine and R2P Doctrine. Capstone Doctrine, guiding principles of UN peace operations, and R2P, responsibility to protect, 2005, a political commitment to end worst forms of violence and persecution. Since 1950, India has sent over 290,000 peacekeepers to more than 50 missions worldwide, making it the largest contributor to UN peacekeeping efforts. And UN Peacekeeping Ministerial 2025 was held in Germany, Berlin, Germany, co-organized by Germany, Federal Foreign Office and Ministry of Defense. United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, adopted in 2000 through the Palermo Convention. It is the world's only global and legally binding instrument to combat transnational organized crime. Secretariat UNODC, United Nations Office on Drug and Crime, supplemented by 3 protocols: Protocol on Human Trafficking, Protocol on Migrant Smuggling, and Protocol on Illicit Firearms Manufacturing and Trafficking. United Nations Convention Against Corruption, adopted in 2000, entered into force in 2003. It is the only legally binding global anti-corruption instrument. Secretariat UNODC, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. 4 focus areas: prevention, criminalization, international cooperation, and asset recovery. Asset recovery is a core chapter that allows the countries to recover stolen assets parked abroad. United Nations Convention Against Cybercrime, adopted by United Nations General Assembly in December 2024, and it will enter into force 90 days after the 40th country or the state deposits its ratification. Secretariat, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes. It is the first universal legally binding framework for the collection, sharing, and use of electronic evidence for all serious offenses. World Bank. It is a multilateral development bank, headquartered Washington, USA, and established in 1944 at the Bretton Woods Conference. World Bank consists of IBRD, IDA, that is, World Bank consists of 5 institutions, 5 specialized UN agencies: IBRD, IDA, MIGA, and ICSID. So, IBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development; IDA, International Development Assistance; IFC, International Finance Corporation; MIGA, Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency; ICSID, International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes. Key reports: World Development Report, Remittance and Migration Report, and Global Economic Prospects Report. Other multilateral development banks: BRICS Bank, AIIB, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, African Development Bank, Asian Development Bank, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. IMF, International Monetary Fund, UN Specialized Agency, again established in 1944 at the Bretton Woods Conference. Both World Bank and IMF are Bretton Woods twins. Headquarter Washington, D.C. The mandate: promoting global macroeconomic and financial stability, provides short-term and medium-term loans for balance of payment problems, offers technical assistance and training, has 191 member countries. India is also a member of IMF. To join the World Bank, a country must first join the IMF. Lending arms and key facilities: general resources account for all the members, that is, standby agreement, extended fund facility, rapid financing instrument RFI, FCL flexible credit line, and SSL short term liquidity line. PRGT, Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust, for low income countries. You have the facilities like RCF, Rapid Credit Facility, RCF, Standby Credit Facility, ECF, Extended Credit Facility, RST, Resilience and Sustainability Trust, for low income and vulnerable middle income countries, The key facilities: RSF, Resilience and Sustainability Facility. India raised concerns over IMF lending Pakistan $1 billion disbursed under Extended Fund Facility. International Labour Organization, UN Specialized Agency headquartered at Geneva, Switzerland, established in 1919 by Treaty of Versailles after the World War I. It is based on the principle that social justice is essential for achieving lasting and universal peace. It received Nobel Peace Prize in 1969 and it has a unique tripartite structure, that is, it represents governments, employers and workers. There are 8 core conventions of ILO and India has ratified only 6 out of 8. So what conventions India has ratified? Forced Labor Convention number 29, Abolition of Forced Labor Convention 105, Equal Remuneration Convention number 100, Discrimination Employment or Occupation Convention 111, Minimum Age Convention 138 and Worst Form of Child Labor Convention 182. India, what conventions India did not ratify? That is, India only ratified 6 out of 8. The other 2 that India did not ratify are Freedom of Association and Protection of Right to Organize Convention 87 and Right to Organize and Collective Bargaining Convention 98. Current developments: 113 ILO conference was held in Geneva. So it adopted Convention number 192, Biological Hazards in Working Environment, the first international instrument addressing biological hazards in the workplace, and approved amendment to the Maritime Labour Code (MLC). Right to shore leave and repatriation, seafarers recognized as key workers. Discussions held on decent work in the platform economy. These are the key outcomes. And India signed MOU with ILO to promote ISCO, International Standard Classification of Occupations, a statistical system classifying jobs into groups based on tasks and duties. The UNCTAD, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, subsidiary body of United Nations General Assembly, not a specialized agency, headquartered Geneva, Switzerland, established in 1964. Focus area: trade, investment, finance and technology issues for developing countries. And key reports: World Investment Report, Trends in FDI Worldwide, World of Debt Report 2025, External Debt Statistics for Low and Middle Income Countries, and Trade and Development Report. International Standards of Accounting and Reporting, ISAR, UN Global Forum assisting member states in improving quality of financial and non-financial reporting. India secured an uncontested ISAR position for 25-27, and UNCTAD 16th session was held in Sevilla, Spain. It launched the Sevilla Forum on Debt to tackle the debt crisis in developing countries, led by Spain, supported by UNCTAD and UNDSA. This will complement the Sevilla commitment, which lays out a path to close the $4 trillion annual financial gap. UNDSA, United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. So UNCTAD 16th session, that is held in Sevilla, Spain, launched the Sevilla Forum on Debt to tackle debt crisis in developing countries, led by Spain and supported by UNCTAD and UNDSA, Department of Economic and Social Affairs. This will complement the Sevilla commitment, which lays out a path to close the $4 trillion annual SDG financial gap. UNCTAD, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. United Nations Population Fund. It is a subsidiary body of the UNGA, not a specialized agency, headquartered in New York. Released State of the World Population 2025 report titled The Real Fertility Crisis. So, the United Nations Population Fund is not a specialized agency, but it is a subsidiary body of UNGA, and it has headquarters New York, and it has released a report, State of the World Population 2025 report titled The Real Fertility Crisis. Third UN conference, Ocean Conference, that is UNOC3. Our Ocean, Our Future, United for Urgent Action. The 2025 United Nations Ocean Conference 3, UNOC3, in Nice, France, adopted Our Ocean, Our Future, United for Urgent Action, strengthening global commitments to SDG 14, that is Life Below Water. France and Costa Rica co-hosted the UNOC3, and UNOC4 will be co-hosted by Chile and South Korea in 2028. So, the key outcomes of UNOC3. Global consensus adopted the political declaration, that is Our Ocean, Our Future, United for Urgent Action, and Nice Ocean Action Plan includes a political declaration and pledges on youth advocacy, marine literacy, treaty ratifications, and innovative financing. And the third key outcome is MPAs, Marine Protected Areas. Only 8% of the oceans designated as marine protected areas, with 2.8% effectively protected. French Polynesia and announced the world's largest marine protected area, that is 5 million square kilometers, and High Seas Treaty, that is the BBN. The High Seas Treaty, BBNJ, Biodiversity Beyond Natural Jurisdiction. 19 new ratifications, bringing total to 50 of 60 needed. Treaty aims to protect biodiversity beyond natural jurisdictions. So, coral reef protection. 11 national pledges to protect resilient coral reefs. GFCR, Global Fund for Coral Reefs, that is $25 million. Bleaching impact, that is current bleaching affects 83.7% of the coral reefs, and 25% marine life support, that is coral reef support 25% of all marine lives. So these are some of the important facts for why coral reefs have to be protected. And coral reef provides services worth up to $9.9 trillion per year, marking or making their protection one of the most economically critical environmental priorities on the planet. So these are the facts why coral reefs have to be protected, and the coral reef provides services worth $9.9 trillion per year, making protection one of the most economically critical environmental priorities on the planet. 11 national pledges to protect climate resilient coral reefs have been taken, and GFCR, Global Fund for Coral Reefs, have pledged $25 million, and coral bleaching has impacted 83.7% of the coral reefs, and 25% marine life support, that is coral reef support 25% of the marine life. Marine protected areas, MPAs. The current marine protected area status, only 8% of the oceans have been designated as marine protected areas, with just 2.8% effectively protected, a significant gap from global targets. And so how much of it is protected? Only 8% of the oceans have been designated as MPA, marine protected areas, with just 2.8% effectively protected, a significant gap from global targets. New marine protected areas pledges at UNOC3, that is French Polynesia announced the world's largest marine protected area of 5 million square kilometers. Chile pledged new marine protected area. Colombia pledged new marine protected area. And Tanzania from Africa protected new marine protected area. Chile and Colombia from South America they pledged new marine protected areas. High seas treaties. Biodiversity beyond natural jurisdiction, that is, high seas treaties aims to protect biodiversity beyond national jurisdictions, covering the vast stretches of ocean that belong to no single country. So, ratifications reached 50 out of 60, that is 19 new ratifications at UNOC 3, bringing the total to 50 out of 60 needed for the treaty to enter into force, and 83% progress to goal. That is, the treaty is 83% of the way to the 60 ratifications required for full implementation. So, the Blue NDC challenge, that is Blue Nationally Determined Contributions Challenge, was launched by Brazil and France at the 3rd UN Ocean Conference at Nice, France. The initiative aims to dramatically scale up ocean-focused climate change, recognizing the ocean's critical role in climate regulation, carbon sequestration, and sustaining biodiversity. The Blue NDC, Nationally Determined Contribution Challenge, is global call for all parties to the Paris Agreement to integrate ocean-based climate solutions into their nationally determined contributions. So, Blue NDC Challenge, that is Blue Nationally Determined Contributions Challenge, inaugural participants alongside Brazil and France, 6 other countries have committed to including ocean-focused actions in their updated nationally determined contributions: Australia, Kenya, Palau, Fiji, Mexico, and Seychelles. So, alongside Brazil and France, these 6 other countries have committed to including ocean-focused actions in their updated NDCs, nationally determined contributions. Blue Nationally Determined Contributions Challenge support mechanisms. So, the initiative is backed by leading international organizations committed to ocean and climate action. So, World Resources Institute provides research, data, and policy expertise to support ocean climate integration in nationally determined contributions. Oceans Conservancy, driving science-based advocacy and on-the-ground conservation efforts across global ocean ecosystems, and Ocean and Climate Platform, building the gap between ocean science and climate policy at international negotiations. Worldwide Fund for Nature, Brazil, mobilizing civil society and the governments to embed ocean-based solutions into national climate commitments. So, UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development 2021 and 2030, also known as Ocean Decade, a global initiative led by UNESCO, Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. Core objectives: reverse the decline in health of the ocean, catalyze new solutions for sustainable development, unite ocean science globally from 2021 to 2030. Looking ahead, the road to United Nations Ocean Conference 3. Looking ahead, the road to United Nations Ocean Conference 4. United Nations Ocean Conference 3 was held in Nice, France 2025. France and Costa Rica have co-hosted and the declaration was adopted. Implementation phase: Blue NDCs, nationally determined contributions, treaties, and marine protected areas, Ocean Decade Science, and United Nations Ocean Conference. As we already understood, United Nations Ocean Conference 4 2028, Chile to be held at Chile and South Korea, co-host and next global milestone. So, from the political declaration adoption in Nice to the next major milestone in 2028, that is Chile and South Korea will co-host. The global community is mobilizing around ocean protection, climate integration and biodiversity conservation, with the Ocean Decade providing the scientific backbone for transformative action. And key takeaway, United Nations Ocean Conference 3 marked a turning point with the Nice Ocean Action Plan, the Blue NDC Challenge, Nationally Determined Contribution Challenge, the expanded marine protected areas. Marine protected areas were expanded, that is in Chile, Colombia, South America, Tanzania, and French Polynesia announced the world's largest marine protected area, 5 million square kilometers. New marine protected areas were pledged at United Nations Ocean Conference 3. So, accelerating the High Seas Treaty ratifications, the world is moving forward meaningful, urgent ocean action. 2025 NATO Summit. The 2025 NATO Summit was held in Hague, Netherlands. The 2026 NATO Summit will be held in Turkey. So, new defense spending framework or benchmark, 5% of GDP. Right now it is 2% of GDP. They want to expand it to 5%. So the new defense spending benchmark for NATO countries, or they agreed by NATO allies, to be reached within a decade is 5% of GDP, up from 2%, the previous benchmark that has been in place for NATO member nations. So the Hague Defense Investment Plan. During the summit, NATO allies agreed to a new defense spending benchmark of 5% of GDP to be reached within a decade, up from the previous 2%. This forms part of the Hague Defense Investment Plan aimed at strengthening the NATO's deterrence and readiness. So what is NATO? The NATO is founded or established in 1949. It is an intergovernmental military alliance established in 1949 with the signing of Washington Treaty. So it's an intergovernmental military alliance. Membership, it has 32 member countries from Europe and North America. Core principle is collective security. That is its core principle is collective security. An attack on one member is considered as an attack on all. Article 5. Origins and evolution of NATO. Why NATO is formed? NATO is formed to counter the Soviet power during the Cold War from 1940s, and NATO now undertakes peacekeeping, crisis management, and addresses modern threats like cyber attacks, terrorism, and piracy. So initially, it was formed to counter the Soviet power during Cold War from 1945 to 1990. NATO now undertakes peacekeeping, crisis management, and addresses modern threats like cyber attacks, terrorism, and piracy. So Cold War to counter Soviet power, post-Cold War, peacekeeping and crisis management, modern era, cyber attacks, terrorism, and privacy. So NATO structure, headquarters. NATO is headquartered in Brussels, Belgium, and is governed by North Atlantic Council with decisions made by consensus. North Atlantic Council with decision made by consensus. And military committee oversees 2 strategic commands, one Allied Command Operations and the other Allied Command Transformation. So NATO's 2 strategic commands, Allied Command Operations and Allied Command Transformation. Allied Command Operations responsible for all NATO military operations globally, ensuring alliance can respond to any threat or crisis. Allied command transformation drives the transformation of NATO's military capabilities, promoting interoperability and modernization across the alliance. So both strategic commands are overseen by the military committee. So you have North Atlantic Council, that is NATO is governed by the North Atlantic Council with decisions made by consensus. You have military committee, two strategic commands, Allied command operations and Allied command transformation. So both are overseen by military committee. Recent members, Finland in 2023, that is Finland joined NATO in 2023, marking a historic shift in the country's long-standing policy of military non-alignment. 2024, Sweden joined NATO in 2024, further expanding the alliance presence in Northern Europe. So, new entrants recent are Finland 2023, that is when it joined NATO, it has marked a significant historic shift from the long-standing policy of military non-alignment, and Sweden 2024, that is expanding the alliance presence in Northern Europe. Article 5, the core principle, collective security, that is attack on one member is considered an attack on all. NATO's core principle is collective security, Article 5. This foundational commitment has underpinned the alliance since its establishment in 1949 with the signing of the Washington Treaty. Deterrence. Collective deterrence or collective defense deters potential aggressors from attacking any one member. Readiness. Hague Defense Investment Plan strengthens NATO's deterrence and readiness across all 32 members, and consensus. North Atlantic Council governs the NATO with all decisions made by consensus among the member nations. Key takeaways 2025 NATO Summit. The Hague, Netherlands. 2025 NATO Summit was held in Hague. 2026 NATO Summit will be held in Turkey. And 5% GDP benchmark. NATO allies agreed to a new defense spending benchmark of 5% of GDP to be reached within a decade, up from the previous 2%. And Hague Defense Investment Plan aimed at strengthening NATO's deterrence and readiness across all 32 member countries, and 32 members and growing, that is the recent members including Finland 2023 and Sweden 2022, expanding NATO's presence in the Northern Europe. BRICS Summit 2025. The 17th BRICS Summit was held at Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. The 17th BRICS Summit in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil concluded with the Rio de Janeiro Declaration, marking a strategic shift towards inclusivity, expansion, and South-South cooperation. Expansion, Indonesia joined as a full BRICS member in the 17th BRICS Summit. 10 new partner countries, Belarus, Bolivia, Kazakhstan, Cuba, Nigeria, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, Uganda, and Uzbekistan. So, 10 new partner countries, and key outcome, Rio de Janeiro Declaration is the key outcome. So, global peace and security. The condemnation of coercive measures, that is, condemned unilateral coercive measures and military strikes on Iran. So, BRICS condemned unilateral coercive measures and military strikes on Iran by Israel and USA, and it proposed peaceful resolution of conflicts, that is called for peaceful resolution of conflicts in Ukraine, Palestine, Sudan, Syria, and Haiti. Counter-terrorism, strong condemnation of terrorism, particularly cross-border terrorism and attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. So, regarding global peace and security, condemnation of coercive measures or unilateral coercive measures and military strikes on Iran, and resolution, peaceful resolution of conflicts in Syria, Ukraine, Sudan, Haiti, and Palestine. Counter-terrorism, it's strong condemnation for terrorism, particularly cross-border terrorism and attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Key declarations and initiatives. So, BRICS leaders framework declaration on climate finance is one of the key declaration. Global governance on artificial intelligence, that is in BRICS leaders framework declaration on climate change, adopted climate leadership agenda and climate finance framework, rejected unilateral carbon border taxes. So the BRICS leader, the key declarations and initiatives of 17th BRICS summit are the BRICS leaders framework declaration on climate finance. It adopted the climate leadership agenda and climate finance framework, rejected unilateral carbon border taxes. Global governance of artificial intelligence, joint statement supporting artificial intelligence and the UN Cybercrime Convention. BRICS partnership for elimination of socially determined diseases, enhanced cooperation on vaccines and public health systems. So these are the key declarations and initiatives. Economic and finance cooperation, current currency and payments, discussed BRICS pay and national currency settlements frameworks, but ruled out a common BRICS currency. So regarding currency and payments, the BRICS summit, it discussed BRICS pay and national currency settlements frameworks, but ruled out common BRICS currency. Endorsed the BRICS cross-border payment initiative, BCBPI, BRICS cross-border payment initiative, but it ruled out common BRICS currency, whereas discussed BRICS pay and national currency settlement framework. New Development Bank launched the BRICS Multilateral Guarantee BMG mechanism to mobilize private investment in infrastructure, climate and sustainability. Supported the expansion of National Development Bank membership and leadership continuity. New initiatives that is initiated discussions on BRICS grain exchange and carbon markets partnership. So regarding economic and financial cooperation, New Development Bank has launched BRICS Multilateral Guarantee Mechanism to mobilize private investment in infrastructure, climate and sustainability. Supported expansion of NDB, National Developmental Bank leadership and membership continuity. New initiative, BRICS grain exchange and carbon markets partnership. So 2026 presidency, India will assume the chairmanship of 15, 16, 17, 18 BRICS summit in 2026. India will assume the chairship. The bloc has grown rapidly now, including 6 new members admitted in 2024-25. The key institutions and initiatives, that is founding 5, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Expansion 24-25, 6 new members added to the BRICS. And BRICS chairship 2026, India assumes 18th BRICS presidency. So the expansion of BRICS reflects the bloc's growing influence and its commitment to reshaping the global governance through South-South partnership. So the BRICS expansion, it reflects the growing influence and the commitment in reshaping the global governance through South-South cooperation. Key institutions, New Development Bank. New Development Bank established in 2015. Prime objective is to mobilize resources for infrastructure and sustainable development projects in BRICS and other emerging markets and developing countries. BRICS Contingency Reserve Arrangement, CRA, is a framework established among the BRICS nations to provide support through liquidity and precautionary instruments in response to actual or potential short-term balance of payments pressures. So, in order to cater to the balance of payments pressures, that is actually or potential pressures in the short term, the BRICS CRA, Contingency Reserve Arrangement, is a framework established among the BRICS nations to provide support through liquidity and precautionary instruments in response to actual or potential short-term balance of payments pressures. BRICS at a glance 2025 summary. Expansion: Indonesia joined as a full member and 10 new partner countries welcomed. Peace and security: it condemned coercive measures, unilateral coercive measures, and called for peaceful resolution of global conflicts and condemned cross-border declaration, terrorism. Key declaration: climate finance framework, AI governance, BRICS partnership for elimination of SDD, that is SDD, socially determined diseases, BRIC partnership for elimination of socially determined diseases, enhanced cooperation on vaccine and public health systems. So the key declarations: climate finance framework, artificial intelligence governance, BRIC partnership for elimination of SSDs, economic cooperation, BRICS pay, BCBPI, NDBs, New Development Banks, BMG mechanism, that is BRICS multilateral guarantee mechanism, BRICS pay, and BRICS cross-border payments initiative. BRICS pay, BRICS cross-border payment initiatives, national development banks, BRICS multilateral guarantee mechanism, grain exchange, carbon markets partnership. 2026 presidency: India to chair 18th BRICS summit in 2026. The Rio de Janeiro declaration marks a defining moment for BRICS, a bloc now representing a significant share of the world's population, land area, economic output, united with the banner of South-South cooperation. So, E3 countries. Context: recently, Iran faced the possibility of snapback sanctions imposed by E3 countries amid the ongoing deadlock in US-Iran nuclear negotiations. So, about the E3 countries. E3 countries refers to an informal diplomatic and security coordination group comprising UK, France, and Germany. Origin: E3 first originated or convened in 2003 following the US invasion of Iraq to develop a joint European strategy on Middle East security issues and to address concerns about Iran's nuclear program. G7 Summit 2025, Kananaskis, Alberta, Canada. The 51st G7 Leaders Summit was held in Kananaskis, Alberta, Canada, marking the 50th anniversary of the first G7 Summit. PM Modi participated in G7 outreach session. So, about the forum: group of 7 member economies. G7 is a forum of 7 advanced economies: USA, Canada, UK, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan. EU participating as a non-enumerated member, formed in 1975 as G6 to address the oil crisis. It became G7 in 1976 and briefly G8 with Russia in 1997-2004. Structure and mandate: G7 has no treaty and no permanent secretariat. Its presidency rotates annually with decisions taken on the basis of consensus. So, presidency is rotated annually among the members, that is USA, Canada, UK, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan. No treaty, no permanent secretariat. Presidency rotates annually with decisions taken by consensus. It addresses global issues like trade, security, economic stability, financial change, and democracy. Global footprint G7 by the numbers, approximately 10% of the world population. Collectively, G7 countries account for approximately 10% of the world's population. Approximately 50% global wealth. G7 nations hold approximately half of the world's total wealth, and approximately 44 nominal GDP. G7 countries represent approximately 44% of the global nominal GDP. So, Kanaskis Wildfire Charter adopted to strengthen the global cooperation on wildfire protection or prevention, preparedness, response and recovery, emphasizing nature-based solutions. So, key outcomes of 51st G7 Summit 2025, critical minerals and supply chain resilience. G7 Critical Minerals Action Plan agreed to diversify supply chains for critical minerals to promote responsible mining and support clean energy innovation. Supply chain resilience, committed to resilient, inclusive supply chains, supporting the World Bank-led RISE partnership for global trade stability. The key outcomes and security migration, transnational repression, TNR, condemnation of transnational repression, and migrant smuggling. So, condemnation of transnational repression, TNR, condemned state-led interference targeting dissidents abroad and pledged to counter such actions. Migrant smuggling initiatives, leaders agreed to prevent smuggling through coalitions and actionable plans. No final communique, that is geopolitical tensions between Israel and Iran and trade issues prevent a final statement from being issued at the summit. So, no final communique. All key outcomes at a glance. So, the 51st G7 Summit. So, 51st G7 Summit 2025 summary. Kanaskis Wildfire Charter adapted to strengthen global cooperation on wildfire prevention, preparedness, response, recovery, and emphasizing nature-based solutions. G7 Critical Minerals Master Plan to diversify. They agreed to diversify supply chains for critical minerals, promote responsible mining, and support clean energy innovation. Supply chain resilience, committed to resilient, inclusive supply chains supporting the World Bank-led RISE partnership for global trade stability, and condemnation of TNR, that is transnational repression and migrant smuggling, condemned state-led interference targeting dissidents abroad and pledged to counter such actions. Leaders also agreed to prevent smuggling through coalitions and actionable plans. No final communique. That is geopolitical tensions, Israel and Iran, and trade issues prevented a final statement. About the RISE partnership, the resilient and inclusive supply chain enhancement partnership is a global initiative that supports the development of diversified, resilient, and inclusive clean energy supply chains, especially in low and middle income countries. So, the RISE partnership is an initiative, global initiative to supply or to support the development of diversified, resilient, and inclusive clean energy supply chains, especially in middle and low income countries. RISE is the Resilient Inclusive Supply Chain Enhancement Partnership. So, RISE partnership key functions. What RISE does: knowledge and technical support, provides knowledge support, technical assistance, and financial facilitation to partner countries. Value addition for developing nations aims to ensure that developing countries gain value addition, jobs, and economic diversification rather than remaining only raw material suppliers. Global decarbonization supports global decarbonization by reducing overdependence and a few supply sources. So RISE is managed under the Extractives Global Pragmatic Support Trust Fund administered by the World Bank. So the RISE is managed by Extractives Global Programmatic Support Trust Fund administered by the World Bank. So quick revision, G7 Summit 2025 takeaways, that is venue, Kanaskis, Alberta, Canada, 51st Summit and 50th anniversary. India's participation, PM Modi participated in the G7 outreach session. Wildfire Charter, Kanaskis, Wildfire Charter, global cooperation on prevention, preparedness, response and recovery, nature-based solutions. Critical minerals plan, diversify supply chains, responsible mining and clean energy innovation, and supply chain resilience, resilient inclusive supply chains, World Bank led RISE partnership, and TNR condemnation, that is state-led interference targeting dissidents abroad and pledge to counter migrant smuggling, coalitions and actionable plans to prevent smuggling, and no final communique, that is geopolitical tensions between Israel and Iran and trade issues. No final statements was made and no final statement was reached. And G7 GDP share, that is approximately 44% of nominal GDP and 50% of global wealth and around 10% of population. RISE is administered by the Extractives Global Programmatic Support Trust Fund, that is World Bank. Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. The US, a major Gavi supporter, withdraws funding, accusing it, that is Gavi, and WHO, World Health Organization, of suppressing dissent and vaccine safety concerns about Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. Gavi, Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization, is a public-private global health partnership created in 2000 to increase access to the immunization in the world's poorest countries. So, Gavi, it helps vaccinate more than half of the world's children and has immunized over 1.2 billion children, preventing around 2.6 million deaths. Gavi works with donor and developing country governments, WHO, UNICEF, the World Bank, the vaccine manufacturers, the civil society, and private philanthropists like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It supports vaccine financing, strengthening health systems, innovative technologies to extend immunization coverage, especially zero-dose children who have never been vaccinated. Geelong Treaty under AUKUS. So AUKUS, Australia, UK and USA. So Australia and UK have recently signed a long-term defense cooperation agreement known as the Geelong Treaty. So in AUKUS, Australia, UK and US, Australia and UK have recently signed a long-term defense cooperation agreement known as Geelong Treaty under the AUKUS Pillar 1. The agreement is set to last for next 50 years. About the Geelong Treaty, it's also called the Nuclear Powered Submarine Partnership and Collaboration Treaty. It aims to strengthen the defense cooperation between the two countries, Australia and UK. The treaty seeks to ensure peace, stability and security across both the Indo-Pacific and the European or Euro-Atlantic regions. So it seeks to ensure peace, stability and security across both Indo-Pacific and Euro-Atlantic regions. Geelong Treaty is also known as Nuclear Powered Submarine Partnership Collaboration Treaty, aims to strengthen defense cooperation between the two countries, that is for a long period of 50 years, next 50 years. Treaty seeks to ensure peace, stability, security across both Indo-Pacific and Euro-Atlantic regions. Joint submarine work to facilitate joint work on design, construction, operation, maintenance and disposal of SSN AUKUS nuclear powered submarines. Resilient supply chains, build secure and resilient supply chains among the AUKUS partners, and non-proliferation compliance, comply fully with international nuclear non-proliferation commitments and the AUKUS Naval Nuclear Propulsion Agreement, ANNPA. About AUKUS. AUKUS is a security alliance formed in 2021 between three countries, Australia, UK and USA, that is United States. It focuses on defense technology sharing, strategic cooperation in response to evolving regional security challenges. It has two pillars, pillar 1 and pillar 2, that is development of nuclear powered attack submarines, SSNs, and enhancements of shipbuilding capabilities across the three nations. Whereas pillar 2, joint development and advancement of military technologies including artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, electromagnetic warfare and modeling and simulation tools. So AUKUS is between three countries, Australia, UK and United States, 2021, on defense technology sharing, strategic cooperation in response to the evolving geopolitical or regional security challenges, pillar 1 and pillar 2. ILO Convention on Biological Hazards. The International Labour Organization adopted the first ever International Convention on Biological Hazards at Work. Convention number 192 during its 113th session on June 13, 2025. About ILO Convention number 192. Global standard. It establishes the first ever global standard aimed at preventing exposure to and protecting workers from biological hazards such as viruses, bacteria, fungi and other harmful bacterial agents at the workplace. Core objective. The convention's core objective is to provide legal framework for the realization of fundamental right to safety and healthy working environment concerning biological hazards. And the scope of coverage, it covers all workers and sectors where biological exposure risks exist. So about biological hazards, that is biohazards. Biohazards are biological in origin and transmitted through biological vectors, including viruses, bacteria, fungi, toxins, and other bioactive substances. Highest risk workers in healthcare, agriculture, and laboratory settings face highest risk. Contributing factors contributing to biohazards include changes in climate, weather, heat-related risks, and overuse of antimicrobials. Relevant measures: ILO Conventions 155 and 187 and India's Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code 2020. India and the International Institute of Administrative Sciences, IIAS. India has been elected to the presidency of the IIAS for the 2025-28 term. India will also host 2025 Indian Institute of Administrative Science Annual Conference in Kochi, Kerala marking a historic milestone in the institution's 100-year history. So, a historic election. India has been elected to the presidency of Indian Institute of Administrative Science for the 2025-28 term. India will also host 2025 India Institute of Administrative Sciences annual conference in Kochi, Kerala. This was the first ever election by ballot in the Indian Institute of Administrative Sciences 100-year history, a landmark moment for the institution and for India's role in global governance. About the Indian Institute of Administrative Sciences, founded and headquartered, was founded in Madrid in 1930. And is an international non-profit organization with scientific purposes. Its headquarters is in Brussels, Belgium. What it does: International Institute of Administrative Sciences is a federation of member states, national sections and academic research centers jointly elaborating public governance solutions to the policy challenges of the day. International Institute of Administrative Sciences promotes scientific research in public administration and collaborates closely with the United Nations, although it is not formally affiliated with the UN. So, structure and membership. Member countries 31, nations actively participating in IIAS governance and policy development, 15 academic research centers, institutions contributing scientific research in public administration, and 20 national sections, country level bodies representing public administration interests, and 100 plus years of history, a century of advancing global public governance solutions. Key member countries. IIAS brings together diverse group of nations committed to advancing public governance. The key members or key member countries includes Asia Pacific. From Asia Pacific, India, Japan, China, Korea and Indonesia. From Europe, Germany, Italy, Switzerland, Spain and Belgium. Middle East and Africa, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Qatar and Morocco. Americas, Mexico and other member nations. India's membership in International Institute of Administrative Sciences. India has been a member since 1998, represented by Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. Member since India has joined Indian International Institute of Administrative Sciences in 1998, establishing a long-standing commitment to international public administration collaboration, represented by India's participation and is led by Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, the nodal agency for administrative reforms in India. Now leading, India has risen from member to the president of IIAS for 2025-28, reflecting its growing importance or stature in global governance. India's presidency 2025-2028. As president of IIAS, India will champion a distinctive and transformative governance philosophy, that is maximum governance and minimum government. The Indian presidency will promote the governance model of maximum governance and minimum government. This vision emphasizes delivering more effective, efficient, citizen-centric governance while streamlining the size and footprint of the government machinery. What this means is delivering maximum outcomes for the citizens, reducing bureaucratic complexity, leveraging technology for efficient governance, and promoting transparency and accountability. So 2025 IIAS Annual Conference, Kochi, Kerala. India will host the 2025 IIAS Annual Conference in Kochi, Kerala, bringing together global leaders, administrators, researchers to discuss the most pressing public governance challenges of our time. Global platform, a gathering of member countries, national sections and academic research centers from across the world. Host city, Kochi. Kerala's vibrant port city, known for its rich heritage and modern infrastructure, will welcome the international community. And year 2025, the conference marks the beginning of India's 2025-28 presidential term at the helm of IIAS. So, India's proposed a new international governance index, that is, as the current president of International Institute of Administrative Sciences, India has proposed creating a new international governance index consisting of transparency, citizen-centric delivery, digital governance, accountability, policy innovation, and efficiency. The proposed index would provide global benchmark for measuring and comparing governance quality across nations, reflecting India's ambition to shape the future of administration worldwide. So, what are the key takeaways? Historic presidency. As you all know, India has been elected to the IIAS presidency for 2025-28, the first ever election by ballot in IIAS 100 years history. Long-standing member, India has been a member of IIAS since 1998, represented by Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. Governance vision, India's presidency promotes maximum governance and minimum government as a global governance model. And hosting the world, India will host the 2025 IIAS annual conference in Kochi, Kerala, that is already hosted in Kochi, Kerala. And India's new global index, India has proposed creating a new international global governance index to benchmark governance quality worldwide. India-EU Free Trade Agreement. The context, the conclusion of Indian-European Union Free Trade Agreement on January 27, 2026 marks a historic pivot in India's trade strategy. Often called the mother of all deals, it creates a unified market for 2 billion people and serves as a critical strategic counterweight to rising US trade protectionism. So more on the news. The 16th India-US-EU Summit held in New Delhi on January 2026 marked a major milestone with the conclusion of negotiations on India-EU Free Trade Agreement aimed at deepening bilateral strategic and economic ties. The FTA Pact was finalized by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, who attended as the chief guest for the 77th Republic Day. Watershed movement, the conclusion follows nearly 20 years of intermittent talks started in 2007, resumed in 2022. Diversification, the deal is seen as a strategic hedge against the global trade volatility and China's One Plus strategy. Ratification, the agreement now moves to legal review and translation with expected entry into the force by late 2026 after parliamentary approvals on both sides. About India-European Union Free Trade Agreement background, the relationship was upgraded to a strategic partnership in 2004. The FTA is the economic cornerstone of new towards 2030 comprehensive strategic agenda, which replaces the 2025 roadmap. Framework shift moves from purely advisory cooperation to a binding rules-based regime with mandatory dispute settlement and sustainability chapters. Key outcomes of India-EU Free Trade Agreement: the landmark tariff elimination and market access. The agreement removes duties on over 90% of bilateral trade, creating a near transparent border for goods. EU commitments: the European Union will eliminate customs duty on 99.9 99.5% of Indian export value, and $33 billion boost for labor intensive sectors, that is textile and apparel, leather, footwear, gems and jewelry, which will now enter EU at 0% duty. So 90% bilateral trade, duties removed on over 90% of bilateral trade, 99.5% EU duty elimination of Indian export value covered by EU DT removal, and $33 billion sector boost for labor intensive sectors at 0% duty. About the Towards 2030 agenda, the Towards 2030 Joint India-EU Comprehensive Strategic Agenda is a 5-year roadmap designed to transition the relationship from a trade-focused partnership to a deep strategic alliance. Adopted at the 16th India-EU Summit, it provides a plan action to navigate world of geopolitical uncertainty and economic protectionism. Deep strategic alliance transitions the relationship from a trade-focused partnership to a comprehensive strategic alliance between India and EU. 5-year roadmap replaces the 2025 roadmap and sets the course for India-EU cooperation through the year 2030. The US factor, strategic hedging. The FTA acts as a geopolitical buffer against the US trade volatility, with US imposing 50% reciprocal tariffs on Indian goods August 2025. The EU provides a stable, rules-based alternative. The Trump factor catalyst, aggressive America First protectionism, and the US-EU Greenland dispute served as the final push that broke a 20-year negotiation deadlock. Market diversification. India is reducing its over-dependence on the US market, where it holds $45.8 billion surplus at a risk of sanctions, by pivoting towards lend 22.5 trillion EU market. And regulatory and sovereignty. By aligning with EU standards, India and Europe are creating a third pole in the global trade, ensuring they are not forced to choose between US transactionalism and Chinese coercion. India Middle East Europe Corridor, IMEC. India's National Security Council Secretariat hosted officials from US, UAE, Saudi Arabia, France, Italy, Germany, Israel, Jordan, and European Union to review the progress on India Middle East Economic Corridor. About India Middle East Economic Corridor, establishment formed through a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, signed by the leaders from India, European Union, France, Germany, Italy, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and the United States during the 18th G20 Summit 2023 in New Delhi. Objective: it's a multimodal connectivity initiative designed to develop infrastructure such as ports, railways, roads, sea routes, and pipelines to boost trade across India, Arabian Peninsula, and the Mediterranean region and Europe. Structure of the corridor: Eastern Corridor and the Northern Corridor. The Eastern Corridor connects India with the Persian Gulf, forming foundational link of the IMEC network, and the west on the northern link, the Gulf region to Europe, completing transcontinental connectivity chain. Key features: it is a part of PGII, that is, it is a component. IMEC is a component of Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, a collaboration between G7 developed countries to fund infrastructure projects in developing nations. So it is a component. IMEC is a component of Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, that is a collaboration between G7 countries to fund infrastructure projects in developing nations. Origin of Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment was announced during 2021 G7 Summit in the UK, establishing a coordinated framework for global infrastructure investment. Alternatives to China's BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, PGII, that is the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, and by extension IMEC, India Middle East Europe Corridor, is seen as an alternative to BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, offering a Western aligned model for global connectivity. India-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement. India and New Zealand Free Trade Agreement concluded in December 2025, becoming one of the India's fastest concluded free trade agreements. New Zealand is India's second largest trading partner in Oceania. So, one of the largest or fastest concluded free trade agreements. So, principal outcomes of India-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement: duty-free access for Indian exports. New Zealand will grant 100% duty-free access to all Indian exports across all tariff lines. And India's calibrated market access offer. India has offered traffic concessions on 70.303% of traffic lines, covering 95% of bilateral trade value, while keeping 29.97 lines in exclusion to protect sensitive sectors. So, protection of sensitive sectors and agricultural cooperation. Protection of sensitive sectors. The key exclusions include dairy, most animal products, select vegetables, sugar, fats and oils, arms and ammunition, germs and jewelry, copper, aluminium and related products. Agricultural productivity cooperation. New Zealand will support agricultural productivity action plans for apples, kiwi fruit and honey through centers of excellence, improved planting material research and collaboration, and capacity building. Seasonal tariff rate quotas, TRQs, with safeguards. So, market access for apples, kiwi fruit, manuka honey and albumins is managed through tariff rate quotas with the following mechanisms: minimum import prices, 4 price floors to protect domestic producers from unfair competition, seasonal windows, time bound access, market access aligned with domestic harvest and supply cycles, and joint agricultural productivity council monitoring body ensuring farmer protection alongside consumer choice. Market access is carefully managed through TRQs, that is tariff rate quotas, with minimum import prices, seasonal windows and monitoring by a joint agricultural productivity council for farmer protection alongside consumer choice. So, India-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement. India-Oman Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA. So, India and Oman signed a CEPA, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, Oman's first trade agreement since 2006 in 2 decades, and India's second comprehensive partnership agreement in Gulf Cooperation Council after UAE 2022. So, the context and the significance: Oman's first free trade agreement since 2006. This Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement marks a significant milestone for Oman, representing its first trade agreement in nearly 2 decades, a major step in opening its economy to strategic partnership, and India's second CEPA in Gulf Cooperation Council after UAE in 2022, that is following the landmark India-UAE Comprehensive Economic Partnership signed in 2022. This agreement with Oman is India's second comprehensive economic partnership agreement within the Gulf Cooperation Council region. Key highlights at a glance: 98.08% of Oman's duty-free tariff lines. Oman will provide India duty-free access to 98.08 of its tariff lines. 99.38% Indian exports covered. That is covers 99.38% of what Indian exports to Oman, and 77.79%, that is India liberalized traffic lines. India has offered liberalized tariff lines. 77.9 of its total tariff lines, and 94.81% Oman's exports covered, that is covering 94.81% of what India imports from Oman. Oman's market access offers to India duty-free access. Oman will provide duty-free access to 98.08% of its tariff lines, which covers 99.38% of what India's exports to Oman. What this means for Indian exporters: nearly all Indian goods exported to Oman will enter without customs duty, dramatically improving the competitiveness of Indian products in the Omani markets. This near total coverage of tariff lines represents one of the most comprehensive market access offers India has received from a GCC partner. India's tariff liberalization offer to Oman. India's commitment to Oman. India has offered liberalized tariffs on 77.79% of its total tariff lines, covering 94.81% of what India imports from Oman. This reflects India's willingness to open its large domestic market to Omani's goods, creating a balanced and mutually beneficial trade framework. Liberalized tariffs. India has offered liberalized tariffs on 77.79 of its total tariff lines, covering 94.81% of what India imports from Oman. Mode 4 services exports. In intra-corporate transfers before CEPA and after CEPA, that is intra-corporate transfers quota was capped at 20%, limiting the share of Indian professionals that companies could transfer within their Omani operations. After CEPA, intra-corporate transfers quota has been extended or raised from 20% to 50%, a significant expansion enabling the Indian companies to deeply move of their own talent in Oman. So Oman has offered wide-ranging commitments under the Mode 4 services export, making it substantially easier for Indian companies or professionals and service providers to operate in Oman. So Mode 4 services export. Contractual service suppliers before CEPA. Stay for contractual service suppliers was limited to 90 days, a short window that constrained the ability of Indian service professionals to complete longer term contracts in Oman. After CEPA, stay for contractual service suppliers has been extended from 90 days to 2 years, extendable, a transformative change enabling sustained service delivery and deeper professional engagement. This extension is a landmark provision for Indian IT, consulting, engineering and other service professionals working on contracts in Oman. 100% FDI by Indian companies in Oman. The CEPA, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, provides 100% FDI by Indian companies in major services sectors in Oman through commercial presence. Commercial presence. Indian companies can establish full commercial presence in Oman's major services sectors without requiring a local Omani partner. A significant liberalization of Omani's investment rules and major services sector. 100% FDI provisions covers major services sectors, opening up vast opportunities for Indian firms to invest, operate and grow in the Omani economy at full ownership. So Mode 4 services summary of key commitments, that is before CEPA and after CEPA. Intra-corporate transfer is quota raised from 20 to 50. Stay for contractual service suppliers raised from 90 days to 2 years extendable. FDI by Indian companies in services restricted before CEPA, after CEPA 100% allowed. Oman duty-free tariff lines for India before CEPA no, but now 98.08%. India liberalized tariff lines for Oman before CEPA none, and after CEPA 77.79%. So India Oman CEPA key takeaways, historic milestone, Oman's first trade agreement since 2006 and India's second CEPA in the GCC Gulf Cooperation Council after UAE 2022. Near total market access, Oman will provide India duty-free access to 98.08% of its tariff lines, covering 99.38% of what India exports to Oman. India has offered liberalized tariffs on 77.79% of its total tariff lines, covering 94.81% of what India imports for Oman. Transformative service commitments, that is intra-corporate transferees quota from 20% to 50%. Stay for contractual service suppliers extended from 90 days to 2 years extendable, and full FDI access. The CAPA provides 100% FDI by Indian companies in major services sectors in Oman through commercial presence. India-Russia RELOS agreement. Russia has officially approved reciprocal exchange of logistics support agreement with India, marking a significant bilateral defense cooperation and a strategic reach. So, what is RELOS agreement? The reciprocal exchange of logistics support agreement enables mutual access of each other's military facilities for fueling, repairs, supplies, and maintenance to enhance joint operations and strategic reach. Mutual military access. Both nations gain access to each other's military facilities for refueling, repairs, supplies, and maintenance. Enhanced strategic reach. The agreement is designed to enhance joint operations and extends the strategic reach of both nations' armed forces. Lay down procedures. RELOS, reciprocal exchange logistics support, lays down procedures for movement of military personnel, warships, and aircraft between India and Russia. So, airspace and naval access. RELOS enables mutual use of airspace and permits port calls by naval vessels along with arrangements for logistic supports between two nations. Airspace access, mutual use of airspace for military aircraft of both nations. Port calls, naval vessels of both countries are permitted to make port calls at designated facilities. Logistics arrangements, structured arrangements for comprehensive logistics supports during deployments. Scope of coverage. The agreement covers a broad range of military and humanitarian activities, ensuring both nations can support each other across multiple operational contexts. Transport of troops and equipment. The agreement covers the transport of troops and equipment between the two nations during deployments. Refueling, repair, and maintenance. Comprehensive support services including refuel, repairing, maintenance, and other support services during deployments. And joint exercises and humanitarian aid. It applies to joint exercises, training, humanitarian assistance, and disaster relief, and may also be used in other situations with mutual consent. What RELOS means for India? For India, RELOS provides structured access to Russian air and naval bases spanning vast geographic arc from Vladivostok in India's far east to Murmansk in the Arctic north. Air bases, structured access to Russian air bases across a vast geography range from for Indian military aircraft and naval bases. Access to Russian naval bases from Vladivostok to Murmansk, significantly extending India's maritime reach. What RELOS means for Russia? For Russia, RELOS enables greater access to Indian ports and airfields for logistics and operations, expanding India's operational footprint into the Indian Ocean region. Indian ports, greater access to Indian ports for Russian naval vessels, enabling logistics and operational supports in the Indian Ocean. Indian airfields, access to Indian airfields for Russian military aircraft supporting logistics and broader operational requirements. RELOS versus LEMOA comparison. RELOS is similar to India-US agreement called LEMOA, Logistic Exchange Memorandum of Agreement. Both agreements follow the same fundamental principle of reciprocal logistics access between partner nations. The RELOS, mutual access to military facilities, airspace, ports, covers joint exercises, humanitarian aid, Vladivostok to Murmansk. LEMOA, similar mutual military access framework, part of foundational India-US Defense Agreement. So, India's network of military logistics agreement. India has such military logistic agreements with a wide range of strategic partners across the globe, reflecting its growing defense diplomacy. Australia, Quad partner with mutual logistics access agreement. Japan, Quad partner with mutual logistics access agreement. United States, Quad partner, LEMOA, logistics exchange memorandum of agreement. France, strategic partner with military logistics agreement. And Singapore, regional partner with military logistics agreement. South Korea, strategic partner with military logistics agreement. So India's global logistic reach. India built a comprehensive network of military logistics agreements spanning the Quad countries as well as key partners in Europe and Asia. Australia, Japan, United States. Japan logistics agreement, Australia logistics agreement, United States LEMOA agreement, France bilateral cooperation, Singapore, South Korea and Russia RELOS agreement. So in addition to Russia, through RELOS further strengthens India's ability to project power and sustain operations across a vast geographic arc from Arctic to the Indo-Pacific. Key takeaways: official approval. India has officially approved RELOS, reciprocal exchange of logistics support with agreement with India, mutual military facility access. The agreement enables mutual access to each other's military facilities for refueling, repairs, supplies and maintenance to exchange, enhance joint operations and strategic reach. Broad operational scope, that is, covers transport of troops, equipment, joint exercises, training, humanitarian assistance, disaster relief and other situations with mutual consent. Part of a wider network. India now has military logistics agreement with Quad countries, Australia, Japan, the United States as well as with France, Singapore, South Korea and now with Russia. The India's cross-border rail connectivity, Bhutan. The government of India has approved 2 new cross-border railway projects that will establish Bhutan's first ever rail connectivity with India, while also amending the Treaty of Transit with Nepal to facilitate smooth rail-based freight movement. The 2 new cross-border projects, railway projects approved. The government of India has approved 2 new cross-border railway projects that will establish Bhutan's first ever rail connectivity with India. The Kakrajar Assam Jelepu Bhutan, a 69-kilometer line costing 3456 crore, and Banarhat West Bengal to Samse Bhutan, a 20-kilometer line costing 577 crore. Nearly 2 decades of cooperation. 2005 Memorandum of Understanding. These projects mark nearly 2 decades of cooperation on cross-border rail connectivity, formally initiated through a 2005 MOU, Memorandum of Understanding between India and Bhutan, a historical milestone. The approval of these 2 railway lines represents the culmination of a long-standing bilateral efforts to physically connect the 2 nations through modern rail infrastructure, first in the Bhutan's history. Connecting 2 major Bhutanese hubs, the 2 lines connect 2 major Bhutanese hubs. Jelepu, the mindfulness city, is being developed as a mindfulness city, a landmark urban development project in Bhutan designed to blend economic growth with sustainability and well-being. Samse, key industrial town in Bhutan, making rail connectivity critical for supporting industrial and commercial activities. Passenger and freight services. Passenger and freight services will operate on these routes. Likely, Bhutanese exports include the dolomite, key mineral export from Bhutanese rich geological reserves, the ferrosilicon, an important industrial alloy produced in Bhutan's manufacturing sector, quartzite, a valuable mineral resource for construction and industrial use, stone chips, essential construction material exported from Bhutan's quarries, and India-Nepal amend Treaty of Transit. India and Nepal have amended Treaty of Transit to facilitate the smooth movement of rail-based freight, including bulk cargo between Jogbani, India and Biratnagar, Nepal. So the expanded major transit corridors, have been expanded with the liberalized provisions now applying to the following routes. The Kolkata Biratnagar via Jogbani, 1. 2. Kolkata Nautanwa via Sunauli, and Vishakhapatnam Nautanwa via Sunauli. Enhancing multimodal connectivity. The expanded arrangements enhance multimodal connectivity and strengthen Nepal's access to third country trade through Indian ports. Nepal is a landlocked country, so it expands the access to the third country trade through using India's ports. Strategic access. Nepal gains improved access to major India seaports, including Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, enabling smoother international trade flows and reducing logistical bottlenecks for Nepali exporters and importers. Deepening economic and commercial linkages. As Nepal's largest trade and investment partner, India expects the revised transit framework to further deepen economic commercial linkages and promote regional integration. Largest trade partner, India is Nepal's largest trade and investment partner, making this amendment a cornerstone of bilateral economic relations. Deeper economic linkages. The revised transit framework is expected to further deepen economic and commercial linkages between the 2 nations. Regional integration. The amendments are designed to promote broader regional integration across South Asia. Takeaways. India's regional rail diplomacy. Bhutan's first rail connectivity to new lines. Kakrojhar Jelepu 69 km 3456 crore and Banarhat Samste 577 crore marks a historic milestone rooted in 2005 MOU. Strategic Bhutanese hubs connected. The lines include Jelepu, the mindfulness city, and Samste, a key industrial town enabling passenger and freight services, including dolomite, ferrosilicon, quartzite, and stone chips. The India-Nepal Transit Treaty amended liberalized provisions now cover 3 major corridors, enhancing multimodal connectivity, Nepal's port access, and promoting regional integration across South Asia. India's cross-border rail connectivity. Bhutan, the government of India has approved 2 new cross-border rail projects that will establish Bhutan's first ever rail connectivity with India, while also amending Treaty of Transit with Nepal to facilitate smooth rail-based free movement. India's global engagement 2025, a comprehensive overview of India's bilateral relations, trade agreements and multilateral partnership shaping global cooperation in 2025. Trade agreements, economic partnerships, UK-India Free Trade Agreement signed after 3 years, and pound sterling 25.5 billion, nearly $32 billion trade boost from 2040, and 90% of tariff reduction on traded goods. India-EU Free Trade Agreement, historical deal concluded on Jan 2026, that is 77th Republic Day, after the 77th Republic Day, and 99.5% EU duty elimination on Indian exports, and $33 billion boost for labor intensive sectors. India-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement concluded December 2025, 100% duty-free access for Indian exports, agricultural cooperation through centers of excellence. Oman Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, the first Gulf Cooperation Council trade agreements since 2006, and 98% tariff lines duty-free and 100% FDI allowed in major services sectors. Defense and security cooperation, that is India-US 10-year framework, major defense partnerships signed at ADMM Plus, that is ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus. It is a premium security and defense dialogue platform uniting ASEAN members plus 8 countries, that is Australia, China, India, Japan, New Zealand, Republic of Korea, Russia and United States, established in 2001, fosters practical cooperation on regional security challenges. So, infrastructure and connectivity projects, India-Bhutan rail corridors, 2 new cross-border lines approved, Kakrajar and Jelepu, 69 km and 3456 crore Indian rupees, and Banarhat Samse 20 km and 577 Indian crore, Bhutan's first rail connectivity. India Middle East Europe corridor, economic corridor, connects India to Gulf and Europe via multimodal infrastructure alternative to China's BRI. Nepal's transit treaty, amended treaty, expands rail freight movement, liberalized provisions from Kolkata's Biratnagar and Kolkata Nautanwa and Vishakhapatnam Nautanwa routes. BRICS expansion, a new era, 17th BRICS Summit 2025, Rio de Janeiro declaration, Indonesia joins as a full member and 10 new partner countries are welcomed. The new members, Belarus, Bolivia, Kazakhstan, Cuba, Nigeria, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, Uganda and Uzbekistan became partners. Financial mechanisms, BRICS Pay and national currency settlements, multilateral guarantee mechanisms launched, no common currency. And India's 2026 chairmanship, India assumes BRICS presidency for 18th Summit 2026. Multilateral organizations, New Development Bank, that is Algeria becomes 9th member of the New Development Bank. New Development Bank is established in 2015 by BRICS nations. $100 billion authorized capital and headquarters is in Shanghai. International Criminal Court, Ukraine joins as 125th state party. It's a permanent tribunal established in 2002. It has jurisdiction over individuals, that is jurisdiction over genocide, crimes against humanity, or war crimes. United Nations Economic and Social Council membership. India elected to United Nations Economic and Social Council for 2026-28 term. 54 members. They promote sustainable development across 3 dimensions. And International Institute of Administrative Sciences. India is elected to IIAS presidency 2025-28. It hosts the 2025 annual conference in Kochi. Summits and global forums. G7 Summit 2025, Kanaskis, Canada, 58th anniversary of G7. Wildfire Charter, Critical Minerals Action Plan, Rice Partnership for Supply Chains. NATO Summit 2025, The Hague, NATO, and the new defense spending benchmark. Hague's declaration, new defense spending benchmark, that is, the defense spending from the NATO countries should be increased from 2% to 5% within a decade, strengthening deterrence and readiness. The UN Ocean Conference 3, held in Nice, France. Theme: Our Ocean, Our Future Declaration. 50 BBNJ, that is UNOC, that is United Nations Ocean Conference 3, held in Nice, France. Theme: Our Ocean, Our Future Declaration. 50 Biodiversity Beyond Natural Jurisdiction Treaty ratifications. French Polynesia announces world's largest marine protected area, around 5 million square kilometers. World Bank Land Conference, Washington DC, India as country champion. Showcased Swamitwa scheme and Gram Manchitra platform for land tenure. Swamitwa scheme and land Manchitra platform. So Swamitwa means survey of villages and mapping with improvised technology in village areas. It's a central sector scheme of Ministry of Panchayat Raj, April 24, 2020. It uses drone technology to map rural residential land. It provides official property cards, that is record of rights to owners, aimed to enable loans, reduce disputes and enhance rural planning. Whereas Gram Manchitra platform is a geographic information system launched by Ministry of Panchayat Raj to empower Gram Panchayat with spatial planning. So, the World Bank Lawn Conference held at Washington DC, India as a country champion, showcases Swamitwa scheme and Gram Manchitra platform for land tenure. So, 47th Asian Summit, Kuala Lumpur, 2026 declared Asian India Year of Maritime Cooperation, and East Timor becomes 11th member. So 47th ASEAN Summit, Kuala Lumpur, held at Kuala Lumpur, 2026 is declared as Asian India Maritime Cooperation, and East Timor becomes 11th member. Specialized agreements and initiatives. The India-Kyrgyzstan Bilateral Investment Treaty, effective June 2025, balances investor rights with sovereignty regulatory powers and clear assets definitions and dispute resolution. India EFTA, European Union Free Trade Agreement and Trade and Economic Partnership with Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, Liechtenstein targets 1 million direct jobs and includes MRAs for regulated professions. So, MRAs for regulated professions, that is mutual recognition agreements for regulated professions. UPU and UPI integration links Unified Payments Interface UPI with Universal Postal Union's 192 member network, modernizes cross-border remittances through postal system. Regional organizations, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, India refused to sign joint declaration at Qingdao Defense Ministers meeting. SCO includes Russia, Shanghai for Russia, China and Central Asian nations. Eurasian Economic Union, India and Eurasian Economic Union signed terms of reference for proposed free trade agreement. Regional Union of Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Armenia and Kyrgyzstan. So, Eurasian Economic Union, it's a regional union of 5 countries, Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Armenia and Kyrgyzstan, and India and Eurasian Economic Union, they signed terms of reference for proposed free trade agreement. Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, 25 member states, 9 observers. India launched in 2008. That is, Indian Ocean Naval Symposium is launched by India in 2008 to strengthen maritime cooperation, and it is a chair. That is, it chairs it in 2025-27. Global Health Development, the Gavi Alliance. So, the Gavi Vaccine Alliance, US withdraws funding to the Gavi, accusing WHO, World Health Organization, of suppressing dissent. Gavi immunized around 1.2 billion children since 2000, preventing 2.6 million deaths. And Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI, that is, it was launched in 2019 at UN Climate Summit. 53 member committees, that is countries, promotes resilient infrastructure planning to reduce disaster damage. 1.2 billion, Gavi Alliance, 1.2 billion children vaccinated by Gavi since 2000, and 20.6 million lives saved through immunization programs. And 53 CDRI, Coalition for Disaster Resistance Infrastructure member countries in coalition. So, Global Affairs updates, key developments 2025, a comprehensive review of international agreements, summits and geopolitical shifts shaping global landscape in 2025. So, United Nations Convention Against Cybercrime is a historic milestone. 72 out of 193 UN member states signed the convention in Hanoi, Vietnam. This marks the first international criminal justice treaty negotiated in over 2 decades. Key details, officially titled Convention on Cybercrime, strengthening international cooperation to combat crimes committed through the ISET system, adopted December 2024, enters in force 90 days after 40 countries ratify, and open for signatures until December 2026. First global instrument, universally applicable, legally binding UN instrument governing electronic evidence collection and exchange for serious crimes, alternative to Budapest. It responds to demands for global alternatives to Budapest Convention 2001, which Russia, China and India opposed. 2025 G20 Summit, Johannesburg, South Africa. Theme: Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability. First G20 Summit hosted on African continent. South Africa's presidency marks the fourth consecutive Global South nation leading the forum. Disaster resilience, greater investment in risk reduction, preparedness and early warning system. We focus on SIDS and least developed countries. SIDS, small island developing countries, and least developed countries. Debt sustainability, enhanced transparency, IMF and World Bank reforms, assistance through G20 common framework. Energy transition, tripling renewable energy capacity, doubling efficiency by 2050, and Mission 300, electrifying 300 million Africans by 2030. Critical minerals, voluntary framework to expand exploration, promote local value addition, ensure fair economic benefits. Food security, Ubuntu approach strengthens the resilient food systems, reduce price volatility and support African agriculture. Ubuntu approach is an African philosophy centered on the belief that I am because we are. It promotes interconnectedness, community and shared humanity. It fosters empathy, respect and collective responsibility, focusing on repairing relationships rather than retribution, focused on leadership, education and restorative justice to foster solidarity. So, food security, Ubuntu approach, strengthen resilient food systems, reduce price volatility, support African agriculture, and AI for Africa, AI initiative focusing on skill development, computing, resource access, ethical governance, supported by UNSCO's TPAF. UNSCO TPAF. Artificial Intelligence for Africa, the AI initiative focusing on skill development, computing resources access, ethical governance, and supported by UNESCO's TPAF. So TPAF, Technology Policy Assistance Facility, is an initiative developed by G20 AI Task Force with support from UNESCO, designed to help governments and stakeholders translate artificial intelligence principles into actionable policy. COP30, Conference of Parties 30, Belém Climate Agreement. So 30th Conference of Parties held in Belém, that is Brazil, concluded with Global Mutirao Agreement, emphasizing community-driven collective action. Deforestation Roadmap, strong political push to address global deforestation, dedicated roadmap for countries to develop over coming years. Tropical Forest Cover Forever Facility, that is $125 billion fund for forest conservation, $25 billion from governments, philanthropists, and $100 billion from private investments. Brazil committed first $1 billion. India joined as an observer in the Tropical Forest Forever Facility, that is a $125 billion fund for forest conservation. Belem 4 into 4x pledge, that is fourfold increase in sustainable fuels, that is biofuels, hydrogen, biogas by 2035. So the target is by 2035 you are increasing the fold increase in sustainable fuels like biofuels, hydrogen and biogas, that is Belem 4x pledge. And utilities for net zero alliance. Public utilities pledged $66 billion annually for renewable energy and $82 billion for transmission and storage. So utilities for net zero alliance. Public utilities pledged $66 billion annually for renewable energy and $82 billion for transmission and storage. So IPSA Summit 2025, trilateral cooperation, that is Johannesburg. IPSA Summit 2025 was held in Johannesburg, November 2025. India, Brazil, South Africa Forum, established in 2003 to promote cooperation among emerging democracies. South Africa currently chairs IPSA. And IPSA Fund, Facility for Poverty and Hunger Alleviation, operational since 2006, allocated $53.27 million, supporting 46 development projects across 34 partner countries, mostly least developed countries. Consultation forum, coordination on global, regional political issues, trilateral collaboration, working groups and people-to-people forums, and developing projects South-South cooperation through IPSA Fund. So IPSA Fund is a facility for poverty and hunger alleviation. It is operational since 2006, allocated around $53.27 million, supporting 46 development projects across 34 partner countries, mostly LDCs. APEC Summit 2025, Asia Pacific Economic Summit Corporation, that is Economic Corporation. APEC Summit 2025, that is Economic Cooperation, leaders of 21 Asia Pacific economies concluded summit in Gwangju, South Korea, reaffirming commitment to economic cooperation and global uncertainty. So, free trade promotion, facilitate trade and investment, facilitate free trade promotion, facilitate trade and investment, reduce barriers across Pacific Rim. That is Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation is a premier regional forum for 21 Pacific Rim member countries founded in 1989 to promote free trade, economic growth and regional cooperation. It facilitates business through initiatives like APEC Business Travel Card, reduces tariff barriers and supports sustainable growth. APEC represents roughly 60% of global GDP. So APEC Summit 2025, the leaders of 21 Asia Pacific economies concluded in South Korea, Gwangju, reaffirming commitment to economic cooperation and global uncertainty, free trade promotion, facilitate trade and investment, reduce barriers across Pacific Rim and economic growth, support sustainable development across member countries and voluntary commitments, operates on consensus with no binding treaty obligations. So, regional security and trade initiatives, Colombo Security Conclave, 7th National Security Advisor level meeting held in New Delhi, and regional security grouping in Indian Ocean region established in 2011 now includes India, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Mauritius, Bangladesh and Seychelles. So, Colombo Security Conclave 7th NSA level meeting was held in New Delhi. And Kimberley process, India to chair from January 2026. Kimberley process is a tripartite initiative curbing conflict diamonds trade, regulates 99.8% of global rough diamond trade and 60 participants representing 96 countries. Asia Pacific Trade Agreement, India and China are signatories. initiative under UNSCAP for trade expansion through traffic concessions. Originally Bangkok Agreement and signed 1975. Originally, the Bangkok Agreement signed 1975 now includes 7 members. So, Asia Pacific Trade Agreement, India and China are signatories. Asia Pacific Trade Agreement, that is initiative under UNESCAP, that is United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific for trade expansion through traffic concessions. Originally, the Bangkok Agreement signed in 1975 and now includes 4 members. Financial and developmental institutions, Financial Action Task Force FATF released updated asset recovery guidance introducing strengthened global framework against all financial crimes. India played an active role in drafting revised standards. 30 members including 2 regional organizations. India became a full member in June 2010, sets 40 recommendations for AML, that is anti-money laundering, and CFT. CFT is combating the financing of terrorism, and CPF is counter proliferation financing standards. International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, India, they hosted in Rome, established 1977, headquartered in Rome, dedicated to eradicating hunger and poverty in developing countries through rural community investments. So, International Fund for Agricultural Development, established in 1977, headquarter Rome, is dedicated to eliminating hunger and poverty in developing countries through rural community investments. So, International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, and India Day was hosted in Rome, and 189 state parties for BWC, Biological Weapons Convention membership, near universal coverage, and TFFF Fund, that is Tropical Forest Forever Facility, target $125 billion, and 21 Eurozone members, that is Bulgaria, joined in 2026. Health and Social Development, WTO Traditional Medicine Summit, second summit held in December 2025, New Delhi. Theme: Restoring Balance, the Science and Practice of Health and Well-being. Nearly 90% of 194 WHO members report 40 to 90% population using traditional medicine. And World Summit for Social Development, second World Summit for Social Development held in Doha, Qatar, focused on accelerating SDG, Sustainable Development Progress, by addressing inequality and limited social protection. First summit held in Copenhagen 1995 resulted in Copenhagen Declaration. So, the WHO Traditional Medicine Summit, second summit held in December 2025, was held in New Delhi, and the World Summit for Social Development held in Doha, Qatar, second World Summit for Social Development. Geopolitical hotspots and strategic developments. Chagos Island sovereignty. UK transferred sovereignty to Mauritius, and Mauritius will lease Diego Garcia for 99 years. Mauritius receives pound sterling 3.4 billion and around $4.35 billion over lease period. Archipelago is detached from Mauritius since 1965, and Strait of Hormuz, Iran's parliament approved closing the strait following US strikes critical maritime passage, handles 25% of global seaborne oil trade and 20% of oil consumption, 20% of LNG trade. Red Sea attacks. Cargo ships are attacked by Houthi rebels, Yemen. Houthi rebels, Shia rebels backed by Iran in Yemen. Strategic waterway linking Gulf of Aden to Strait of Bab al-Mandab, via Red Sea, Suez Canal to Mediterranean Sea, and its high salinity, no major rivers flowing in. And Medog hydropower project, China began constructing on Yarlung Zangbu river, that is Brahmaputra river in India, in Tibet. So China has started constructing Medog hydropower project on Yarlung Zangbu in Tibet, which is known as Brahmaputra in India, expected to exceed the Three Gorges Dam size, generating 3 times more electricity. So this so-called Medog hydro project constructed on Yarlung Zangbu in Tibet, that is Brahmaputra in India, is expected to be 3 times more, that is exceed 3 Gorges Dam in size, not only in size but also generating 3 times more electricity. India USA sign 10-year major defense partnership framework. India and USA have signed a 10-year framework for India-US major defense partnership on the sidelines of ADMM, that is 12th ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus in Kuala Lumpur, making a new phase in bilateral defense cooperation. So, the context: India and United States have signed a 10-year framework for India-US major defense partnership on the sidelines of 12th ASEAN Defense Minister Meeting Plus, that is ADMM Plus, in Kuala Lumpur, marking a new phase in bilateral military cooperation or defense cooperation. Key highlights of the new framework: strategic roadmap establishes a strategic roadmap for deeper cooperation across operational, industrial and technological domains. Co-development promotes co-development and co-production of advanced defense systems under Make in India and Make for the World. Intelligence sharing enhances intelligence sharing to address cyber, maritime and emerging security threats. Joint exercises expands joint military exercises including Malabar Yudh Abhyas and Tiger Triumph. Indo-Pacific commitment reaffirms a shared commitment to free, open and rules-based Indo-Pacific. A strategic roadmap for deeper cooperation, that is what it establishes. It establishes a strategic roadmap for deeper cooperation across operational, industrial and technological domains. The 3 core domains: operational, industrial and technological. Co-development and co-production promotes co-development and co-production of advanced defense systems under Make in India and Make for the World. Make in India, leveraging India's growing defense manufacturing ecosystem and build advanced system domestically. Make for the World, positioning India and USA as joint exporters of cutting-edge defense technology to global partners. Enhanced intelligence sharing, that is cyber threats, enhances intelligence sharing to address cyber security threats in an increasingly digital battlefield. Maritime security ensures intelligence sharing to address maritime security threats across critical sea lanes. Emerging threats enhances military sharing to address emerging security threats in new and evolving domains. Expanding joint military exercises expands joint military exercises including Malabar Yuddh Abhyas and Tiger Triumph. Malabar is a naval exercise involving India, US, Japan, focused on maritime security and interoperability. Yuddh Abhyas, bilateral annual army exercise between India and United States, enhancing land combat cooperation. Tiger Triumph, tri-services, Navy, Air Force and Army, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, HADR, exercise between India and US. Commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. It reaffirms a shared commitment to free, open and rules-based Indo-Pacific. The reaffirmation underscores the strategic alignment between India and United States in upholding international norms, freedom of navigation, stable regional order across Indo-Pacific. Framework at a glance. Strategic roadmap, a 10-year plan guiding the bilateral defense priorities. Co-production, intelligence sharing, balanced information exchange for shared threats. Co-production and co-development, joint defense industrial projects and shared supply chains. Joint military exercises, regular combined training to boost interoperability. So, the 10-year framework spans 5 interconnected pillars, creating a comprehensive and enduring architecture for India and US defense cooperation across operational, industrial and geopolitical dimensions. Significance of the 10-year framework, signed at ADMM Plus, that is ASEAN's defense meeting, Defense Ministers Meeting Plus, that is signed on the sidelines of 12th ASEAN Defense Ministers Meetings Plus in Kuala Lumpur, a multilateral platform signaling a broad regional relevance, a new phase, that is, marks a new phase in bilateral defense cooperation, elevating India-US relationship to a major defense partnership with a decade-long strategic horizon. Multi-domain scope covers operational, industrial, technological, intelligence and geopolitical dimensions, making it one of the most comprehensive defense frameworks between the two nations. The India-US Major Defense Partnership Framework represents a landmark commitment to a shared security, innovation and rules-based Indo-Pacific order for the next decade. International Criminal Court. International Criminal Court, that is, the International Criminal Court has officially welcomed Ukraine as the 125th state party to the Rome Statute 2002. So, about International Criminal Court. International Criminal Court was established in 2002 under the Rome Statute. It is a permanent intergovernmental tribunal established in 2002 under the Rome Statute. It is headquartered in Hague, Netherlands. It is the first international court with jurisdiction to prosecute individuals for serious international crimes, genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, crimes of aggression. International Criminal Court operates as a court of last resort, intervening only when national courts are unwilling or unable to prosecute offenders. ICC's jurisdiction applies to crimes committed after July 1, 2002, that is, after the Rome Statute was enforced, either on the territory of a member state or by nationals of the member states. As of early 2025, 125 states are parties to the Rome Statute. Notably, major countries such as United States, China, Russia, and India have not ratified the statute and do not recognize ICC's jurisdiction, International Criminal Court's jurisdiction. So, which countries do not recognize the ICC's jurisdiction? USA, China, Russia, and India. The ICC can initiate investigations through state party referrals, the United Nations Security Council referrals, or by the prosecutor acting on the information from other sources. So, international other sources. So, International Conference on Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, African Union joined the India's Coalition for Disaster Resilience Infrastructure at the 7th International Conference on Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, International Conference for Disaster Resilience Infrastructure 2025 in France. So, about International Conference on Disaster Resilience Infrastructure 2025. The 2025 edition is themed Shaping a Resilient Future for Coastal Regions, focusing on promoting sustainable and disaster resilient infrastructure capable of withstanding climate and economic shocks in the vulnerable coastal areas. So, for the first time in Europe, by convening in Europe for the first time, ICDRI 2025 had broadened its global impact call to action for coastal resilience. It launched a call to action for coastal resilience, presenting global recommendations to protect communities and enhance adaptive capacity, especially in small island developing states. 3 core pillars including access to finance, developing data and technology, enforcing infrastructure codes and standards to enhance resilience. So, IRIS program, Infrastructure for Resilient Island States, IRIS program, Infrastructure for Resilient Island States, announced progress with 24 projects in 25 SIDS, Small Islands Developing States, alongside new research grants for 53 projects in 21 countries. Key recommendations: creating a SIDS Global Data Hub, expanding early warning systems, establishing regional training and fellowship hubs to promote local capacity and research in resilience. About Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, Origin. It is an international partnership launched by the Government of India in 2019 at 2019 UN Climate Action Summit in New York. The main objective, its goal is to reduce the damage and losses caused by natural disasters by promoting resilient infrastructure planning and construction. It supports the UN Sustainable Development Goals SDGs, the Paris Climate Agreement, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, mission and activities improving both new and old infrastructure for disaster resilience, conducting research and knowledge exchange, developing global standards, building codes and financing tools for resilient projects, support to countries. It helps both developing and developed nations by offering technical advice, training program and access to international best practices to strengthen their infrastructure systems. CDRI, Governance and Global Reach. Governance structure, it is governed by a charter. Its secretariat is based in Delhi. The governing council is co-chaired permanently by India and rotationally by other key members. Global reach, 53 member countries and 11 partner organizations. 53 member countries, nations committed to disaster resilient infrastructure worldwide. 11 partner organizations, international bodies collaborating with CDRI, and 2019 year launched at United Nations Climate Action Summit in New York, and 25 SIDS, Small Islands Developing States, with IRIS project, that is the IRIS, Infrastructure for Resilient Island States project. Small Islands Developing States benefited from IRIS program. International Organization for Mediation, IOMED. China has established the International Organization for Mediation, a global alternative to institutions like International Court of Justice and Permanent Court of Arbitration. About International Organization for Mediation, world's first International Organization for Mediation is the world's first intergovernmental legal organization dedicated to resolving international disputes through mediation. Founding members, 19 founding members including China, Indonesia, Pakistan, Belarus, mostly from Asia, Africa and Caribbean, reflecting its non-Western focus. And current membership, it has 38 members. India is not a member. And scope of disputes, its scope covers state-to-state disputes, conflicts between state and foreign nationals, and international commercial disagreements. Its headquarters is in Wang Chai, Hong Kong. So, in International Organization for Mediation, headquarters is in Wang Chai, Hong Kong. It covers state-to-state disputes, conflicts between states and foreign nationals, international commercial disagreements. Membership, 38 members. India is not a member. 19 founding members including China, Indonesia, Pakistan, Belarus, mostly from Asia, Africa and Caribbean, reflecting its non-Western focus. And it is the world's first intergovernmental legal organization dedicated to resolving international disputes through mediation. International Organization for Marine Aids to Navigation. India attended the second IALA, International Association for Marine Aids to Navigation and Lighthouse Authorities. India attended the second IALA Council session as Vice President in Nice, France, and will host the 3rd General Assembly 2025 and 21st Conference 2027 in Mumbai. Organization overview, established in 1987 as an NGO but became an intergovernmental organization in 2024 to strengthen maritime safety and standard setting globally. Headquarters, Saint-Germain-en-Laye, France. Structure, General Assembly of IALA meets every 4 years. The Council of 24 members meets twice a year to resolve the ongoing programs. Purpose and mandate: to ensure safe, economic and efficient movement of vehicles by improving and harmonizing aids to navigation worldwide. Mandate: harmonize global maritime navigation systems, promote maritime safety initiatives, collaborate with member states, international organizations and industry stakeholders to address maritime safety and environmental challenges. New Development Bank. Algeria has become the 9th member of the New Development Bank, marking a significant milestone in the expansion of this multilateral development institution established by the BRICS nation. So, New Development Bank is established by the BRICS nation and Algeria has become the 9th member of the New Development Bank, and it marks a significant milestone in the expansion of this multilateral development institution. About NDB, New Development Bank, established in 2015 by the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. The New Development Bank is a multilateral development bank that mobilizes resources for infrastructure and sustainable development projects in emerging markets and developing economies, EMDCs. So, it provides or mobilizes resources for infrastructure and sustainable development projects in EMDCs, that is emerging markets and developing countries. And its headquarters is in Shanghai, China, and the capital structure, the total capital or authorized capital is $100 billion with 5 founding members, that is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, with 5 founding members contributing equally to an initial $50 billion. They retain a combined voting power of at least 55% and ensuring a balanced governance structure. So, total authorized capital is $100 billion and 5 founding members, that is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, they contribute equally to an initial $50 billion. They retain a combined voting power of at least 55%, ensuring a balanced governance structure. Membership of NDB, National Development Bank, membership is open to all UN member states, both borrowing and non-borrowing, under Article 2 of National New Development Bank Agreement. And founding members are Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And the other members are Bangladesh, Egypt, UAE, and Algeria. So, prospective members of New Development Bank: Uruguay, Uzbekistan, Colombia, and Ethiopia have been approved as prospective members of the New Development Bank. Uruguay, Uzbekistan, Colombia, and Ethiopia have been approved as a prospective members. So, Asian Development Bank, ADB. It is headquartered in Manila, Philippines. Genesis 1966. Members 69 members, 50 members from Asia Pacific and 19 from outside, including India. So, India is a member of Asian Development Bank, established in 1966 and headquarter Manila, Philippines. So, members 69 members, 50 from the Asia Pacific and 19 from outside, including India. Voting structure is based on shareholding. So, the amounts of the number of shares you hold, so voting power is based on that. So, USA and Japan are the largest shareholders. Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, headquartered in Beijing, China. Genesis 2016. Members 18111 approved members, 105 full and 6 prospective, including India as a full member. Voting structure is based on capital. So, China has the largest, followed by India and Russia. So, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, 2016, headquarter Beijing, China. Members 111 members, approved members, 150 full-time members and 6 prospective members. So, India is a full member. Voting structure, it is based on capital. So, China is the largest, followed by India and Russia. African Development Bank, AFDB, headquarter Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. Genesis 1964. Members 81 members, 54 African and 27 non-African, including India. Voting structure, African members hold majority, that is approximately 60% of the voting power. So, African Development Bank, AFDB, headquarters is in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. It was Genesis 1964, established in 1964. Members 81 members, 54 from African Union and to Africa, and 27 from non-African, including India. So India is a member of African Development Bank. And voting structure: African members hold majority, that is approximately 60% of voting power. Comparative overview: multilateral development banks, Asian Development Bank, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and African Development Bank. Headquarter: Asian Development Bank, Manila, Philippines. AIIB, Beijing, China, and African Development Bank, Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire. Genesis, Asian Development Bank, ADB, 1966. AIIB, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, 2016, and African Development Bank, 1964. Members: 69 members, 50 members from Asia Pacific, and 19 from outside, including India. 111 approved members, 105 full and 6 prospective, including India as a full member. 81 members, 54 African and 27 non-African, including India. Voting structure: ADB, voting based on shareholding, so USA and Japan largest. Voting based on capital: AIIB, voting based on capital, so China is the largest, followed by India and Russia. And African Development Bank, African members hold majority, that is approximately 60 members. So new development bank versus other multilateral banks. Key distinctions: new development bank focuses, that is, it mobilizes resources for infrastructure and sustainable development in EMDCs, that is emerging markets and developing countries. Equal founding contribution, that is 5 founding members of BRICS members, they contribute equally to an initial $50 billion with combined voting power of at least 55%. And open membership is open to all UN member states, both borrowing and non-borrowing, under Article 2 of NDB agreement. Authorized capital: bank authorized capital is $100 billion, providing a strong financial foundation for development projects. So Algeria, the 9th member of NDB. Algeria has become the 9th member of the new development bank, joining an institution that was established in 2015 by BRICS nations and has since expanded its membership significantly. Current full members: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Bangladesh, UAE, Egypt, and Algeria. Prospective members: Uruguay, Uzbekistan, Colombia, Ethiopia have been approved as prospective members. Authorized capital $100 billion total, with founding members contributing equally to an initial $50 billion. Shanghai Cooperation Organization. India has refused to sign a joint declaration at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization's Defense Ministers meeting in Qingdao, China. So, context: India has refused to sign a joint declaration at the SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization's Defense Ministers meeting at Qingdao, China. So, about Shanghai Cooperation Organization. What is Shanghai Cooperation Organization? Shanghai Cooperation Organization is a major Eurasian political, economic, and security alliance that has grown from a small regional grouping into one of the world's largest international organization. Key facts: one of the largest regional organizations in the world, covers a significant proportion or portion of Eurasia and encompasses a large share of world population, and headquartered in Beijing, China. So, it is headquartered in Beijing, China. large share of world population and covers a significant area of Eurasia, one of the largest regional organizations in the world. So, genesis of Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Shanghai 5, 1996, Internal Security Dialogue, and SCO established in 2001, official summit formation. So, SCO evolved from the Shanghai 5 mechanism. So, who are the Shanghai 5? Russia, China, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. So, SCO evolved from the Shanghai 5 mechanism in 1996 and was officially established at the Shanghai Summit 2001 by Russia, China, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. So, founding members, SCO was officially established at the Shanghai Summit 2001 by the following 6 founding members, that is Russia, China, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. So, headquarters of Shanghai Cooperation Organization is Beijing, China. So, the SCO Secretariat is based in Beijing, serving as the permanent administrative body of the organization. So, what are the key objectives of SCO, Shanghai Cooperation of Organization? Mutual trust and friendship, strengthen mutual trust, friendship and good neighborliness among the member states. Peace and security, ensure peace and security and stability in the region. And democratic and fair order, promote democratic, fair and rational international political and economic order. So, objective 1, mutual trust and good neighborliness, to strengthen mutual trust, friendship and good neighborliness among member states. This foundational objective underpins the entire cooperative framework of the SCO by fostering trust, friendship among member nations. The organization aims to build a stable foundation for deeper collaboration across political, economic and security domains. Objective 2 and 3, security and world order. So, peace, security and stability, ensure peace, security and stability in the region, a core mandate that drives SCO's defense and counter-terrorism cooperation among the member states. Democratic and rational order, promote a democratic, fair and rational international political and economic order reflecting the SCO's vision for multipolar world with equitable global governance. So, India stands at Shanghai Cooperation Organization Defense Ministers meeting. Key development, India has refused to sign a joint declaration at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization's Defense Ministers meeting in Qingdao, China. This refusal highlights the ongoing tensions within the SCO framework, particularly between India and other member states. Despite being a member of SCO, an organization whose key objectives include strengthening mutual trust, friendship and good neighborliness, and ensuring peace, stability and security in the region, India's decision to withhold its signature signals significant diplomatic friction within the bloc. UK-India Free Trade Agreement. So, India and UK have signed a landmark free trade agreement after nearly 3 years of negotiations or talks. Tariffs will be reduced on 90% of the traded goods. The pact is designed to promote trade, investment, job creation and innovation. So, context and background, the agreement, India and UK have signed a free trade agreement after nearly 3 years of talks. And what about the tariffs? The tariffs will be reduced on 90% of the traded goods, and the pact is designed to promote trade, investment, innovation and job creation. So trade in what was the trade in 2024? So India UK trade stood at pound sterling 42.6 billion, that is around $53.5 billion in 2024. UK exports pound sterling 17.1 billion and in dollars it is 21.5 billion. Indian imports from India pound sterling 25.5 billion, that is dollar 32 billion. So India ranked as UK's 11th largest trading partner in 2024. So trade expansion, pound sterling 25.5 billion projected increase in annual bilateral trade by 25.5 billion, that is around 32 billion from 2040 onwards, and pound sterling 42.6 billion 2024 bilateral trade, that is UK and India trade stood at pound sterling 42.6 billion, around 53.5 billion in 2024. 11th ranked India's UK rank, that is India ranked as UK's 11th largest trading partner in 2024. Tariff reductions and market access. India gains 99% of Indian exports, that is gains from the free trade agreement. What India gains? 99% of Indian exports to UK will enjoy zero duty access. Boost expected for labor intensive sectors such as textile, marine products, leather and footwear, sports goods, toys, germs, jewelry, engineering goods, auto parts and organic chemicals. UK gains. What are the UK's gains from the free trade agreement? That India will cut duties on 90% of tariff lines, with 85% becoming duty fully tariff free within 10 years. That is, a phased approach ensures a smooth transition for both economies over the decade. So major sector, alcohol. Tariffs on whiskey and gin will fall significantly, gaining a major boost to UK Scotch whiskey exports to India. Current tariff, that is 150% on whiskey and gin imports to India. Initial reduction 75% tariff, immediate relief for UK exporters, and by year 10, that is in a decade, 40% tariff, a dramatic long-term improvement. So what are the major sector? Automobiles. India will reduce automobile import tariffs to 10% under a quota system, down from over 100% previously. What this means? That is, this dramatic reduction, that is reduction from that is India will reduce auto import tariffs to 10% under a quota system, down from over 100%. So from 100% you are reducing it to 10% under quota system. So this dramatic reduction makes British automobiles significantly more competitive in the Indian market, opening up a major avenue for UK automotive exports under a structured quota arrangement. Other British goods benefited. Tariffs will be reduced on a wide range of British exports, making them more competitive in India. So what are they? Aerospace and machinery, aerospace components, advanced machinery and electrical machinery, health and beauty, cosmetics and medical devices, food and beverages, lamb, salmon, food, soft drink, chocolate and biscuits. So tariffs will be reduced on a wide range of British exports, making British exports more competitive in India. Services and workforce mobility, increased employment quota, that is the deal increases quota for Indian workers to take up employment in specific sectors in UK. enhancing labor mobility and services trade cooperation. Social security exemption. Indian workers in UK will receive a 3-year exemption from social security payments, reducing financial burdens and improving mobility opportunities. So, the services and workforce mobility, that is employment quotas, increased, that is Indian workers to take up employment in specific sectors in the UK. Enhanced labor mobility and service trade cooperation, that is 3-year exemption also given for social security payment for Indian workers in UK, reducing the financial burdens and improving mobility opportunities. Key highlights at a glance, that is India-UK free trade agreement. Key highlights, that is trade expansion is projected to increase annual bilateral trade by pound sterling 25.5 billion, that is around $32 billion from 2040 onwards. Tariff reductions, 99% of Indian exports get zero duty UK access. India cuts duties on 90% of tariff lines, phased manner. Alcohols and autos, whiskey, gin tariffs dropped from 150 to 40%. Auto tariffs fall from 100% plus to 10% under quota system. Workforce mobility, increased UK employment quotas for Indian workers plus a 3-year social security exemption. So a landmark deal for both nations. After nearly 3 years of negotiation, the UK-India Free Trade Agreement represents a transformative step in bilateral relations, that is, with tariffs reduced on 90% of traded goods. The pact is designed to promote trade, investment, job creation and innovation, benefiting industries and workers on both sides. Pound sterling 25.5 billion projected annual trade increase from 2040, and 90% of goods, that is tariff lines, reduced under the agreement, and 10 years timeline for 85% of lines become fully tariff free. So next topic, United Nations Economic and Social Council. India has recently been elected as a member of United Nations Economic and Social Council for the year 26-28 term, a significant milestone in India's continued engagement with the United Nations system. Genesis, it was established in 1945. ECO-SOC was established in 1945 as one of the 6 main organs of the United Nations, created at the founding of the UN to coordinate international economic, social and related works across the global system. Headquarters is in New York, USA. India has been recently elected as a member of the ECO-SOC for the term 26-28. So membership structure, ECO-SOC's membership is carefully structured to ensure broad geographical representation across the globe. Total members, 54 members elected by the UN General Assembly for a 3-year term. Annual elections, 18 members are elected each year on a rolling basis. And rotating presidency, the presidency rotates annually among member states. So geographic groups, membership is region based and divided into 5 geographic regions, that is Africa, Latin America and Caribbean, Asia Pacific, Western European and other states, and Eastern European states. So the membership is region based and 5 geographic groups: Eastern European, Western European and other states, Asia Pacific, Latin America and Caribbean, and Africa. So key role of Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. ECO-SOC's mandate centers on promoting and coordinating sustainable development across the UN system, promotes sustainable development, promote three dimensions of sustainable development, that is economic, social and environmental. Coordinate UN work, coordinate the work of UN bodies and specialized agencies, and issue policy recommendations, that is advices to UN system and member states. So the main key role of ECOSOC is sustainable development across the UN systems, that is promote sustainable development among three dimensions, economic, social and environmental, coordinate the work of UN bodies and specialized agencies, and issues policy recommendations to the UN system and memberships. Institutional linkages, ECOSOC covers a vast network of international bodies, making one of the most interconnected organs of the United Nations. 14 specialized agencies including WHO and UNESCO, 10 financial commissions on human rights, population and the status of women, and regional commissions for Africa, Asia Pacific, Latin America, the Caribbean, West Asia and Europe. So, specialized agencies. ECOSOC oversees 14 specialized agencies including prominent bodies such as WHO, World Health Organization, Global Public Health Leadership, UNESCO, UN Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, Education, Science and Culture. These 14 specialized agencies operate under Economic and Social Council coordination, aligning their work with broader UN Sustainable Development work. Functional commissions. Economic and Social Council oversees 10 functional commissions that address specific thematic areas of global concern, including human rights, advancing the protection and promotion of human rights globally, population, addressing demographic trends and population related development challenges, status of women, promoting gender equality and empowerment of women worldwide. Regional commissions. Economic and Social Council also oversees 5 regional commissions ensuring economic and social development priorities addressed at the regional level, that is Africa, Asia Pacific, Latin America and Caribbean, Western Asia and Europe. India and ECOSOC. So, India elected for the term 2026-28 and India has been recently elected as a member of the ECOSOC for the 2026-28 term, enforcing its active role in reshaping or shaping the global economic, social and environmental policy through the UN's most influential organs. The 54 member states are elected by the General Assembly, UN General Assembly for a 3-year term, and 3 dimensions: economic, social and environmental sustainable development, and 29 bodies, that is 14 specialized agencies, 10 functional commissions and 5 regional commissions. World Bank Land Conference 2025. India has served as a champion country or country champion at the World Bank Land Conference 2025, showcasing its landmark initiatives in the technology-driven rural land governance on a premier global stage. What is the World Bank Land Conference? World Bank Land Conference is a premier global forum on land governance and land sector reforms held annually. So, World Bank Land Conference is a premier global forum on land governance and land sector reforms held annually. It brings together voices from governments, developmental partners, civil society, academia and private sector to advance the global land agenda. The 2025 conference at a glance, dates 5th to 8th were held on 5th to 8th May 2025, location Washington DC. Participants, over 1,000 participants from around the world, and the conference brought together over 1,000 participants from governments, developmental partners, civil society, academia, and the private sector to showcase the research, discuss good practices, and promote policy reforms related to securing land tenure and access. 2025 conference theme: securing land tenure and access for climate change, moving from awareness to action. So this is the 2025 World Bank Land Conference theme, that is securing land tenure and access for climate action, moving from awareness to action. The theme underscored the urgent need to translate global awareness about land rights and climate resilience into a concrete, on-the-ground policy reforms and actions. India as a country champion, India's role. India participated strongly at the 2025 conference, earning the distinction of country champion, representing a model of inclusive, technology-driven rural governance for the world. The key highlights showcase Swamitwa scheme, Gram Manchitra platform, inclusive technology-driven rural governance, and formalizing land records for rural communities. So these are the key highlights showcased at 2025 World Bank Land Conference, that is Swamitwa, Gram Manchitra platform, inclusive technology-driven rural governance, and formalized land records for rural communities. So the Swamitwa scheme, India highlighted its Swamitwa scheme as a model inclusive technology-driven rural governance. The scheme focuses on formalizing land records in rural areas, bringing millions of households into formal property rights framework. Improve livelihood. Formalizing land records directly improves the economic standing of the rural households. Empower women. The scheme ensures women are recognized as rightful landowners, strengthening their social and economic position, and enable access to credit. With formal land records, rural households can use property as collateral to access institutional credit. The Gram Manchitra platform, that is alongside Swamitwa, India has showcased the Gram Manchitra as a complementary tool for inclusive technology-driven rural governance. Manchitra is a geospatial planning platform, that is using GIS, geoinformatics systems, that enables village level planning, that is top-down, bottom-up approach, village level planning, by integrating maps and data for better decision making in rural areas, reinforcing India's commitment to leveraging technology for land governance reforms. So India's integrated approach to rural governance, that is formalized land records, that is Swamitwa mapping for clear tenure, empower communities, Gram Manchitra for local planning, village level planning, improve livelihood, better access to institutional and market credit system. Together, the Swamitwa scheme and the Gram Manchitra platform represents India's holistic technological driven model, the model of rural governance, moving from land record formalization to community empowerment and ultimately empowered rural livelihood. So who participated in 2025 conference? The governments, the national and local governments sharing policy reforms and global governance experiences, developmental partners, international organizations, and the bilateral partners supporting land sector development globally, civil society, that is advocates and organizations representing the communities affected by land tenure issues, academia and private sector, that is researchers and private sector actors contributing evidence, innovation and investment perspectives. The key takeaways: Global Forum, that is the World Bank Land Conference, is the premier global forum for land governance and land reforms, land sector reforms, which is held annually. India as a country champion, India participated strongly, highlighting the Swamitwa scheme and the Gram Manchitra platform, models of inclusive technology-driven rural governance and transformative impact. This initiative impacts or improves livelihood, empowering women and enable access to institutional credit by formalizing land records and setting a global landmark for land sector reforms. Resilience and sustainability facility. So what is resilience and sustainability facility? It's an affordable long-term financing. Resilience and sustainability facility provides affordable long-term financing to low-income and vulnerable middle-income countries. So macroeconomic resilience and sustainability, it is designed to strengthen macroeconomic resilience and sustainability by supporting reforms related to climate change, pandemic preparedness and other long-term structural challenges that threaten BOP, balance of payments, stability. So resilience and sustainability facility is affordable long-term financing to low-income and vulnerable middle-income countries. It is designed to strengthen the macroeconomic resilience and sustainability by supporting, by supporting reforms related to the climate change, pandemic preparedness and other long-term structural challenges that threaten BOP stability. And it provides loans at high concessional rates, that is RSF offers highly concessional terms with a maturity period of 20 years and a grace period of 10.5 years. So it is a long-term financing, that is 20 years to and a grace period of 10.5 years at a highly concessional rate. Which are the eligible countries? Include low-income states and that qualify for concessional financing from the IMF's Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust PRGT, as well as vulnerable middle income countries. So RSF, that is Resilience and Sustainability Facility, is to finance long-term financing for low-income countries and vulnerable middle-income countries. Low-income countries that are eligible or they qualify for concessional financing from the IMF's PGRT, that is Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust, and as well as certain middle-income countries, vulnerable middle-income countries. So IMF financing instruments overview, that is the instrument, financial duration and purpose. Standby arrangement. Standby arrangement up to 3 years duration, usually 12 to 18 months, and purpose short-term or potential BOP needs. The standby credit facility SCF, 1 to 3 years duration and short or medium-term BOP needs, especially low-income countries. Extended credit facility 3 to 5 years with an overall maximum duration of 5 years. Long-term BOP needs in low-income countries. The rapid financing instruments RFI, one-time disbursement, repayment within 3 1/4 to 5 years, urgent emergency BOP needs, rapid credit facility, one-time disbursement, urgent BOP needs in low-income countries, and flexible credit line 1 to 2 year duration, and precautionary short-term BOP pressure. The short-term liquidity line 12 months, renewable short-term BOP pressures, and PLL precautionary liquidity line 6 months liquidity or 1 to 2 years, prospective BOP needs precautionary. So IMF financing instruments overview. Abraham Accords context. The US, the American president or the president of the United States recently confirmed that Kazakhstan would become a participant in the Abraham Accords. So what about Abraham Accords? Abraham Accords signatories 2020. Abraham Accords were first signed in 2020 between Israel and 3 countries. The 3 countries are UAE, United Arab Emirates, Israel, Bahrain, and Morocco. The South Sudan government signed the declaration in 2021, but the ongoing conflict or instability within Sudan has delayed its ability to formalize a bilateral agreement with Israel, and Kazakhstan joins. Kazakhstan announced in November 2025 that it would accede to the agreement. So Kazakhstan in November 2025, it has announced that it will accede to the agreement. So what are the goals and significance? Aim of the accords. So what is the aim? Aim is to reduce tensions in the Middle East by normalizing relations between Israel and several moderate Arab states. The objective is to establish formal diplomatic, trade and security ties between these states and Israel. So the aim of the Abraham Accords is to reduce tensions in the Middle East by normalizing relations between Israel and several moderate Arab states. The objective is to establish formal diplomatic, trade and security ties between these states and Israel. Why Abraham? The name of Abraham refers to a biblical figure, that is a figure mentioned in the Bible, Abraham, who is regarded as the ancestor, common ancestor for both Jews and Arabs, and a symbol of shared heritage and brotherhood. So that's why the accords are named after Abraham, because the intention is what? To reduce tensions in the Middle East, that is by normalizing relationships between Israel and several modern Arab states, and the objective is to establish formal diplomatic, trade and security ties between these states and Israel. So it is named after Abraham because according to Bible, he is a biblical figure and is a common ancestor for both Jews and Arabs and a symbol of shared heritage and brotherhood. Australia, social media ban. So context, Australia has introduced a first of its kind ban, preventing children under 16 years. So children who are under 16 years from using major social media platforms such as TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, YouTube, etc. So Australia has become the first country to impose a social media ban for children under 16 years using major social media platforms like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat and YouTube. So how it will be enforced? Account restrictions. New accounts cannot be created and the existing profiles are being deactivated of children under 16 years. So children who are under 16 years, their new accounts cannot be created and the old accounts will be scrutinized and deactivated. Penalties. Children and parents will not be penalized. But social media companies must block under 16 users or face fines up to Australian dollar 49.5 million or US dollar 32 million. Very hefty penalties. So children and parents, they are not imposed fine, but social media platforms are imposed with fines. That is, they have to block children under 16 years users or face penalties up to hefty penalty of Australian dollar 49.5 million or US dollar 32 million. Age verification systems. So platforms the main onus is on the platforms to block children under 16 years or face penalties. So they should use age verification systems. That is, the platforms use age verification systems such as ID checks, selfies, or behavioral age interface tools. Self-certification is not allowed. So self-certifications by users or parents is not allowed. They have to check or else hefty penalties will be imposed. Exemptions: platforms like YouTube Kids, Google Classroom and WhatsApp are not covered as they do not meet the criteria for social networking, and children can still view most content on platforms that do not require accounts. So whichever platforms do not require accounts, children can view most of the content, and also platforms like YouTube Kids, Google Classroom and WhatsApp are not covered as they do not meet the criteria for social networking. Border dispute between Thailand and Cambodia. Both are Southeast Asian countries. Both are members of ASEAN. So, Thailand's Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra was suspended by the Constitutional Court. Thailand's Prime Minister Shinawatra, that is Paetongtarn Shinawatra, was suspended by the Constitutional Court after a leaked phone call between discussions on an ongoing border disputes between Thailand and Cambodia. So, Thailand-Cambodia border tensions, the core issue lies around the Previhar temple, 11th century ancient Shiva temple, Khmer regime. So, Previhar in Thai, located on the disputed section of 800-kilometer border between Thailand and Cambodia. So, Thailand and Cambodia border is around 800 kilometers, and the Previhar temple, ancient 11th century Shiva temple built by the Khmer regime, it is the core issue. That is, the temple is the core issue and located on the disputed 800 kilometers border between Thailand and Cambodia. Although the temple holds deep historical and cultural value for both countries, its formal location within Cambodian territory remains a source of nationalistic tensions and recurring disputes. So this temple is a symbol of both historical and cultural values for both nations, but its formal location within Cambodia territory remains a source of nationalist tensions and recurring disputes. So, from cordiality to conflict, early history. Historically, Siam, that is Thailand, and Khmer Cambodian civilizations enjoyed friendly ties marked by trade, intermarriage and cultural exchange. 15th century, power shifted to Ayutthaya Kingdom of Siam, took advantage of the declining Khmer Empire, capturing its capital Angkor. So, in the 15th century, the Khmer Empire was declining, and the Ayutthaya Kingdom of Siam, Thailand, they took advantage and captured the capital of Angkor. And 16th century, Khmer's retaliated, triggering a cycle of conflicts that extended into the 16th century. And 1904 to 1907, Cambodia became a part of French Indochina, and the 1904 border map drawn under French supervision placed the Previhar temple within Cambodian territory. In 1907, under French pressure, Siam signed a treaty, Thailand, ceding Battambang, Sisopan and Siem Reap to Cambodia. So, Cambodia was ruled by the French. Okay, so it was integrated into French Indochina, and the French, they drew a map, and under the map the Previhar temple was within Cambodian territory, and Thailand was never ruled, the only Southeast Asian country which was never under a never ruled by a European country but Thailand, it ceded its territory. Okay, it ceded its territory. So under French pressure, Siam, Thailand signed a treaty ceding its territory of the Battambang, Sisophon and Siem Reap to Cambodia. So post-independent dispute, the dispute unfolds after gaining independence from France in 1953. Cambodia discovered Thai troops occupying the Previhar temple. Cambodia broke diplomatic ties twice, 1958 and 1961, and subsequently approached the International Court of Justice. So, after independence from French, Cambodia in 1953, it discovered that the Previhar temple within Cambodia is occupied by Thai troops. So, Cambodia, it severed all diplomatic ties twice, that is in 1958, 1961, and subsequently approached the International Court of Justice. The International Court of Justice ruling in 1962, that is 9-3 ruling, ICJ majority. The ICJ ruled that Previhar temple belongs to Cambodia, a decision that has been again upheld, a decision that continues to shape the Thai-Cambodian relations today. So, ICJ again upheld the decision after 1962 ICJ ruling also. So, this decision of ICJ, it continues to shape Thai-Cambodia relations today. And about Previhar temple, location and setting, an early medieval temple complex of the Khmer Empire, located atop of a steep cliff, that is 125-meter cliff, providing scenic beauty in Dang Creek mountains of the northern Cambodia near the Thai border. Architectural significance, historically important, an outstanding example of Khmer architecture, UNESCO World Heritage Site dedicated originally to Lord Shiva. Religious evolution. With the religious decline of Hinduism, the complex gradually shifted to Buddhist use and today houses small Buddhist shrines. BRICS 2026. Recently, India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar formally launched BRICS 2026 presidency logo, the theme and official website in New Delhi. So, our External Affairs Minister, Mr. S. Jaishankar, he has formally launched the BRICS 2026 presidency logo, theme and official website in New Delhi. So, BRICS India 2026 logo, theme and website. The logo, the BRICS 2026 logo was inspired by lotus flower, India's national symbol, with the control portion depicting the Namaste, central portion depicting the Namaste gesture, representing respect and unity. Lotus flower, central portion depicting the Namaste portion, central portion depicting the Namaste gesture, representing respect and unity. The logo reflects the unity of BRICS nations, countries, members, with petals symbolizing the five founding members: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. So, our finance minister Jai Shankar has unveiled the logo, the theme, and official website in New Delhi. The logo consists of a lotus flower. It is India's national symbol, with the central portion depicting the Namaste posture, and the petals, they symbolize 5 founding members: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and Africa, and the Namaste gesture representing respect and unity. Theme and digital platform. So, theme is building for resilience, innovation, cooperation, and sustainability. So, this is the theme for BRICS 2026 summit, that is building for resilience, cooperation, innovation, and sustainability. Digital platform. The newly launched BRICS India 2026 website will serve as a common digital platform offering transparency, engaging stakeholders by providing information on meetings, initiatives, and outcomes throughout the India's chairship. Bulgaria cleared to adopt Euro in 2026. So, what's happening? The context. The Election Commission has approved, the European Commission has approved Bulgaria's readiness to adopt Euro, the currency of European Union, setting January 1st, 2026 as the official adoption date. Bulgaria will become the 21st member of the Eurozone. So, next steps: Euro member states and European Parliament still need to ratify the decision through approval, though approval is widely accepted, and current Bulgarian currency is Bulgarian lev, BGN. So, European Union has approved the Bulgaria's readiness to adopt Euro, from which date? January 1, 2026 as the official adoption date, and Bulgaria is set to become the 21st member of Eurozone. So, in order to adopt, what has to be done? The European member states and the European Parliament still has to ratify the decision, though approval is widely accepted, and current Bulgarian currency is Bulgarian lev, that is BGN. What about Euro? Official currency of the Eurozone. The Euro is the official currency of the Eurozone, used by 20 out of 27 EU member countries. Introduced in 1999 for non-cash transactions, and in 2002 for notes and coins. Managed by ECB, European Central Bank, that is, the Euro is managed by the European Central Bank. Introduced in 1999 for non-cash transactions, and in 2002 for notes and coins. Euro is the official currency of Eurozone, used by 20 out of the 27 EU member countries. Conditions for Euro adoption: convergence or Maastricht criteria. To adopt the Euro, there are certain conditions. So, what are the conditions? An EU country must meet these criteria. So, what are the criteria? Price stability, that is, inflation no more than 1.5% points above the average of 3 best performing EU countries. So, first criteria is price stability, that is, inflation should not be more than 1.5 average points above the average of 3 best performing EU countries, and second criteria is sound public finances, that is, planned or actual government credit deficit should not exceed 3% of GDP, and the government debt ratio should not be higher than 60% of GDP. So the second criteria is sound public finances, that is, the planned or actual government deficit should not exceed 3% of its GDP, and the government's debt ratio should not be higher than 60% of the GDP. And third criteria is exchange rate stability, that is, the currency must remain stable within the exchange rate mechanism for at least 2 years. So these three are the criteria. In order for a country to adopt euro, a UU country must meet these criteria, that is Maastricht criteria. Bulgaria joins Eurozone, that is, Bulgaria joined the Eurozone as its 21st member and adopted euro as its official currency, becoming the 21st member of the euro area. So, about the Eurozone, it is a monetary union, that is, the Eurozone, also known as euro area, is a monetary union of some European Union member states that have adopted the euro as their official currency. And history, euro was first introduced as an electronic currency for the first time in 1999 for 11 countries with physical notes and coins following in 2002. So initially, for the first time, it was used as an electronic currency in 1999. In 2000, physical notes and coins were introduced. Members, 21 countries, not all EU states are part of the Eurozone. So, which states are part of the Eurozone? Eurozone is a monetary union. Eurozone, also known as Euro area, is a monetary union of some, not all, some European Union member states that have adopted euro as their official currency. So, 21 countries are members of Eurozone or Euro area, that is a monetary union. Not all Euro states are part of the Eurozone. So, Bulgaria, geography at a glance, location and borders, located in the southeastern Europe on the Balkan Peninsula. It is bordered by Romania in the north, Serbia and North Macedonia to the west, and Greece and Turkey to the south, Black Sea to the east. Its capital is Sofia. Key features: Danube River forms the northern boundary. Balkan Mountains, Tara Planina, runs east-west, and highest peak Musala, 2,925 meters in the Rila Mountains. So these are the geographic features, that is the geographic surrounding countries, mountains, rivers, etc. of Bulgaria, the capital Sofia. Next, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. The Foreign Minister of China, Pakistan and Afghanistan have agreed to sign or extend the CPEC, that is China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, to Afghanistan. CPEC was launched in 2015 as the flagship project of China's Belt and Road Initiative. It connects the Silk Road economic belt with the maritime Silk Road. So, CPEC, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, that is both the foreign ministers of China, Pakistan and Afghanistan, they have met and they have agreed to extend the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor to Afghanistan. So, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is launched in 2015 as a flagship project of BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, that connects Silk Road economic belt with the maritime Silk Road. Infrastructure focused mainly on energy and infrastructure. Infrastructure focus mainly on energy and infrastructure. It includes around 3,000 kilometers of roads, railways and pipelines. designed to transport oil, gas from Pakistan's Gwadar port to Kashgar in China's Xing, Xinjiang region. So, its main focus is on infrastructure, focused mainly on energy infrastructure. It includes around 3,000 kilometers of roads, railway lines and pipelines designed to transport oil and gas from Pakistan's Gwadar port to Kashgar in China's Xinjiang region. India's opposition CPEC, that is China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, it passes through Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and which is India's integral territory, and India consistently opposes CPEC, viewing it as a violation of its territorial integrity and sovereignty. So India is opposing CPEC continuously because it is a violation of territorial integrity and sovereignty, because CPEC passes to Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So CPEC connects Pakistan's Gwadar to Kashgar in Xinjiang region. So it focuses on energy infrastructure, that is, it includes 3,000 kilometers of roads, railways and pipelines transporting oil and gas from Pakistan's Gwadar port to Kashgar in China, that is Xinjiang region. CPEC, it was launched in 2015. It was a flagship, as a part of the flagship BRI. It connects Silk Road economic belt with maritime Silk Road. So recently, the foreign ministers of China, Pakistan, Afghanistan, they have agreed to extend the CPEC to Afghanistan. About the Belt and Road Initiative. Belt and Road Initiative proposed in 2013, aiming to boost transcontinental connectivity. Overland Silk Economic Belt linking China with Central and South Asia and Europe, forming the backbone of the overland connectivity network. And Maritime Silk Road connecting China with Southeast Asia, the Gulf, Africa and Europe through the maritime trade routes. Okay, so the Belt and Road Initiative, it boosts transcontinental connectivity with both Overland Silk Economic Belt and Maritime Silk Belt. China's Midog Hydro Power Project. China has begun constructing the Midog, that is Muto mega dam project on Yarlang Zangbu River, that is Brahmaputra in India, in Tibet Autonomous Region. That is Midong Hydro Power Project, that is that is Muto mega dam project in Yarlang Zangbo River in Tibetan Autonomous Region. About the Midog Hydropower Project, once completed, the Midog is expected to exceed the Three Gorges Dam, not only in size but also capacity, potentially generating 3 times more electricity. So, this Midog Hydroelectric Project or Hydropower Project, it exceeds the Three Gorges Dam, not only in size and capacity but potentially generating 3 times more electricity. And location, the dam is constructed at the Great Bend of Yarlang Zangbo River in Tibet, close to Arunachal Pradesh border. So it is proposed to be constructed at the Great Bend, that is the syntaxical bend of the Yarlang Zangbo River in Tibet, close to Arunachal Pradesh. Design, marketed as a run-off river project, that is, water is not stored, water is just used to generate hydropower and it is released. Run-off river project, it includes 5 cascade hydropower stations and reservoir-like structures capable of diverting up to half of the river's natural flow. So, it is marketed, that is, the design has been marketed as a run-off river flow, but it includes 5 cascade hydropower stations and reservoir-like structures capable of diverting up to half of the river's natural flows. Now, Colombia joins BRI, Belt and Road Initiative. Sorry, just now we have understood CPEC, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. That is foreign ministers of China, Pakistan and Afghanistan. They have met and they have agreed to extend the CPEC to Afghanistan. CPEC is a part of the BRI. So, Colombia joins BRI. Colombia has formally joined the China's Belt and Road Initiative, marking a significant shift in the foreign policy. The agreement was signed during a regional summit in Beijing. So, Colombia, it has formally joined China's Belt and Road Initiative. That is, there is a significant mark in its foreign policy, significant shift, and the agreement was signed during a regional summit in Beijing. So, about Belt and Road Initiative, BRI is a global infrastructure development strategy launched by China in 2013 under the President Xi Jinping. It aims to enhance regional connectivity, economic cooperation among more than 150 countries across Asia, Africa, Europe and beyond by investing in infrastructure such as roads, railways, ports, energy and digital networks. BRI consists of two main components, that is Silk Road Economic Belt and Maritime, which is land-based, and 21st Century Maritime Silk Road, which focuses on maritime routes. So, how many countries joined? Around 146 plus countries as of 2025. Over 146 countries have joined the BRI, representing about 75% of the world's population and over half of global GDP. 75% world population, BRI member countries represent approximately 75% of the world's total population. That is, as of 2025, over 146 countries have joined the BRI, representing 75% of the world population and over half of global GDP, and 6 major corridors. BRI encompasses 6 major overland economic corridors and extensive maritime links, notably including China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. So, BRI, China Global Infrastructure Development Strategy in 2013 by President Xi Jinping, enhanced regional connectivity, economic cooperation with more than 150 countries in Asia, Africa, Europe and beyond, investing in infrastructure such as roads, rail, ports, energy, digital network. Two components, that is land component and sea component, land-based Silk Road Economic Belt and maritime routes, that is 21st Century Maritime Silk Road. 146 countries joined, 75% of world population, about half of global GDP, and it includes 6 major corridors, notably the CEPC, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. IMF, International Monetary Fund, IMF. India has abstained from voting on the IMF's decision to release $1 billion under the $7 billion extended fund facility and $1.3 billion under resilience sustainability facility. So, India, it has abstained from voting. Okay, it did not vote on the IMF decisions to release $1 billion under $7 billion extended fund facility and $1.3 billion under the resilience sustainability facility. So, about the extended fund facility purpose, it provides financial assistance to country facing serious medium term BOP, balance of payments problem arising from structural impediments or slow growth. It supports the countries in implementing medium term structural reforms and eligibility. All IMF members countries facing actual or potential external financing needs are eligible, and nature of assistance, the extended fund facility is a repayable loan. It is not a grant or financial aid. It has to be paid. Once you take extended fund facility, it should be repaid. It is not a fund or a grant. It is offered for an extended period, usually more than 3 years, with a longer repayment timelines than standard IMF loans. So, it's a repayable loan, not a grant or a financial aid. It is offered to an extended period, usually more than 3 years, with a longer repayment timelines than standard IMF loans. Disbursement takes place in tranches linked to periodic performance reviews. So the money has to be paid back. It has to be repaid. It is a repayable loan, not a grant or a financial aid. So it is paid in tranches and linked to periodic, that is, performance reviews. Low income countries, while the facility is typically used by advanced or emerging economies, low income countries may access EFF alongside the extended credit facility. So EFF, extended fund facility, is normally used by advanced and emerging economies, but low income countries also can access extended fund facilities along with extended credit facility ECF. India's bid for full membership of IEA, International Energy Agency. So, current status: the International Energy Agency recently welcomed progress on India's request for full membership. The transition: India has been an associate member since 2017. Transitioning to full membership involves significant legal and strategic shifts. So, India requested for full membership to the IEA, International Energy Agencies, and the International Energy Agency has welcomed the progress. So, India has been an associate member since 2017, and its transition to full membership, its transitioning involves significant legal and strategic shifts. So, about the International Energy Agency, it is an independent intergovernmental organization. The IEA, International Energy Agency, is an independent intergovernmental organization. Headquarters in Paris. Membership: 32 member countries, 13 association countries, and 5 accession countries. India's association: India has joined the International Energy Agency as an associate country in 2017. International Energy Agency, it was established in 1974 in response to the 1973 oil crisis under the framework of OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. So, IEA is established, International Energy Agency is established in 1974 as a response to 1973 oil crisis under the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. What are the core functions? It offers policy recommendations, analysis, and data on global energy sector. So, policy recommendation, analysis, and data and global energy sector by doing R&D. So the IEA is an intergovernmental, independent intergovernmental organization headquartered Paris. Member countries: 32 member countries, 12 association countries, and 5 accession countries. India's association, that is associate country in 2007, established 1974 in response to 1973 oil crisis, that is under the framework of OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Core functions: it offers policy recommendations, analysis, and data on the global energy sector. Iran moves to block the Strait of Hormuz. So, the Iran's parliament, the ongoing US, Israel and Iran war, the Iran parliament has approved the proposal to close the Strait of Hormuz pending final approval by the Supreme National Security Council following US strikes on Iran's military sites. So, about the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz is a strategic waterway, a narrow waterway connecting Persian Gulf with the Gulf of Oman, ultimately leading to the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean. So, from the Indian Ocean, Arabian Sea, Gulf of Oman, Strait of Hormuz, and the Persian Gulf. So, critical oil passage. It is a critical maritime passage, sea lanes of communication, choke point for oil exporting countries in the Persian Gulf like Iran, Saudi Arabia, and UAE, handling a significant share of world's oil trade. Geopolitical sensitivity, located in territorial waters of Iran and Oman. The strait is geopolitically sensitive, so it is controlled by Iran and Oman, between the territorial waters of Iran and Oman. Narrow geography. At its narrowest point, the strait is just 33 kilometers wide with a 33 kilometers wide with a 3 kilometer wide shipping lane in each direction. So it is it's in its narrowest point. The strait is just 33 kilometers wide with a 3 kilometer wide shipping lane in each direction. And significance of the strait: it is the world's most important oil and natural gas transit route. World's most important oil and natural gas transit routes. So, global seaborne oil trade 25% plus, that is in 2024-25, over 25% of global seaborne oil trade passed through the Strait of Hormuz, and 20% oil and petroleum consumption, 20% of global oil and petroleum product consumption transited through the strait in 2024-25, and 20% global LNG trade, around 20% of global LNG trade, mainly from Qatar, also transited through the strait. So, it is the world's most important oil and LNG transit route. Indian Pacific Oceans Initiative, IPOI. Spain has formally joined the Indian Pacific Oceans Initiative, IPOI, and simultaneously upgraded its bilateral relations with India to a strategic partnership. So, about the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, IPOI. The IPOI was launched by India. So, it is an India-launched initiative in November 2019 at ASEAN-led East Asia Summit, Bangkok. The objective is to promote a free, open, inclusive Indo-Pacific and strengthen maritime security, ensure rule-based order, and enhance safety, stability, and sustainable development in the maritime domain. So, IPOI, Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, is an India-led initiative or launched initiative in November 2019 at ASEAN-led East Asia Summit, Bangkok. Its objective is free, inclusive, and open Indo-Pacific, strengthening maritime security, enhance rule-based order, and safety, stability, and sustainable development in the maritime domain. So, nature and framework. The framework type, IPOI, Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, is a non-treaty. There is no treaty, non-treaty based. It is voluntarily and flexible framework. It does not create any new institution and relies primarily on the EAS, East Asia Summit mechanism, involving ASEAN members plus 8 dialogue partners. So, it is a non-treaty, voluntary, flexible framework, does not create a new institution. It relies on East Asia EAS mechanism, that is ASEAN ASEAN plus 8 dialogue partners. Approach emphasizes cohesion through shared understanding and practical cooperation rather than formal alliances. So, it does not emphasize on formal alliances, rather it emphasizes on cohesion through shared understanding and practical cooperation. Philosophical foundation of the IPOI, that is, IPOI operationalizes India's broader maritime vision of Sagar, that is security for all, security and growth for all in the region, and signals India's enhanced strategic focus on Indo-Pacific. So, this IPOI is an extension of India's broader maritime vision. That is, it operationalizes the India's broader maritime vision of Sagar, security and growth for all in the region, and signals India's enhancement or enhanced strategic focus on Indo-Pacific. So, M23 rebels, Africa, M23 rebels, Democratic Republic of Congo, and M23 rebels, that is, M23 rebels is reportedly backed by Rwanda, that is bordering Democratic Republic of Congo, have agreed to implement a permanent ceasefire in the conflict hit Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. So both the Democratic Republic of Congo and M23 rebels, which are backed by Rwanda. M23 rebels is primarily a Tutsi-led group. So it is backed by Rwanda. So both have agreed to implement permanent ceasefire in the conflict hit eastern region of Congo. About the M23 rebels, who are they? So M23 or the March 23 movement is a Tutsi-led armed group operating in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, a region known for the critical minerals, that is deposit of minerals such as gold, coltan and cobalt. So key facts about M23. Origin of the name, the group derives its name from March 23, 2009, the date when a peace accord was signed between the Congolese government and the CNDP, that is National Congress for the Defense of the People, a Tutsi-led faction. So, the M23 or M23 movement is derived from March 23, 2009, a date on which agreement has been signed between Congolese government and CNDP, that is Congolese, that is National Congress for the Defense of People, a Tutsi-led faction. So, the formation, M23 movement was formed in 2012 by former CNDP members, that is National Congress for the Defense of the People members, who accused the government of failing to implement the 2009 peace agreement. So, since the Congolese government did not implement the 2009 peace agreement, the former CNDP members in 2012, they have formed M23 movement. CNDP is National Congress for the Defense of the People. The group claims to fight for protection of minority Tutsis. That is, M23 is primarily a Tutsi-led armed group, equitable distribution of national resources. So, according to the UN reports, the Tutsis in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, they are supported by the Rwanda. Rwanda is providing them the troops, the weapons. Okay, so Rwanda is supporting them by accusing that the Congolese government is not protecting the rights of the minority Tutsis. Magnitude 6.3 earthquake hits Afghanistan. So, a 6.3 magnitude earthquake has recently struck near Mazar-e-Sharif in the northern Afghanistan. So, the geographic location of Mazar-e-Sharif, regional position, Mazar-e-Sharif is the capital of Balkh province It is located in northern Afghanistan, close to the borders with Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. Terrain and basin. The city lies in a broad alluvial plain of Amu Darya basin, which has made it an important urban and economic center in the region. So, it's a broad alluvial plain of Amu Darya basin, making it an important urban and economic center in the region. Tectonic setting. Mazar-e-Sharif is situated on the boundary zone between Eurasian and Indian tectonic plates, a region marked by intense crustal compression due to northward movement of the Indian plate. So, the region, the Mazar-e-Sharif, is located on the convergence zone of the two plates, that is the Indian tectonic plate and the Eurasian plate, crustal compression due to northward movement of the Indian plate. So, it's on the boundary zone. So, active fault system. This plate collision has created active fault systems across the northern and northeastern Afghanistan, where seismic stress regularly builds up and released through earthquakes. So, this is a convergence zone. So, plate collision is creating active fault lines across the north and northeastern Afghanistan, where seismic stress is regularly building up and released through earthquake. Earthquake mechanism. The recent earthquake near Mazar-e-Sharif is associated with shallow crustal faults within the convergence zone, where compressional forces produce strike, slip and thrust faulting mechanisms commonly responsible for strong tremors in the region. So, this is the earthquake mechanism, that is because of the convergence of the two plates, that is shallow crustal faults are formed, and these compressional forces produce strike, slip and thrust faulting mechanisms commonly responsible for strong tremors in the region. Morocco's plan for Western Sahara. So, Western, that is African continent. So, UN Security Council resolution, that is the United Nations Security Council, has adopted a resolution stating that genuine autonomy under Moroccan sovereignty could represent the most realistic solution to the long-standing conflict in Western Sahara. So, in the United Nations Security Council, a resolution has been adopted, and that resolution states that the genuine solution to the long-standing conflict in Western Sahara lies with the genuine autonomy under Moroccan sovereignty. So, the key details, the resolution, who drafted the resolution? The resolution drafted by United States, calls for the Morocco and the Polisario Front, to engage in meaningful negotiations based on Morocco's 2007 autonomy plan. So, the resolution which was adopted in the United Nations Security Council, drafted by United States, it calls upon both Morocco and the Polisario Front to engage in meaningful negotiations based on the Morocco's 2007 autonomy plan. That is, the resolution, it believes that the genuine autonomy under Moroccan sovereignty would represent the most realistic solution to the long-standing conflict in Western Sahara. About Western Sahara, Western Sahara has remained a disputed territory in northwestern Africa since Spain's withdrawal in 1975 and Morocco's subsequent annexation. So, UN status, that is, it is recognized by the UN as a non-self-governing and often called Africa's lost colony. So, UN does not recognize it as a self-governing, the Western Morocco, and often called as Africa's lost colony. Morocco claims sovereignty over Western Sahara, and Polisario Front, a Shwarawi nationalist organization, seeks full independence for the region as the Sharawi Arab Democratic Republic. So, this Polisario Front is a Sahrawi nationalist organization, and this nationalist organization that is seeks full independence for the region as Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. And Algeria, it supports the Polisario Front and hosts Sahrawi refugee camps in Tindouf. Okay, so Western Sahara is a disputed territory in northwestern Africa since the Spain's withdrawal in 1975 and Morocco's subsequent annexation. Morocco annexed Western Africa. So what is the UN status? UN status is it does not recognize the Western Sahara as it is recognized as by the UN as non-self-governing, and it often called the Africa's last colony. And Morocco claims sovereignty over Western Sahara. The Polisario Front, a Sahrawi nationalist organization, it seeks full independence for the region as Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, and Algeria is supporting the Polisario Fronts and hosts Sahrawi refugee camps in Tindouf. Most favored nation status. UN has signed, that is the US President has signed an executive order to reduce the prescription drug prices. So US President has signed an executive order to reduce the prescription drug prices by linking them to lowest prices paid for the same medicines in selected developed countries under the most favored nation model. So the US President has signed an executive order to reduce the prescription drug prices. How? By linking them to the lowest prices for the same medicine in select developed countries under most favored nation model. So most favored nation principle. What is MFN? It is a status or a level of treatment given by one country to another country in international trade agreements. So MFN status, most favored nation status, or it is a level of treatment given by one country to another country in international trade agreements. Core principles under MFN: any trade advantage or concession given to one country must be automatically extended to all the other countries in the region or in the system. So once you are extending a concession or an advantage, trade advantage, to any trade advantage or concession to one country should be extended to all the other countries in the system. Purpose: this ensure every country benefits from deals negotiated by major trading partners without extra negotiations, promoting fairness and equal opportunity in international trade. So major trading partners, when they provide any trade advantage or concession, that will be automatically extended to other countries in the system. So it promotes fairness and equal opportunity in international trade without extra negotiations. So the GATT 994, 1994 Article 1, under Article 1 of GATT, General Agreement on Tariff and Trades, 1994, every country of the WTO, every member country of the WTO must give MFN status to all other member countries. So regarding MFN, there is a provision in GATT, General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, in 1994. So according to that, every member, WTO member country, must give MFN status to all other countries, member countries. And broader coverage, it not only includes trade but also includes GATT's General Agreement on Trade in Services trade, and TRIPS, trade related intellectual property rights, covering all main areas of the WTO trade. So exceptions to the MFN principle, that is RATS, regional trade agreements, countries in free trade groups such as EU, North American Free Trade Agreement, ASEAN can give each other better trade terms without extending them to all MFN partners. So there are exceptions to MFN. MFN is any concession, trade concession given to one country should be extended to all other countries in the system. But there is an exception, that is regional trade agreements, that is countries in a free trade agreement, example EU, NAFTA, ASEAN can give each other better trade terms without extending them to all MFN partners. And generalized system of preferences, developed country can offer lower tariffs to developing countries to support their growth without giving the same benefits to all other countries. Generalized system of preferences, developed countries to developing countries, low tariffs without giving the same benefits to other countries. And national security exceptions, countries can impose trade restrictions for national security reasons even if it goes against MFN rules. So national security exceptions is also an exception to the MFN principle. So regional trade agreements, generalized system of preferences and national security exceptions are exceptions to the MFN principle. New START Treaty. New START Treaty, that is the expiration of the New START Treaty has prompted the US to call for a new expanded nuclear arms control agreement, raising concerns of renewed global nuclear competition. So, what is START Treaty? That is Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. So, about New START Treaty. So, why we are talking about a New START Treaty? Because the START Treaty has been expired. Okay. So, Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty has been expired. So, on the expiration of the START Treaty, a New START Treaty was prompted by US, that is to call for a new expanded nuclear arms control agreement, rising fears of renewed global nuclear competition. So, due to the fears of renewed global nuclear competition, US has prompted a new expanded nuclear arms control agreement because of the expiration of the START. So, about New START. The New START, Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, was the last major nuclear arms control agreement between the United States and Russia, aimed at maintaining strategic stability. The treaty was signed in 2010 by the US and Russia. So, US and Russia signed START Treaty in 2010, continuing Cold War era efforts to limit the nuclear arsenals. And renewal and validity, originally valid for 10 years, it was extended once in 2021 and expired in February 2026 without further renewal. So, START Treaty, New START Treaty, that is Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, last nuclear arms control agreement between United States and Russia aimed at maintaining strategic stability. Treaty was signed in 2010 by India, USA and Russia, continuing the Cold War efforts to limit nuclear arsenals. And renewal and availability, that is, it is valid, originally valid for 10 years. It was extended once in 2021 and expired in February 2026 without further renewal. So, key provisions: warhead cap, that is capped, the limit the warheads, nuclear warheads, that is placing a cap on nuclear warheads, that is capped deployment of warheads at 1,550 each for the US and Russia. Delivery systems, limited deployed delivery systems such as intercontinental ballistic missiles, submarine launched ballistic missiles, and heavy bombers. Transparency measures provided for mutual inspections, data exchanges, and transparency measures to build trust surrounding seas. So, the transparency measures. Political crisis in New Caledonia. So, a French brokered political deal for New Caledonia collapsed in May 2025, increasing uncertainty about the territory's future. So, the French brokered deal for New Caledonia has collapsed in May 2025, increasing the uncertainty about the territory's future. About New Caledonia. New Caledonia is a French overseas territory located in Southwest Pacific Ocean, about 1,500 kilometers east of Australia, with around 271,400 residents. Under the 1998 Numau Accord, it enjoys semi-autonomous status with its own Congress and limited local citizenship. So, under the 1998 Accord, Numau Accord, it enjoys semi-autonomous status with its own Congress and limited local citizenship. The indigenous Kanak population has long sought independence, citing colonial trauma and historic injustices. The 1984-88 conflict and the subsequent accords, that is 1998 Numau Accords, granted limited autonomy but stopped short of full sovereignty. So, full sovereignty was not given. So, who are the indigenous people of New Caledonia? Kanak people. They are striving for independence. So, that is, they sought independence, citing colonial trauma and historical injustice. So, conflicts happened in 1984 to 88 conflicts, and the subsequent accords were signed. It limited the autonomy. That is, the accords granted limited autonomy but stopped short of full sovereignty. So, under 1998 Accord, Numau, it enjoys semi-autonomous status with its own Congress and limited local citizenship. New Caledonia is French overseas territory located in Southwest Pacific Ocean, about 1,500 kilometers east of Australia, with 271,400 residents. Red Sea. Cargo ships, because of the Iran-US-Israel war, Red Sea has been in the news. That is, cargo ships in the Red Sea have recently come under attack with the Houthi rebels. Houthi rebels are Shia rebels in Yemen. They are backed by Iran, claiming responsibility for sinking a vessel. So, about the Red Sea. Red Sea is a marginal sea located in the northwestern part of the Indian Ocean. It is linked to the Gulf of Aden through the Strait of Bab al-Mandab in the south. It connects the Mediterranean Sea through the Suez Canal in the north. So, from the Indian Ocean, Arabian Sea, to enter the Gulf of Aden to the Strait of Bab al-Mandab between Eritrea, Djibouti and Yemen, and enter the Red Sea, from Red Sea, Suez Canal, Mediterranean to Europe. Okay. So, northern arms, in the north, Red Sea is divided into two arms, Gulf of Suez, northwest, and Gulf of Aqaba, northeast. Salinity. It is one of the highest salinity levels among the world's seas. The region receives very little rainfall and has no major rivers flowing into it, making evaporation the dominant process. So, that's why it has highest salinity levels. And bordering nations, to the west you have Egypt, Sudan, and Eritrea. To the east, you have Saudi Arabia and Yemen. To the northeast, via Gulf of Aqaba, you have Israel and Jordan. So, bordering countries of Red Sea, northeast, Israel and Jordan, east, Saudi Arabia and Yemen, west, Egypt, Sudan and Eritrea. UK transfers Chagos Islands sovereignty to Mauritius. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer signed a landmark deal transferring the sovereignty of the Chagos Islands, including Diego Garcia, to Mauritius. The UK will now lease Diego Garcia from Mauritius for 99 years. Mauritius will receive pound sterling 3.4 billion, that is around 4.35 billion dollar over the lease period, averaging pound sterling 1.101 million per year. So the UK has now signed a landmark deal with Mauritius, handing over the sovereignty of Chagos Islands to Mauritius, including Diego Garcia, and the UK will now lease Diego Garcia from Mauritius for 99 years, and Mauritius in turn will receive pound sterling 3.4 billion over the lease period, averaging pound sterling 1.101 million per year. So, about the Chagos Archipelago. Chagos Archipelago is a group of 7 atolls located about 500 kilometers south of Maldives in Indian Ocean. The colonial history: archipelago was uninhabited until the 18th century, later colonized by the French, which ceded it to the Britain in 1840. So, until 18th century, the archipelago was uninhabited. Later, it was colonized by the French, and French ceded it to Britain in 1814. British Indian Ocean Territory. The BIOT, British Indian Ocean Territory, was created by UK in 1965, with Chagos as its central part, and some islands of BIOT, British Indian Ocean Territory, were transferred to Seychelles in 1976. So, BIOT was created by UK in 1965, with Chagos as the central part, and some islands of BIOT were transferred to Seychelles in 1976. Diego Garcia and displacement. In the late 1960s, Britain invited the US to build a military base in Diego Garcia, the largest of the Chagos Island, removing thousands of people from their homes. Detachment from Mauritius. The archipelago was detached from Mauritius in 1965, 3 years before Mauritius gained independence. Vermeer Triangle. India has participated for the first time in Vermeer Triangle format. So, about the Vermeer Triangle is a trilateral between 3 countries, Germany, France and Poland. Trilateral political and diplomatic regional alliance, and a forum of coordination between Germany, France and Poland. So, Vermeer Triangle is a trilateral, triangle 3 sides. So, trilateral between 3 countries, Germany, France and Poland. It's a political and diplomatic regional alliance and a forum for coordination between Germany, France and Poland, established on 28th August 1991 in Vermeer, Germany, and principal goal to support Poland's and later other Central European states' integration into the European Union and NATO after the fall of communism. So, collapse of Soviet Union after 1991, and the main purpose of Vermeer Triangle is to support Poland and other Central European countries integration into NATO and North Atlantic Treaty Organization and the European Union after the fall of communism in 1991. So, Weimar Triangle, 3 countries, Germany, France and Poland, trilateral political and diplomatic regional alliance and a forum for coordination between Germany, France and Poland to support Poland's and other central European countries later to integrate to NATO and the European Union after the fall of the communism 1991. The second WHO Global Summit on Traditional Medicine. The second WHO Global Summit on Traditional Medicine took place in December 2025 at Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi, India, organized by WHO and the Ministry of Ayush. Theme: Restoring Balance, the Science and Practice of Health and Well-being. And the key developments at the summit: adoption of Delhi Declaration, that is, the participants committed to strengthening the evidence base for traditional medicine, supporting equitable access to safe and effective traditional medicines through appropriate regulatory mechanisms, integrating safe and effective traditional medicines into health systems, and optimizing cross-sector value through data collaboration and empowered communities. So these are the key developments at the summit. Okay, so strengthening the evidence base for traditional medicine, equitable access to safe and effective traditional medicines through appropriate regulatory mechanisms, and integration of the safe and effective traditional medicines into health systems, optimizing cross-sector value through data collaboration and empowered communities. Key launches and initiatives at the WHO Summit on Traditional Medicine, that is second summit in December 2025 held at Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi. So key launches and inaugurations: the launch of Traditional Medicine Global Library, also the launch of My Ayush Integrated Services Portal, MAISP, My Ayush Integrated Services Portal, and launch of Ayush Quality Work, integration of WHO Southeast Asia Regional Office, SCARO building in New Delhi. So these are the key launches and inaugurations, that is the launch of Traditional Medicine Global Library, My Ayush Integrated Services Portal, MAISP, Ayush Quality Mark, and the inauguration of WHO Southeast Asia Regional Office building in New Delhi. Traditional medicine, a global perspective. So 90% of WHO members, that is nearly 90% of WHO states, that is around 170 out of 194, report that 40 to 90% of their populations use traditional medicines, and 194 total member states, out of the 194 WHO member states, 170 report significant traditional medicine use among their population. So what is traditional medicine? Traditional medicine includes codified and non-codified systems that predate, that is before bilateral medicine, and have continued to evolve for contemporary use. So traditional medicines, it includes both codified and non-codified systems that predate biomedicine and have continued to evolve for contemporary use. Why it matters? Traditional medicine remains the main source of healthcare. Locally, why it is the main source of healthcare? Because it is locally accessible, affordable, and bioculturally aligned. And for many more, it is preferred, personalized, and more cultural, so more natural health option. So that's why it is the main source of healthcare, because of its local available accessibility, affordability, and bioculturally aligned. and for many more, it is preferred, personalized, and more natural health option. Second World Summit for Social Development. The second World Summit for Social Development was held in Doha, Qatar, with the representation by Indian Union Minister of Labour and Employment, Mr. Dr. Mansukh Mandavia. About the World Summit on Sustainable or World Summit for Sustainable Development, WSSB. WSSB is a United Nations convened series of summits aimed at advancing global social development, poverty eradication, and social justice. So, it is a UN, that is United Nations convened series of summits that emphasize or that advance global social development, poverty eradication, and social justice. The first WSSB, World Summit on Sustainable Development for Sustainable Development, was held in Copenhagen in 1995. First WSSB was held in Copenhagen 1995, marked a global consensus on people-centered development. It resulted in adoption of the Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development and its program of action. The second summit, Doha, was held at Doha, November 2025, focused on accelerating progress towards sustainable development goals by addressing persistent challenges such as inequality and limited social protection. So, the second WSSB was held at in November 2025, held at Doha, Qatar. So, India was represented by Union Minister for Labour and Employment, Dr. Mansukh Mandavia. So, the focus at the second summit was on accelerating progress towards the attainment of sustainable development goals by addressing the persistent challenges such as inequality and limited social protection. The seventh NSA, National Security Advisor level meetings of Colombo Security Conclave. The seventh National Security Advisor level meeting of the Colombo Security Conclave CSC was held in New Delhi and hosted by the India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. So about Colombo Security Conclave, the key facts. Colombo Security Conclave is a regional security grouping in Indian Ocean region, established in 2011 in Colombo. That is, it was established in 2011 in Colombo. It's a regional security grouping in Indian Ocean region. The broad objective is to promote safe, secure, and sustainable IOR, Indian Ocean region, by enhancing regional security cooperation, especially on maritime and transnational threats. The CSC, Colombo Security Conclave, brings together National Security Advisors, NSAs, and Deputy National Security Advisors for collaboration on transnational threats. And Permanent Secretariat of Colombo Security Conclave is located in Colombo, Sri Lanka. It coordinates all activities and implements the decisions made at National Security Advisor level. So, members, who are the founding members? India, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. Mauritius joined in 2002. Bangladesh became a member in 2004, and Seychelles initially participated as an observer but became a full-time member in 2025. Malaysia has participated as a guest. So, Colombo Security Conclave is a regional security grouping in the Indian Ocean established in 2011 in Colombo. Its aim is to promote safe, secure, and stable Indian Ocean region by enhancing regional cooperation, especially on maritime and transnational threats. The CSC brings together National Security Advisors and Deputy National Security Advisors for collaboration on transnational threats The permanent secretariat of CSC is located in Sri Lanka, Colombo. It coordinates all activities and implements the decisions made at National Security Advisors level. Founding members: India, Sri Lanka and Maldives. Mauritius joined in 2022. Bangladesh became a member in 2024 and Seychelles initially participated as an observer but became a full member in 2025. Malaysia has participated as a guest. 47th ASEAN Summit. The 47th ASEAN Summit was chaired by Malaysia's Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, concluded in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Leaders from ASEAN member states and 8 dialogue partners such as Japan, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea participated, along with representatives from Brazil, South Africa and Canada. So 47th ASEAN Summit was held at Kuala Lumpur and it was chaired by Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, and dialogue partners, 8 dialogue partners also participated like Japan, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, along with the representatives from Brazil, South Africa and Canada. Key highlights: ASEAN India Year of Maritime Cooperation. So in his virtual address, our Prime Minister Mr. Modi declared 2026 as ASEAN India Year of Maritime Cooperation, and the chair of ASEAN in 2026 is Philippines. So Malaysia formally handed over the ASEAN chairmanship to Philippines for 2026. So in the 47th ASEAN Summit held in Kuala Lumpur, that is, it is chaired by Malaysia's President, Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. So our Prime Minister virtually addressed the ASEAN, and also he has declared 2026, in his virtual address he has declared 2026 as Indian ASEAN Year of Maritime Cooperation, and the ASEAN chair in 2026 will be ASEAN will be chaired by Philippines, and Malaysia formally handed over the ASEAN chairmanship to Philippines for 2026. East Timor becomes ASEAN's becomes the ASEAN's 11th member. So the East Timor-Leste was admitted as the 11th member of ASEAN, marking the bloc's first expansion since Colombo joined in 1999. And location: East Timor lies north of Australia, occupying the eastern half of the Timor Island. And geography: the western side of Timor Island belongs to Indonesia. Historic milestone: first Asian expansion since Colombo joined in 1999. So East Timor became the 11th member of ASEAN, that is Timor-Leste, and it is the first expansion since Colombo in 1999. And East Timor lies north to the Australia, occupying the eastern half of Timor Island. The western half of Timor Island belongs to Indonesia, and it's a strategic milestone, that is first ASEAN expansion since Colombia joined in 1999. Thailand-Cambodia Peace Agreement. So Thailand and Cambodia, both ASEAN countries, they share 800-kilometer long boundary. So a peace agreement between Thailand and Cambodia was signed on the sidelines of the summit, that is ASEAN Summit, 47th ASEAN Summit, settling their long-standing border dispute. The agreement was signed on the sidelines of 47th ASEAN Summit held in Kuala Lumpur, and it was chaired by Malaysia, that is Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, representing a significant diplomatic breakthrough between the two neighboring countries. The APEC Summit 2025, leaders of the APEC, that is leaders of the 21 Asia-specific economies, concluded the APEC Summit 2025 in Yeongju, South Korea, reaffirming their commitment to economic cooperation amid global uncertainty. So the 21st Asia-specific economic cooperation, concluded the EPEC summit in Yeongju, South Korea, reaffirming their commitment to economic cooperation amid global uncertainty. So about EPEC, that is Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, 21 member economies. EPEC is an intergovernmental forum comprising of 21 member economies in the Pacific Rim that promotes free trade, economic growth, regional cooperation in the Asia Pacific region. Established in 1989, EPEC aims to facilitate trade, investment, reduce barriers and support sustainable development across its member economies. And the consensus based, it operates on consensus and voluntary commitments, no binding treaty obligations for the members. So there is no binding treaty, it operates on consensus and voluntary commitments. So the 21 member economies of the Asia Pacific region, so it is EPEC is a forum of 21 member economies in the Pacific Rim, and it promotes free trade, economic growth, regional cooperation in the Asia Pacific region. Established in 1989, EPEC aims to facilitate trade, investment, reduce barriers, support sustainable development across its member countries, and no treaty obligations for the members, operates on consensus and voluntary commitments. The Australia, Canada, India Technology and Innovation, ACITI. Australia, Canada, India Technology and Innovation. India, Australia and Canada have announced a new trilateral framework for called ACITC, Australia, Canada, India Technology and Innovation, launched on the sidelines of G20 summit in Johannesburg, South Africa. So about Australia, Canada, India Technology and Innovation Partnership, Trilateral Initiative, ACITI partnership is a trilateral initiative launched by India, Australia and Canada to deepen cooperation in critical and emerging technologies with a strong focus on green energy, innovation, resilient supply chains and the mass adoption of artificial intelligence. So it is a trilateral initiative, that is launched by India, Australia and Canada. So to deepen cooperation in critical emerging technologies with a strong focus on green energy innovation, resilient supply chains and mass adoption of artificial intelligence. Clean energy and supply chains, it emphasizes the collaboration in clean energy and development of diversified resilient supply chains, especially in critical minerals. So critical minerals, artificial intelligence and resilient supply chains. So what are the shared goals of ACITI? ACI, Australia, Canada, India Technology and Innovation Partnership, aims to enhance or advance the shared goals on path to net zero emissions, support diversification of global supply chains, and promote a secure, sustainable and resilient technology ecosystem. So net zero emissions, diversification of global supply chains and resilient technology ecosystems. So AWASA Program of Action 2024 to 34, APOA, AWASA Program of Action. So the third UN Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, LLDC3, third UN Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, opened in AWASA. AWASA is in Turkmenistan. It is a comprehensive UN framework. AWASA Program of Action, APOA 2024-34, is a comprehensive framework adopted by United Nations General Assembly on 24 December 2024 to support the development of landlocked developing countries for the next decade, that is 24 to 34. and it replaces the Vienna Program of Action. It replaces the Vienna Program of Action 2014 to 2024 and aims to accelerate the process in key areas such as trade facilitation, structural transformation, transport connectivity, technology, climate resilience, and international support. So it's the LLDC3, that is UN Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, third, held in Avaza, Turkmenistan. APOA, Avaza Program of Action 2024-34, is a comprehensive framework adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on 24th December 2024 to support the development of LLDC3 countries for the next decade, and it replaces the Vienna Program of Action 2014 to 24, and it aims to accelerate the progress in key areas such as trade facilitation, structural transformation, transport connectivity, technology, climate resilience, and international support. So, next, Biological Weapons Convention. The Biological Weapons Convention recently marked the 50 years of completion, a landmark milestone in international efforts to eliminate the entire category of weapons of mass destruction. So, Biological Weapons Convention is an international effort to eliminate the entire category of weapons of mass destruction. So, it has completed recently 50 years. So, Biological Weapons Convention, formerly known as the Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production and Stockpiling of the biological, that is bacteriological, biological and toxic weapons and on their destruction. The core prohibition, the Biological Weapons Convention, is a major international treaty that prohibits the development, production, stockpiling and use of biological and toxin weapons, thereby banning an entire category of WMDs, weapons of mass destruction. Timeline and obligation. The BWC, Biological Weapons Convention, adopted in 1972 and entered into force in 1975. It requires the state parties to destroy existing biological weapons and related production facilities. The verification gap. The Biological Weapon Convention does not possess an inspection mechanism. Unlike the Chemical Weapons Convention, the Biological Weapons Convention does not possess an inspection mechanism. The convention is without a formal verification regime. So, the membership, the Biological Weapons Convention, has near universal membership with 189 state parties, including India as of 2025. 4 countries, Egypt, Haiti, Somalia and Syria, remain significant or remain signatories but have not ratified the convention. So, these 4 countries, Egypt, Haiti, Somalia and Syria, they have remained signatories but did not ratify the convention. So, the BWC has near universal membership with 189 state parties, including India as of 2023. So, the core prohibition, BWC, is a major international treaty that prohibits the development, production and stockpiling and use of biological and toxin weapons, thereby banning entire category of weapons of mass destruction. And timelines and obligation, it has been adopted in 1972, came into force in 1975. It requires the state parties to destroy the existing biological weapons and the related production facilities. And unlike the Chemical Weapons Convention, the Biological Weapons Convention does not have a formal verification, that is, does not possess an inspection mechanism. That is, the convention, Biological Weapons Convention, is without a formal verification regime. So, it has, the BWC has universal membership with 189 state parties, including India as of 2025. The 4 countries, Egypt, Haiti, Somalia and Syria, remain signatories but have not ratified the convention. Key feature, the scope of coverage covers biological agents and toxins of types and in quantities that have no justification for prophylactic, protective, or peaceful purposes. International cooperation encourages international cooperation in peaceful biological research and public health. National implementation emphasizes national implementation through appropriate domestic laws and regulations. East Asia Summit. The 20th East Asia Summit (EAS) adopted East Asia Summit adopted the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Peace and Stability, held at Kuala Lumpur, decided by the Prime Minister of Malaysia. So, it adopted the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Peace and Stability. The key focus, the declaration focuses on implementing the joint projects and activities under the East Asia Plan of Action 2024-28 in alignment with the ASEAN 2045, our shared future vision. So, the 20th East Asia Summit held in Kuala Lumpur adopted the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Peace and Stability. The declaration focused on implementing joint projects and activities under the East Asia Summit Plan of Action 2024 and 28 in alignment with ASEAN 2045, our shared future vision. About East Asia Summit. What is East Asia Summit? The East Asia Summit refers to the meeting of heads of states or governments of the East Asia Summit participating countries, which is convened annually. So, East Asia Summit is convened annually, and it refers to the meeting of heads of the states or governments of the East Asia Summit participating countries, established in 2005. The first summit was held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The purpose, that is East Asia Summit, promotes dialogue and cooperation on strategic, political and economic issues to support peace, stability and prosperity in East Asian region. Membership. At inception, 10 ASEAN states, that is Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, PDR, Vietnam, Philippines, Singapore, Brunei, Indonesia, plus Australia, China, India, Japan, New Zealand and South Korea. Joined at the 6th EAS 2011 are Russia and United States. So, East Asia Summit is ASEAN 10 members plus the 8 that is Australia, China, India, Japan, New Zealand and South Korea, Russia and United States. Global Outlook Council on Water Investments. So, the President of South Africa has announced the launch of Global Outlook Council on Water Investments, GOCIWI. About GOCIWI, GOCIWI has been launched by as a G20 Presidential Legacy Initiative and is a key part of the Global Water Partnerships GWP Global Transformation Agenda on Water Investments. So, high-level membership. The Council comprises of current and former heads of the states, global leaders, senior public and private sector representatives, notable members including PM Mr. Modi of India, and Premier Global Platform, the Global Outlook Council, along with the Global Water Investment Platform, aims to serve as a world's premier high-level political and investment platform on water. So, it's a premium global platform, that is Global Outlook Council, along with the Global Water Investment Platform. It serves as a world premium high-level political investment platform on water. Global Water Partnership, a worldwide network involving governments, civil societies, and experts. Mission works to ensure that water resources are managed in a fair, sustainable, and efficient way. Transformative agenda. Through its transformative agenda, GWP aims to mobilize USD 15 billion for global water security by 2030. Financial Action Task Force releases Global Asset Recovery Guidance. The Financial Action Task Force has released its updated Asset Recovery Guidance and Best Practices. So, FATF, Financial Action Task Force, has released its updated Global Asset Recovery Guidance and Best Practices, introducing strengthened global framework to combat financial crimes. India played an active role in drafting the revised Financial Action Task Force standards and guidance. About Financial Action Task Force, headquarters Paris, is an intergovernmental organization established in 1989 by the G7 nations to set international standards and promote effective implementation of the measures to combat money laundering, terrorist financing, and other threats to the integrity of the global financial system. So, headquarters of the Financial Action Task Force is in Paris, intergovernmental organization established in 1989, G7, to set international standards and to promote effective implementation of measures to combat money laundering, terrorist financing, and other threats to the integrity of the global financial system. Financial Action Task Force formulates the 40 recommendations which serve as the global benchmark for anti-money laundering (AML), counter-terrorist financing (CFT), and countering proliferation financing (CPF). Grey list and the blacklist of the Financial Action Task Force. Grey list jurisdictions, that is states under increased monitoring, that is countries that repeatedly fall short of Financial Action Task Force standards. Blacklist high risk jurisdictions with strategic deficiencies, countries with the most serious failures. So, grey list and blacklist. Financial Action Task Force membership and associate members. Members 39 members, including 2 regional organizations, the Gulf Cooperation Council and the European Commission. India has joined as an observer. India has joined as an observer in 2006 and became a full member on June 25, 2010. Associate members, 9 regional bodies, example MONEYVAL, that is Committee of Experts on the Evaluation of Anti-Money Laundering Measures and the Financing of Terrorism, is a prominent Financial Action Task Force style regional body FSRB of the Financial Action Task Force focusing on European countries. APG most commonly refers to Asia Pacific Group on Money Laundering, an intergovernmental organization. APG tasked with enforcing its mandate on regional basis. So, its members, Financial Action Task Force members, including 39 members, including 2 regional organizations, Gulf Cooperation Council and Economic Union. India joined as an observer in 2006 and became a full-time member in June 25, 2010. Associate members, 9 regional members tasked with enforcing its mandate on regional basis. Gaza Peace Summit in Egypt. The Gaza Peace Summit, that is an international peace conference, was held in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt on October 2025. International Peace Conference, Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, October 2025, to work toward a final agreement to end the ongoing conflict in Gaza. So, to end the ongoing conflict in Gaza, an international peace conference was held in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt in October 2025. So, at Gaza Peace Summit, co-chairs and leadership, the summit was co-chaired by US President Trump and the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, and brought together representatives from over 20 countries, celebration signatories, that is declaration signatories. The US President, along with leaders of Egypt, Qatar and Turkey, signed the declaration as a guarantors to the Gaza deal meant to cement a ceasefire in Gaza. Indian representation, India was represented by Kirti Vardhan Singh, Minister of State for External Affairs, who attended as the Prime Minister's special envoy. So what are the key outcomes and context? Regional Peace Initiative. The meeting sought to promote peace and stability in West Asia and to bring second phase of Trump's Regional Peace Initiative. Ceasefire background. It followed a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, achieved after 3 days of negotiations mediated by Egypt, Qatar and Turkey and the United States. Notable absentees: Israel, Hamas, Palestinian authorities were not present at the summit. Hamas controlled the Gaza and Palestinian Authority the West Bank. Global Outlook Council on Water Investments. The President of South Africa has announced the launch of Global Outlook Council on Water Investment, GOCWI. So GOCWI has been launched as a G20 IPSA Summit 2025. India, Brazil. IPSA Summit in 2025 was held in Johannesburg, South Africa on November 23, 2025 on the sidelines of G20 Summit. So G20 Summit 2025 was held in Johannesburg. So on the sidelines of G20 Summit, the IPSA Summit 2025 was held. So about IPSA, India, Brazil and South Africa is a trilateral dialogue between three countries, India, Brazil and South Africa, established in 2003 to promote cooperation among three major emerging democracies from different continents. India, Brazil and South Africa, three different continents. So to promote cooperation among three major emerging countries from different continents, the grouping was formally launched when the Foreign Minister of India, Brazil and South Africa met in Brasilia on 6th June 2003 and adopted the Brasilia Declaration. So the grouping was formally launched on June 2003, 6th June 2003 when Foreign Ministers of India, Brazil and South Africa met in Brasilia and adopted the Brasilia Declaration. Who is the current chair of IPSA? South Africa is the current chair of IPSA, and cooperation within IPSA operates on three fronts, that is Forum for Consultation, Trilateral Collaboration and IPSA Fund. So Forum for Consultation, consultation and coordination on global and regional political issues. Trilateral Collaboration, that is collaboration in identified sectors like working groups and people-to-people forum. IPSA Fund, assisting other developing countries through development projects and supported under the IPSA Fund. So the IPSA operates on three fronts, that is Forum for Consultation to promote consultation and coordination on global and regional political issues. Trilateral collaboration, collaboration in identified sectors via working groups and people-to-people forums. IPSA Fund to assist other developing countries through developmental projects supported under IPSA fund. Current share South Africa. Grouping was launched when foreign ministers of India, Brazil and South Africa, they met in Brasilia on 6 June 2003, adopted the Brasilia Declaration. It's a trilateral dialogue forum established in 2003 to promote among three major democracies, emerging democracies from different continents. So, IPSA Trust Fund, the IPSA Facility for Poverty and Hunger Alleviation, IPSA Fund. So, IPSA Fund, the Facility for Poverty Alleviation and Hunger, Facility for Poverty and Hunger Alleviation, IPSA Fund is jointly established by India, Brazil and South Africa in 2004 and became operational in 2006. $53.27 million total allocated since inception, supporting South-South cooperation. 46 developmental projects supported under South-South cooperation. 34 partner countries where projects have been implemented, majority in least developed countries, LDC. About IPSA MAR, the 8th edition of IPSA MAR. IPSA MAR is a joint multinational maritime exercise involving the navies of India, Brazil and South Africa, was conducted in October 2024 off the coast of South Africa. Joint multinational exercise, IPSA MAR brings together the naval forces of all the three IPSA member countries or nations for combined maritime operations. 8th edition since October 2024. The latest edition conducted in October 2024 continued a tradition of maritime cooperation among India, Brazil and South Africa, and it was conducted off the coast of South Africa. The exercise was held in South African waters, reinforcing the host nation's role as the current chair of IPSA. The IFAD India Day, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, hosted IFAD India Day in Rome to highlight India's long-standing partnership with IFAD, International Fund for Agricultural Development, in promoting rural development, reducing poverty and building resilient agricultural systems. So, IFAD, International Fund for Agricultural Development, was established in 1977 in response to the global food crisis. IFAD is a specialized agency of the United Nations dedicated to eradicating hunger and poverty in developing countries. Financial services and market access, it finances projects that provides rural population with access to financial services, markets, technology, land and skills. The headquarters is in Rome, Italy. IFAD invests in rural communities to strengthen food security, enhance incomes and improve resilience. Rome has hosted the Food and Agricultural Organization World Food Program. Okay, so Rome also hosts the Food and Agricultural Organization's World Food Program. And climate and sustainability, IFAD also supports climate adaptation, disaster preparedness and sustainable management of natural resources, particularly in fragile and vulnerable regions. India European Free Trade Agreement, Economic Free Trade Association, that is India European Free Trade Association, EFTA, Trade Economic Partnership Agreement, TEPA. So the India European Free Trade Association, EFTA, Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement signed on 10th March 2024, entered into force on 1st October 2025. So, about European Free Trade Association. European Free Trade Association is a regional trade organization established in 1960 to promote free trade economic integration among its member countries, that is Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway and Switzerland. So, the European Free Trade Association is a regional trade organization established in 1960s to promote free trade and economic integration among its member countries, that is Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway and Switzerland. Unlike European Union, the EFTA, European Free Trade Association, is not a customs union, meaning each member state maintain its own commercial policies toward non-EFTA countries. So, the relationship with EU, Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway are part of the European Economic Area, which gives them access to EU single market without EU membership. So, the three countries Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway are part of European Economic Area, which gives them access to the European single market, and without EU membership. Switzerland is not in EEA, that is European Economic Area, but maintains market access through a network of bilateral agreements, including a free trade agreement with the European Union, and all EFTA members are part of the Schengen area. All European Free Trade Association members are part of Schengen area, that is Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway and Switzerland are part of Schengen area, enabling passport-free movement across 26 European countries, including EU. Trade with India. India is European Free Trade Association's fifth largest trading partner after EU, USA, UK and China. About India, EFTA, European Free Trade Association Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement, TEPA. It's a comprehensive trade pact signed between India and 4 EFTA, European Free Trade Association countries, Switzerland, Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein. Switzerland is the financial hub and pharmaceutical powerhouse. Norway, energy and maritime expertise. Iceland, geothermal and renewable energy leader. Liechtenstein is precision manufacturing and financial services. Key features of TEPA, that is Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement. 1 million direct jobs. The agreement targets creation of 1 million direct jobs, a first for any free trade agreement signed by India. Mutual Recognition Agreements, MRAs. It's India's first FTA to include mutual recognition agreements for regulated professions, example nursing, chartered accountants and architecture. Services access modes. The aim is to provide better access through mode 1 and mode 3. Mode 1 digital services, mode 3 commercial presence and mode 4 temporary movement of key personnel. So 1 million direct jobs, mutual recognition agreements. So first for any FTA signed for the creation of 1 million jobs, and mutual recognition agreements first for any FTAs to include mutual recognition agreements for regulated professions including nursing, chartered accountancy and architecture. Services access mode, it aims to provide access through mode 1, mode 3 and mode 4. Mode 1 digital services, mode 3 commercial presence and mode 4 temporary movement of key personnel. Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, INOS. Indian Ocean Naval Symposium Emerging Leaders Panel was held at Southern Naval Command, Kochi, with participation from representatives of 19 member countries. So, Indian Ocean Naval Symposium Emerging Leaders Panel was held at the Southern Naval Command, Kochi, with participation from representatives of 19 member countries. About Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, it's a voluntary initiative. Indian Ocean Naval Symposium is a voluntary initiative launched by Indian Navy in 2008 to strengthen maritime cooperation among the navies of countries bordering the IOR, Indian Ocean region. So, Indian Ocean Naval Symposium is a voluntary initiative launched by Indian Navy in 2008 to strengthen the maritime cooperation among the navies of the countries bordering the Indian Ocean region, and it's an open platform. It serves as an open platform for discussing regional maritime concerns, sharing information, building a common understanding for to develop cooperative solutions. And the membership, INOS, comprises 25 member states and 9 observer states. A nation state with permanent territory or a border with the Indian Ocean which maintains a navy or maritime agency is eligible to become a member. And biennial symposium, the symposium is held biennially, that is every 2 years, with the chairmanship rotating every 2 years among the member states. And India's role, India hosted the inaugural symposium in 2008, that is, it is an initiative, voluntary initiative launched by Indian Navy in 2008. So India has launched or hosted the inaugural symposium in 2008 and is set to chair INOS again from 2025 to 2027. India re-elected to Codex Executive Committee, that is, India has been re-elected to the Executive Committee of CCEXEC, that is, Executive Committee of the Codex Alimentarius Commission for the Asia region at the 48th session of Codex Alimentarius Commission, CAC 48. So, at the 48th session of Codex Alimentarius Commission, CAC 48, India has been elected to the Executive Committee of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, CCEXEC, for the Asia region. So, about Codex Alimentarius Commission, CAC establishment. It was established in 1963 by the Food and Agricultural Organization and WHO, World Health Organization, to implement joint FAO and WHO food standards program. So, the CAC, Codex Alimentarius Commission, was established in 1963 by both FAO, Food and Agricultural Organization, and World Health Organization to implement the joint FAO and WHO food standards program. Membership, it's an intergovernmental body with 189 Codex members comprising 188 member countries and the European Union. India became a member in 1964. So, it has near universal membership, that is, intergovernmental body with 189 Codex members comprising 188 member countries and the European Union. India became a member in 1964. India to chair the Kimberley process from 2026. India has been selected by consensus to serve as a chair of the Kimberley process, KP, from January 1st, 2026 for the third time. So, for the third time, India has been selected by consensus to serve as a chair of Kimberley process from January 1, 2026. About the Kimberley process, KP, it's a tripartite initiative. That is, Kimberley process is a tripartite initiative involving governments, international diamond industry, and civil society organization. What is the core aim? The core aim is to curb the trade in conflict diamonds or blood diamonds, defined as rough diamonds used by rebel group to finance armed conflicts as recognized by the UN resolutions. India's nodal agency, the Germ and Jewelry Export Promotion Council, GJEPC, serves as India's nodal agency for the Kimberley Process Certification Scheme. The Kimberley Process Certification Scheme is the mechanism the Kimberley Process uses to prevent the trade of conflicted diamonds, and 60 participants. The KP has 60 participants representing 86 countries, with European Union counted as a single participant. India is a participant, and 99.8% global trade is regulated. It regulates 99.8% of the global rough diamonds trade, making it the most comprehensive international mechanism governing this sector. The Kimberley Process Secretariat is located in Gaborone, Botswana. International Maritime Organization. India has been re-elected to the Council of International Maritime Organization for the term 2026-27. About International Maritime Organization, it is a specialized agency of the United Nations mandated to promote safe, secure, and environmentally sound shipping. History: it was established in 1948 as the Intergovernmental Maritime Consultative Organization, that is IMCO, and it became a UN specialized agency in 1959 and was renamed as International Maritime Organization in 1982. Headquarters and membership. It is headquartered in London. The IMO, International Maritime Organization, has 176 member states and 3 associate members. India has become a member since 1959. So, its headquarters in London. IMO has 176 member states and 3 associate members. India has been a member since 1959. Role and governance of IMO. The regulatory framework. IMO's primary role is to develop a fair, effective, and universal accepted regulatory framework for the global shipping industry. Legal matters. It also involved in legal matters, including issues related to liability and compensation, as well as facilitation of international maritime traffic. IMO Assembly, comprising of all member states, is the highest governing body of the organization. IMO Council functions as the executive organ responsible for supervising the work of organization under the authority of the Assembly. So, role of governance of the IMO is regulatory. It has a regulatory framework for the global shipping industry. That is, its primary role is to develop a fair, effective, and universal acceptable regulatory framework for the global shipping industry. It is also involved in legal matters, including issues related to liability and compensation, as well as facilitation of international maritime traffic. IMO Assembly, comprising of all member states, is the highest governing body of the organization, and IMO Council functions as the executive organ responsible for supervising the work of the organization under the authority of the Assembly. MIL Medicon 2025. The Union Minister of State for Defence inaugurated MIL Medicon 2025. So what is MIL Medicon 2025? It is an international conference on physical and mental trauma in military settings, and this conference was held at Manekshaw Center in New Delhi. So the MIL Medicon 2025, that is the Union Minister of State for Defence, inaugurated MIL Medicon 2025, an international conference on physical and mental trauma in military settings at Manekshaw Center, New Delhi. Organizer, Director General of Medical Services, Army. Focus on innovations, challenges, international cooperation and reforms in military medicine, aligned with the Indian Army's Year of the Reforms. Commemoration, the centenary of the Military Nursing Service. marking 100 years of women's contribution, medical care, women's contribution to combat medical care, and celebrating Nari Shakti. So, the centenary celebrations of military nursing service, marking the 100 years of women's contribution to combat medical care and celebrating Nari Shakti. Pax Silica Initiative. Pax Silica Initiative is a US-led, that is, the first Pax Silica summit was held with the signing of the Pax Silica Declaration in USA. So, the first Pax Silica summit was held with the signing of the Pax Silica Declaration in the USA, and Pax Silica is a US-led strategic initiative that seeks to develop a secure, resilient, and innovation-driven silicon supply chains or silicon and semiconductor supply chains. Silicon and semiconductor supply chains. It covers the entire value chain from critical minerals and energy inputs to advanced manufacturing, semiconductors, and AI infrastructure and logistics. The inaugural Pax Silica Initiative Summit brought together participants from Japan, Republic of Korea, Singapore, Netherlands, UK, Israel, United Arab Emirates, and Australia. India has formally joined the Pax Silica Initiative, that is the US-led Pax Silica Initiative. India has formally joined in February 2026. So, in February 2026, India has joined a US-led strategic initiative, that is to silicon and semiconductor supply chains, that is to develop secure, resilient, and innovation-driven silicon and semiconductor supply chains. It covers the entire value chain from critical minerals and energy inputs to advanced manufacturing, semiconductors, AI infrastructure, and logistics. The inaugural Pax Silica Summit brought together participants from Japan, Republic of Korea, Singapore, Netherlands, United Kingdom, Israel, UAE, and Australia. India is a part of the Pax Silica Initiative. It has formally joined the US-led initiative in February 2026. Guest contributions also came from Taiwan, European Union, Canada, and OECD. Tropical Forest Forever Facility. So, Tropical Forest Forever Facility. The Conference of Parties 30, COP30 Climate Summit held in Belém, Brazil, unveiled the Tropical Forest Forever Facility. It is a new $125 billion global fund designed to reward developing countries for conserving the tropical forest. So, Tropical Forest Forever Facility, it is held in, it is a fund. What is Tropical Forest Forever Facility? It is a global fund. This fund is designed to reward the developing countries for conserving tropical forests. It is a $125 billion fund, and this was unveiled at COP20 Summit, Conference of Parties 30 Climate Summit, Belém, Brazil. So, about Tropical Forest Forever Facility, TFFF, it is a self-sustaining investment fund. It is a self-sustaining investment fund spearheaded by Brazil, aimed at rewarding 74 developed countries for preserving old growth tropical forests. So, it is self-sustaining investment fund that is headed by Brazil and rewarding 74 developed countries for preserving old growth tropical forests. Fund mobilization. The fund Corpus is $125 billion. It seeks to mobilize $125 billion, comprising $25 billion from governments, philanthropists, and $100 billion from private investments. And how returns are distributed? The collected funds will be invested in public and corporate bonds, and the annual returns from the investment will be distributed to forest nations based on satellite monitored forest canopy data, and complements the existing mechanisms. The TFFF, that is Tropical Forest Forever Facility, complements the existing forest finance mechanisms like RED, that is reducing emissions for deforestation and forest degradation. So it complements the existing mechanisms like the RED, but does not generate carbon and biodiversity credits. So it will not generate carbon and biodiversity credit. It supplements the existing mechanisms like RED, that is reducing emissions for deforestation and forest degradation. Initial commitments, $100 billion by Brazil and Indonesia, $100 billion each from Brazil and Indonesia, $250 million by Colombia, $3 billion by Norway over a decade from Norway, and $5 million from Netherlands, $1 million from Portugal. India has joined TFFF as an observer. So India is an observer in TFFF. UN 80 Initiative Action Plan. The United Nations has recently introduced UN 80 Initiative Action Plan, which serves as a coordinated roadmap to implement the reforms across the entire UN systems. So, UN 80 Initiative Action Plan is nothing but to implement reforms across the entire UN systems. That is, it is a coordinated roadmap to implement reforms across the entire UN systems. About UN 80 Initiative, the UN 80 Initiative is the United Nations ambitious system-wide reforms effort launched by the Secretary General Antonio Guterres in March 2025 as the UN marks its 80th anniversary. So, as UN marks its 80th anniversary, the ambitious and system-wide reform effort of the United Nations was launched by Secretary General Antonio Guterres, that is UN 80 Initiative. The objective is to make the UN more agile, integrated and efficient and effective, particularly in the context of shrinking resources. So, when there is the resources are less or paucity of resources, how to make UN more, that is to make UN more agile, efficient, integrated and effective. And there are three major work streams: work stream 1, work stream 2 and work stream 3. So work stream 1 identifies ways to improve efficiency and strengthen the functioning of the UN system. Work stream 2, reviewing the implementation of mandates assigned by member states. Work stream 3, examining potential structural reforms and program realignments within the UN system. So the timeline from November 2025 to December 2026. United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. So the 16th session of UNCTAD took place at the Palais de Nation, that is the home of the UN office at Geneva, that is Le Palais de Nation. So the 16th session of UNCTAD took place at the Palais de Nation in Geneva, that is the home office of United Nations, the home of the United Nations office at Geneva, co-hosted by Switzerland and UNCTAD. So it was co-hosted by Switzerland and UNCTAD. 16th session of the UNCTAD took place at the UN home office, that is Geneva. United Nations home, that is the home of the United Nations office, that is the Palace of Nations in Geneva. So, theme: shaping the future, driving the economic transformation for equitable, inclusive and sustainable development. So, this is the theme of the 16th session of UNICTAD that took place at the Palace of Nations in Geneva, co-hosted by Switzerland and UNICTAD. So, the theme is shaping the future and driving the economic transformation for equitable, inclusive and sustainable development. Key outcomes: the adoption of Geneva Consensus. The conference concluded with the adoption of the Geneva Consensus for a just and sustainable economic order. Just and sustainable economic order. The agreement emphasizes development as a global priority rooted in equity, inclusiveness and sustainability. So, the outcome of the 16th session of the UNICTAD, that is adoption of Geneva Consensus, that is the Geneva Consensus for a just and sustainable economic order, that is agreement emphasizes the development as a global priority rooted in equity, inclusiveness and sustainability. The major announcement: Saudi Arabia hosted or will host the second UN Global Supply Chain Forum in November 2026 to enhance supply chain resilience and financing for small firms. So, Saudi Arabia in November 2026, it will host second UN Global Supply Chain Forum to enhance supply chain resilience and financing for small firms. Switzerland committed 4 million Swiss francs to support UNICTAD's work on e-commerce and digital development. So, Switzerland is committed 4 million Swiss francs to support the UNICTAD's work on e-commerce and digital development. United Nations Conference of Party 30. The 30th meeting of the United Nations Conference of Parties to United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was held in Belém, Brazil. It concluded with a political agreement known as Global Monteiro Agreement. Drawing from the tradition of community-driven collective action. So, the COP30 Conference of Parties to the UNFCCC, that is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, held in Belém, Brazil. It concluded with a political agreement known as Global Monteiro Agreement, drawing from the tradition of community-led or driven collective action. So, key takeaways: the roadmap focused on ending deforestation. The central outcome of the conference was strong political push to address global deforestation, that is to end deforestation. The COP, Conference of Party 30's president announced a dedicated forest deforestation roadmap which countries will develop over the coming years. So, to end the deforestation, to address the global deforestation, a political push, the president announced a dedicated deforestation roadmap which countries will develop over coming years. Belém Health Action Plan seeks to strengthen climate resilient health systems with a clear emphasis on equity and public participation. So, Belém Health Action Plan with that is, it seeks to strengthen climate resilient health system with a clear emphasis on equity and public participation. Tropical Forest Forever Facility. It aims to create USD 125 billion fund for forest conservation using satellite-based verification mechanisms. Brazil committed USD 1 billion to the facility. India joined TFF as a advisor. TFF. Opening Planetary Intelligence Network, OPIN, a new global collaboration aimed at improving climate data integration and strengthening digital cooperation. So OPIN, Opening Planetary Intelligence Network, a new global collaboration aimed at improving the climate data integration and strengthening digital cooperation. The Global Ethical Stocktake GES introduces ethics, justice and role of civil society into global climate accountability processes. The Global Ethical Stocktake, it introduces ethics, justice and role of civil society into global climate accountability mechanisms or processes. Belém 4X pledge on sustainable fuels sets a goal to achieve fourfold increase in sustainable fuels such as biofuels, hydrogen and biogas by 2035. Belém Declaration on Hunger, Poverty and People-Centered Climate Action, signed by 43 countries and the European Union. The declaration focuses on social protection measures and resilience building for vulnerable populations. The National Adaptation Plan Implementation Alliance seeks to accelerate adaptation, finance and strengthen national level climate resilience planning. So, National Adaptation Plan NAP Implementation Alliance seeks to accelerate adaptation, finance and strengthen national level climate resilience planning. Global Mutirao strategy promotes community-driven approach to closing gaps between climate pledges, delivery, particularly in the areas of energy, finance and trade. So the Global Mutirao strategy, it promotes community-driven approach to closing gaps between climate pledges, delivery, particularly in the areas of energy, finance and trade. So Global Ethical Stocktake GES, Belém 4X pledge on sustainable fuels, Belém Declaration on Hunger, Poverty and People-Centered Climate Action, National Adaptation Plan Implementation Alliance and Global Mutirao Strategy, Belém Health Action Plan, Open Planetary Intelligence Network, Tropical Forest Forever Facility and Roadmap on focused on ending deforestation. So these are the key takeaways of the Conference of Parties 30 to United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change held at Belém, Brazil, conclude and with a political agreement known as Global Mutirao Agreement, drawing from the tradition of community-driven collective action. So, what are the further outcomes? Global Belém Gender Action Plan aims to strengthen gender equality and enhance women's empowerment in climate action. Just Transition Mechanism, Belém Action Mechanism, a new mechanism adopted at COP30 Conference of 30 that focuses on ensuring a fair, inclusive and just transition. It does not introduce a new and assured sources of finance. So, the Just Transition Mechanism and Belém Action Mechanism are a new mechanism adopted at COP30 that focuses on ensuring fair, inclusive and just transition, but it does not introduce new or assured sources of finances. Global Mutirao Platform, it is a digital initiative launched by Brazil to strengthen the collective global climate action and bridge the persistent gap between climate pledges and the actual implementation. Utilities for Net Zero Alliance, that is UNEZA, Utilities for Net Zero Alliance. At Conference of Parties 30, public utility companies, they pledged $66 billion annually for renewable energy and $82 billion for transmission and storage. The UNEZA, Utilities for Net Zero Alliance, is a coalition of leading global utilities and power sector companies created at COP28 to accelerate decarbonization and grid-ready renewables. So, Utilities for Net Zero Alliance is a coalition. That coalition, which is leading global utilities and power sector companies, it was created at COP28, Conference of Parties 28, to accelerate decarbonization and grid-ready renewables. So, at COP30, the public utilities companies, they pledged dollar as an extension. At COP30, the public utility companies, they pledged $66 billion annually for renewable energy and $82 billion for transmission and storage. United Nations High Seas Treaty, the BBNG Agreement, also called as the High Seas Treaty, is now set to enter force. The BBNG, the Biodiversity Beyond Natural Jurisdiction Agreement, is also called as the High Seas Treaty, is now set to enter into force. So, about Biodiversity Beyond Natural Jurisdiction High Seas Treaty, BBNJ Agreement is formally known as the Agreement on Conservation and Sustainable Use of Marine Biological Diversity of Areas Beyond Natural Jurisdiction. It is an international treaty under the United Nations Convention on Laws of Seas, and it is aimed at protecting biodiversities in the high seas, that is regions lying outside exclusive economic zones, that is the exclusive economic zone extends up to 200 nautical miles, that is 370 kilometers from coastal states baseline. Within this area, coastal states have sovereign rights to explore, exploit, conserve and manage natural resources. So, exclusive economic zone extends up to 200 nautical miles, that is 370 kilometers from coastal states baseline. So, BBNJ Agreement, High Seas Treaty, BBNJ Agreement is formally known as an agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond natural jurisdiction. It is an international treaty under the United Nations Convention of Laws of Seas, aimed at protecting biodiversity in the high seas and regions in lying outside the exclusive economic zones. It is the first legally binding instrument. BBNJ, Biodiversity Beyond Natural Jurisdiction, is the first legally binding instrument specifically targeting biodiversity conservation in the high seas. High seas, that is lying outside the exclusive economic zone, that is beyond 200 nautical miles from the coastal baseline of the states, that is 370 kilometers. So, it is the first legally binding instrument, that is BBNJ. Biodiversity Beyond Natural Jurisdiction Agreement is the first legally binding instrument specifically targeting biodiversity conservation in the high seas. It supports global efforts to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 14, that is life below the water, and fulfills critical gaps in ocean governance. Entry into force, the agreement became operational, or the agreement becomes operational 120 days after 60 countries ratify it. As of now, that is as on 30 September 2025, 145 countries have signed and 74 have ratified. India signed but has not yet ratified as of December 2025. Countries which are not part to the UNCLOS are still eligible to join the BBNJ agreement. So, countries which have not signed the United Nations Convention on Loss of Seas are still eligible to join the Biodiversity Beyond Natural Jurisdiction Agreement. So, the agreement becomes operational 120 days after 60 countries have ratified it. So, as on 30th September 2025, around 145 countries have signed and 74 countries have ratified it. India has signed but not yet ratified as of December 2025. Countries not part to UNCLOS are still eligible to join the BBNJ project. Implementation agreements under the UNCLOS. It is the third implementation agreement under the UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on Loss of Seals, after the 1994 Part 11 implementation agreement governs exploration and extraction of minerals in the international seabed. The second agreement, 1995 UN Fish Stocks Agreement, that is, it regulates conservation of straddling and high sea migratory fish stocks. BBNJ agreement, the newest and the third agreement protecting marine biodiversity in areas beyond the natural jurisdiction. Key objectives and provisions. The BBNJ agreement addresses 4 main pillars. That is, the first pillar, marine genetic resources, that is conservation and fair sharing of marine genetic resources, including the benefits from their use. Marine protected areas, MPAs, that is establishment of marine protected areas, MPAs, and other areas based management tools to safeguard the ecosystem. Environmental impact assessment, EIA, mandatory environmental impact assessment for activities that may harm high seas, and capacity building and technology transfer. Capacity building and technology transfer, especially for developing countries. So these are the 4 main pillars, that is marine genetic resources, that is conservation and fair sharing of marine genetic resources, including benefits from the use, marine protected areas, establishment and other area-based management tools to safeguard the ecosystem, environmental impact assessment, mandatory environmental impact assessment for activities that may harm high seas, and capacity building and technology transfer for developing countries. So exceptions, what are the exceptions to the BBNJ agreement, that is high seas treaty? The exceptions, the agreements that does not apply, that is warships and military aircraft. Warships, military aircrafts and auxiliary naval auxiliaries are excluded from the agreement scope. Fishing activities, fishing and fishing related activities are already governed by other international laws, are not covered, and military activities of a party, including use of government vessels, aircrafts in non-commercial service in relation to obligations to the MGR, that is marine genetic resources and digital sequence information. So these 3 that is the agreements which are excluded or does not apply to BBNJ agreement, that is warships and military aircraft. Fishing activities which are governed by other international laws are not covered, and military activities of a party, that is use of government vessels, aircrafts in non-commercial service in relation to obligations on marine genetic resources and digital sequence information. However, non-military activities of parties are covered by the treaty. So only military activities are excluded. UN Human Rights Council. India has been elected unopposed to the United Nations Human Rights Council, UNHRC, United Nations Human Rights Council for the 7th time. Unopposed, United Nations Human Rights Council. The new term will run for 3 years from 2026 to 2028, beginning the next year. So, about UN Human Rights Council, it is a principal intergovernmental body within the UN system responsible for promoting and protecting human rights worldwide, addressing violations and encouraging international cooperation. Establishment in 2006 by United Nations General Assembly, replacing the former UN Commission on Human Rights. So, the United Nations Human Rights Council has been established in 2006 by United Nations General Assembly by replacing the former Commission on Human Rights. Its headquarters is in Geneva, Switzerland, and the membership, it comprises of 47 member states elected by the UN General Assembly. Members serve 3-year terms and may hold no more than 2 consecutive terms. Okay. So, comprises of 47 member states elected by the UN General Assembly, and the members serve for 3 years terms and may hold no more than 2 consecutive terms. Equitable distribution. Seats are distributed geographically, that is Africa, Asia Pacific, Eastern Europe, Latin America, Caribbean and Western Europe. So, equitable distribution of seats geographically, that is Africa, Asia Pacific, Eastern Europe, Latin America, Caribbean and Western Europe and others. Bureau, that is United Nations Human Rights Bureau, oversees the Council's procedural and organizational operations. It comprises of officers, 1 president and 4 vice president, each representing one of the 5 UN geographical or regional groups. They serve for a year in accordance with the Council's annual cycle. Secretariat. The Council benefits from the substantive technical secretariat support from the Office of the High Commissioner for the Human Rights, headed by the United Nations Human Rights Commissioner or United Nations Commissioner for Human Rights. So, its secretariat support is provided by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, headed by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. UN India Global Capacity Building Initiative. So, India has launched projects with the United Nations under the Global Capacity Building Initiative for countries in Asia, Africa and Caribbean. So, India along with the UN or India started projects or launched projects with the United Nations under the Global Capacity Building Initiatives for countries of Asia, Africa and Caribbean. About the Global Capacity Building Initiative launched in 2023, the Global Capacity Building Initiative is a collaborative effort between India and the United Nations aimed at strengthening the capacities of the countries in the Global South to achieve the sustainable developmental goals. So, it's a collaborative effort, that is, it's an initiative. The initiative is a collaborative effort between India and United Nations and strengthening the capacities of the countries in the Global South, Asia, Africa and the Caribbean to achieve the sustainable development goals. The implementation is carried out through the UN India Sustainable Development Goals Country Fund and Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program, ITEC program. So, it is carried out, this Global Capacity Building Initiative, a collaborative effort of India and UN to strengthen the capacities of countries in Global South to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, is carried out through the UN SDG, Sustainable Development Goals Country Fund and ITEC, India Technical and Economic Cooperation Program. The United Nations Convention Against Cybercrime. Recently, 72 out of 193 UN member states signed the United Nations Convention Against Cybercrime in Hanoi, Vietnam. So, United Nations Convention on Cybercrime was held in Hanoi, Vietnam, where 72 out of 193 UN member states signed the United Nations Convention on Cybercrime. So, United Nations Convention on Cybercrime, UNCC, is officially titled Convention on Cybercrime, Strengthening International Cooperation to Combat Crimes Committed Through the Information and Communication Technology, ICT technologies, is the first international criminal justice treaty negotiated in over 2 decades. So, this convention, United Nations Convention on Cybercrime, its theme or official title is Strengthening International Cooperation to Combat Crimes Committed Through Information ICT Systems. Is the first international criminal justice treaty negotiated over 2 decades. Adoption and entry into force. The convention was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on 24 December 2024. It will enter into force 90 days after the 40th country deposits its instrument of ratification. Signature deadline and India's status. The treaty remains in force for signature until 31st December 2026. India has not yet signed the convention as of December 2025. So, the Secretariat, the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, acted as the Secretariat for the negotiations. Significance of the convention: it is the first universally applicable, legally binding instrument. First universally applicable, legally binding UN instrument governing the collection, exchange and use of electronic evidence for investigating serious crimes. It is a global alternative to Budapest Convention. The convention responds to long-standing demands of a global alternative to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime in 2001, which was drafted by the Council of Europe. So, this United Nations Convention on Cybercrime, it acts as a global alternative to the Budapest Convention. So, it was a long-standing demand for global alternative to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime 2001, which was drafted by Council of Europe, and opposition to the Budapest Convention. Several countries, including Russia and China, they have opposed the Budapest Convention and supported the creation of a new UN-led cybercrime treaty. India also did not join the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime 2001. So, the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime 2001 was drafted by Council of Europe. So, many countries, including Russia and China, they opposed the Budapest Convention and supported the creation of a new UN-led cybercrime treaty. India did not join the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime 2001. 2025 G20 Summit. The 2025 G20 Leaders Summit was held in Johannesburg, South Africa, marking the first ever G20 summit hosted on African continent. Historic presidency, that is South Africa's presidency, followed those of Indonesia, India, Brazil, marking it the 4th consecutive G20 presidency led by the Global South nations. So, the theme of 2025 G20 Summit is Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability. So, the 2025 G20 Summit. So, 2025 G20 Summit presidency was held in South Africa, Johannesburg, and 2024 in Brazil, 23 in India and 22 in Indonesia. So, this is the 4th consecutive G20 presidency led by a Global South nation, And 2025 G20 Leaders Summit was held in Johannesburg, marking the first ever G20 Summit hosted in African continent. The theme of 2025 G20 Summit is solidarity, equality and sustainability. So, key outcomes of 2025 G20 Summit: strengthening disaster resilience, that is, the member countries endorsed greater investment in disaster risk reduction, preparedness, early warning systems, and inclusive recovery, with special focus on SIDS, small island developing states and least developed countries. The summit adopted high-level disaster risk reduction principles, DRR principles, debt sustainability for developing economies, acknowledging rising debt crisis. Leaders supported the enhanced debt transparency, reforms in IMF, World Bank, and assistance to liquidity constrained developing countries through the G20 Common Framework. So, the debt sustainability for developing countries, it acknowledged the rising debt distress. That is, the leaders supported debt transparency, reforms in IMF, World Bank, assistance to liquidity constraining developed countries through G20 Common Framework, just and inclusive energy transitions. Key decisions included strong emphasis on a just energy transition, reaffirming commitments to tripling renewable energy capacity, doubling global energy efficiency improvements by 2025. Also includes promoting affordable climate finance and supporting Mission 300, which aims to electrify 300 million people in Africa by 2030. Critical minerals sustainable growth. The G20 adopted a voluntary critical minerals framework to expand exploration, promote value-based addition, and ensure that producer countries receive fair economic benefits. And food security and Ubuntu approach, drawing on the African philosophy of Ubuntu, I am because we are, leaders' commitment to strengthen resilient food systems, reducing food price volatility, and supporting agricultural capacity building in Africa to combat hunger. Food security and Ubuntu approach, harnessing artificial intelligence for development. The summit launched Artificial Intelligence for Africa initiative, focusing on the skill development, improved access to computing resources, and ethical governance of AI. This initiative is supported by the UNESCO backed Technology Policy Assistance Facility (TPAF), created in collaboration with the UNESCO and announced during 2025 G20 Summit. So, these are the key outcomes: strengthening disaster resilience, debt sustainability for developing economies, just and inclusive energy transitions, critical minerals for sustainable growth, food security and Ubuntu approach, harnessing artificial intelligence for development. United Nations High Commissioner of Refugees. So, the United Nations General Assembly has approved the former Iraqi President Barham Salih as the next head of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR. So, about the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, HCR, established in 1950, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees is a United Nations agency mandated to protect and assist the refugees, forcibly displaced persons and stateless individuals worldwide. So, the mandate of the United Nations Human Rights High Commissioner for Refugees, the mandate for the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, that is United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, was established in 1950, and it is a United Nations agency mandated to protect and assist the refugees, forcibly displaced persons, and stateless individuals worldwide. Global reach. It is headquartered in Geneva. It operates in 136 countries, providing life-saving support, food, shelter, healthcare, and education. Legal framework. United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees activities are guided mainly by the 1951 Refugee Convention and its 1967 protocol, which defines who qualifies as a refugee and specify the obligations of the states. India is not a signatory to the 1951 Convention or the 1967 protocol, but cooperates with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees operationally. So, the legal framework, that is UNHCR, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, activities are guided mainly by the 1951 Convention and the 1967 protocol. So, 1951 Convention and its 1967 protocol, it defines who qualifies as a refugee and specifies the obligations of the state, and India is not a signatory to the 1951 Convention or 1967 protocol, but it cooperates with the UNHCR operationally. So, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, mandate, funding and recognition. So, what is the mandate? The origin of the mandate. United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees mandate stems from United Nations General Assembly Resolution 428-5 in 1950, initially focusing on post-World War II refugees, but later expanding through resolutions to cover broad displacement crisis worldwide and excluding the Palestinian refugees handled through the UNRWA. UNRWA is the United Nations Relief and Work Agency for Palestinian refugees in Near East. So, the origin of the mandate, that is United Nations Commissioner for Refugees, that is United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, mandate is, it stems from the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 428-5 in 1950, and initially it focused on post-World War II refugees, but later expanded through resolutions to cover broad displacement crisis worldwide and excluding Palestinian refugees handled through the UNRWA, United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian refugees in the Far East. Funding model, United Nations UNHCR operations depend most entirely on voluntary contributions from governments, interstate actors and UN Emergency Fund. And Nobel Peace Prize, UNHCR has been awarded Nobel Peace Prize twice, in 1954 and 1981, in recognition for its humanitarian work. Universal Postal Union, the Union Minister for Communications has launched the UPU integration project, which seeks to modernize and streamline the cross-border remittances by linking India's Unified Payment Interface UPI with the global postal network under the Universal Postal Union. So, the Union Minister of Communication, he has launched the UPU integration project, that is which seeks to modernize and streamline cross-border remittances, the money sent by the Indians staying abroad or working abroad, by linking India's UPI payment interface, that is unified payments interface with the global postal network under the Universal Postal Union. So about the Universal Postal Union, UPU. UPU is the second oldest international organization, preceded only by the International Telecommunications Union, created in 1865. So it is the one of the oldest, that is the second oldest international organization, preceded only by the International Telecommunications Union, ITU, created in 1865, and UPU, that is Universal Postal Union, coordinates postal policies among 192 member countries and facilitates uniform worldwide postal system. Establishment: the UPU, Universal Postal Union, was founded in 1874 by the Treaty of Berne and later designated as a specialized agency of the United Nations in 1948. It is headquartered in Bern, Switzerland. Membership and role: it comprises of 192 member countries including India. India is a member of UPU. That is, the UPU was established, Universal Postal Union, headquartered in Bern and Switzerland, established in 1874 by Treaty of Bern and later designated as a specialized agency of the United Nations in 1948. So Universal Postal Union comprises of 192 members including India. It serves as a main platform for cooperation among global postal services, ensuring universal, modern and efficient postal network with harmonized products and services. Okay, so it serves as a main platform for cooperation among the global postal services, ensuring universal, modern and efficient postal network with harmonized products and services. United Nations Security Council to end UNIFIL mission in Lebanon. So the United Nations Security Council has voted unanimously to end or terminate the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, after nearly 5 decades. So the peacekeeping mission is to conclude on December 31, 2026, giving the force 16 months to withdraw 10,800 personnel and equipment. So United Nations Security Council has passed or voted unanimously to terminate the United Nations Peace Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, after nearly 5 decades. So the peacekeeping mission should conclude on December 31st, by the end of the year, December 31st, 2026, giving the force 16 months to withdraw its 10,800 personnel and equipment. About United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon. It was established in 1978 to oversee the withdrawal from southern Lebanon, that is Israel's withdrawal from southern Lebanon, and later expanded following 2026 Israel-Hezbollah war. Hezbollah is a Shia militia in Lebanon. It is supported by Iran. So the UNI, United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, is established in 1978 to oversee the withdrawal of Israel from southern Lebanon and was later expanded following 2006 Israel-Hezbollah war. Mandate: its mandate included monitoring the Israel-Lebanon border, that is 120-kilometer blue line, and supporting regional stability. So Israel shares border with Lebanon, southern Lebanon, then the border is around 120 kilometers, it's that is blue line, and supporting regional stability. Legal basis: this UNIFIL was created by United Nations Security Council resolutions 425, 426 in 1978, and after withdrawal. With its withdrawal, the Lebanese government now will become solely responsible or will become the sole provider of security north of the blue line. So the blue line is the border line, border between Israel and Lebanon. Asia Pacific Trade Agreement, APTA. India and China are currently signatories to the APTA, Asia Pacific Trade Agreement. The APTA is also known as the Bangkok Agreement and is an initiative under the United Nations Economic and Social Council for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, for trade expansion through exchange of tariff concessions among developing country members of the Asia Pacific region. So APTA, India and China are currently signatories of APTA, Asia Pacific Trade Agreement, and APTA is also known as the Bangkok Agreement, and it is an initiative under the UESCAP, that is United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, for trade expansion through concessions, that is exchange of tariff concessions among the developing country members in the Asia Pacific. Regarding the history and membership, originally signed in 1975, APTA expanded from its original 5 members, Bangladesh, India, Republic of Korea, that is South Korea, Laos, PDR and Sri Lanka, with China joining in 2000 and Mongolia joining in 2020. So originally it had 5 members and India is a founding member. So originally signed in 1975 and it consists of 5 members: Bangladesh, India, Republic of Korea, South Korea, Laos, PDR, Sri Lanka, with China joining in 2000 and Mongolia in 2020. Key focus areas: Asia Pacific Trade Agreement APTA focuses on duty reduction, margin of preference, simplified rules of origin and non-traffic measure cooperation. So the key focus of APTA is on duty reductions, that is the margin of preference. Margin of preference is a procurement or trade policy tool that gives priority to local, domestic or specific suppliers by allowing their bids to be up to 20% higher than the lowest foreign or non-local bid while still being considered for the contract. It functions as a competitive advantage to promote local monitoring and increase domestic capacity. So the key focus areas of APTA are duty reductions, margin of preference, simplified rules of origin, non-tariff measure cooperation. So APTA, originally 1975, 5 members: Bangladesh, India, Republic of Korea, South Korea, Laos, PDR and Sri Lanka, China 2000 and Mongolia acceded in 2020, and it is also known as Bangkok Agreement initiative under the ESCAP, that is United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, for trade expansion in Asia Pacific region through exchange of tariff concessions among developing country members. Water Convention. Bangladesh has become the first country in South Asia to join UN Water Convention. First country in South Asia to join UN Water Convention. So United Nations Water Conventions, officially it is known as Convention on the Protection and Use of Transboundary Water Resources and International Lakes. Is it binding? Yes, it is legally binding international treaty. Adopted in Helsinki 1992, entered into force in 1996. So the United Nations Water Convention is officially known as Convention on the Protection of Transboundary Water Courses and International Lakes, is a legally binding international treaty adopted in Helsinki 1992, came into force in 1996. Main goal: to promote sustainable management of shared water resources, prevent conflicts, and foster regional cooperation for peace and integrity. Cooperation mandate, it mandates cooperation among the riparian states through agreements and establishment of joint institutional bodies. So, riparian states should cooperate through agreements and establishment of joint institutional bodies. Key requirements, it requires the participating countries to prevent, control, and reduce transboundary impacts arising from activities affecting shared water bodies. So, the participating countries, it is their responsibility to prevent, control, and reduce the transboundary impacts arising from activities affecting shared water bodies. Composition, composed of United Nations entities, that is members, and international organizations, partners working on water and sanitation issues. So, originally, a regional treaty for Europe since March 2016, it has been open to accession by all UN member states, making it a global instrument. India has not ratified or acceded to it. So, this United Nations Water Convention, officially known as Convention on the Protection of Use of Transboundary Water Courses and International Lakes, is legally binding international treaty adopted in Helsinki 1992, came into force in 1996. Originally, it was a regional treaty for Europe since March 2016. It has been open to accession. So, it was the original treaty for Europe since March 2016. It has been open to accession by all UN member states, making it a global instrument. India is not ratified, has not ratified or acceded to it. Membership and chairship, that is 35 countries, the United States and Japan as observers. So, its members are 35 countries with United States and Japan as observers. India founding member of the International IDEA, that is International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, established in 1995. India is a founding member of International IDEA, International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. So, India is a founding member. It to support the sustainable democracy worldwide. As of 2026, India holds the chairship of the International IDEA's Council of Member States. It aims to advance democratic innovation and strengthen election management bodies. So, membership 35 countries, the United States and Japan as observers. India is a founding member of International IDEA, International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. So, chairship, India, right now, India holds the chairship of International IDEA's Council of Member States. So, chairship, each year, the Council elects the chair and 2 vice chairs among its member states, that is 35 countries. The chairship term runs from the end of the annual council meeting, usually in December, to the next annual council meeting. So, International IDEA. World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organization. So, China proposed the creation of a global body, that is WAICO, World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organization, at the recent APEC meeting in Busan, South Korea. Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation. So, the WAICO, World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organization, is proposed by China, that is proposed by China at APEC meeting in Busan, South Korea. So WAICO is a proposed global body. It is proposed by China at APEC meeting in Busan, South Korea. So it is a proposed global body aimed at governing artificial intelligence and advancing shared rules, boosting international cooperation in the artificial intelligence field. It is proposed to be the the proposed headquarters is Shanghai. Foundational framework. The framework draws upon principles from China's 2023 Global Artificial Governance Initiative. So, the framework for the WAICO, it draws the principles from China's 2023 Global AI Governance Initiative, which highlights human-centered design, respect for data sovereignty, and greater algorithm transparency. The aim of WAICO proposed global body, China has proposed at APEC meeting in Busan, South Korea, is to contribute to the development of global standards that promote international cooperation in the field of artificial intelligence. Announcement: WAICO, World Artificial Intelligence Cooperation Organization, was announced during 2025 World Artificial Intelligence Conference held in Shanghai. So it is proposed to be headquartered in Shanghai. So WAICO announced during 2025 World Artificial Intelligence Conference held in Shanghai. World Food India 2025. So World Food India WFI held at Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi was the largest edition so far, largest edition of World Food India 2025. The 2025 event was the 4th edition, following the successful editions in 2023 and 2024. So the 2025 World Food India held at Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi was the largest edition so far, and it is the 4th editions, and following the successful editions in 2023-24. So World Food India, the Ministry of Food Processing and Industries, MOFPI, launched World Food India in 2017 as its flagship international event to promote India's food sector and draw global investors. What it serves as? It serves as global platform to showcase India's food value chain, attract investment, strengthen trade partnership, and promote food processing in rural led rural development. So it serves as a global platform. The World Food India serves as a global platform to showcase India's food value chain, attract investment, strengthen trade partnership, and promote food processing led rural development. It is a flagship international event that is the Ministry of Food Processing and Industries has launched the World Food India 2017 as its flagship international event to promote food sector and draw global investors. Purpose: Global Food Hub. Position India as a global food hub and boost India's exports of agricultural and processed food products. Investment and innovation. Encourage investment, innovation, market linkages across the entire food processing value chain. Viksit Bharat 2047. Support higher farmer incomes, rural employment, and reduction of post-harvest losses in line with the Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. So the purpose is to position India as a global food hub and boost exports of agriculture and processed food products. Investment and innovation. Encourage investment, innovation, market linkages across the entire food processing value chains, and Viksit Bharat 2047 support higher farmer incomes, rural employment, and a reduction of post-harvest losses in line with the Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. BRICS STI cooperation. India assumed BRICS presidency in 2006 with the theme Building for Resilience, Innovation, Cooperation, and Sustainability. It has prioritized science, technology, and innovation STI amid BRICS plus expansion and 2025 BRICS Rio de Janeiro Declaration, which focused on deep tech governance and technology transfer. So, the evolution of STI cooperation within BRICS, that is the Sanya Declaration, 3rd BRICS Summit 2011, formalized science and technology cooperation in BRICS agenda, and MOU on STI cooperation in 2015 established the framework for science, technology, and innovation cooperation. The Young Scientist Forum, YSF, was also established, and BRICS Action Plan for Innovation Cooperation 2017 and 2020 marked a shift towards innovation, entrepreneurship, technology transfer. The Technology Transfer Center links science parks, incubators, and startups for commercialization of technologies. BRICS S&T Ministers Meeting, held annually to set priorities and coordinate in India by CSIR and DBT, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, and DBT, Department of Biotechnology. Innovation Action Plan 21-24, led by India, included BRICS Remote Sensing Satellite Constellation for data sharing and Deep Tech Shift, that is artificial intelligence, positioned as a central governance pillar with focus on frontier technologies. BRICS plus expansion, the Kazan and Rio de Janeiro declarations marked a major shift towards frontier technologies supported by broader capital and technological capacity. So, India's chairmanship and BRICS composition. India's chairmanship in 2026 emphasizes on digital public infrastructure and global South technology collaboration. BRICS plus composition expanded grouping includes original members, that is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, along with the new members Egypt, UAE, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Iran, and Saudi Arabia, with a global population of 49.5 and global GDP of 40% and global trade of 26%. So, India as a key driver of STI cooperation within BRICS leverage DPI, that is utilize Aadhaar, digital public infrastructure, that is utilize Aadhaar, UPI, Digital India as scalable models, propose an open source DPI repository for BRICS countries. Mega science projects push for a BRICS mega science consortium, drawing on India's experience with Lego India and SKA, that is Lego India and SKA. The climate tech Lego India project is an advanced gravitational wave observatory to be built in Hingoli district, Maharashtra by 2030, marking a major collaboration between India and US to detect cosmic ripples. And the SKA the climate tech leverage ISA, International Solar Alliance, and GBA, that is the Global Biofuel Alliance, and propose a BRICS Clean Energy R&D Consortium focusing on green hydrogen, batteries, and agricultural biotech. Paired linkages introduce a mentorship, that is a paid collaboration model linking advanced R&D nations with newer BRICS members, and healthcare innovation utilize CoWIN and ABDM, that is Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, propose a BRICS digital health grid for interoperable health records and telemedicine. AI governance, establish a joint group for ethical norms, data sovereignty, and cyber security standards. Challenges limiting BRICS STI cooperation, that is capacity asymmetry, that is China dominates R&D spending, that is gross domestic expenditure on R&D. So gross domestic expenditure on R&D, China dominates R&D spending. Other members lag, creating the risk of one-way technology transfer and dependence. BRICS plus diversity, highly heterogeneous membership makes consensus on mega projects difficult. And geopolitical trust deficit, India and China tensions limit cooperation in sensitive areas such as AI, 5G, 6G, and semiconductors. Institutional gaps, absence of permanent STI secretariat, unlike the EU and the rotating presidency, leads to poor continuity and weak funding, decentralized and limited funding mechanisms. The new development bank primarily focuses on infrastructure rather than deep tech, and low private participation. Cooperation remains dominated by the government agencies with a weak role for startups, venture capital, and tech firms. So reforms needed to strengthen the BRICS STI cooperations, that is institutional strengthening, establish a permanent STI secretariat, and form a BRICS technology alliance. Mega science joint missions, invest in flagship mega projects, satellites, public health research. Proactive tech governance, that is develop common standards for AI, data governance, and stronger intellectual property frameworks. Private sector integration, that is actively involved in startups, venture capital, and industry through platforms like iBRICS and B2B, business to business corridors. Dedicate R&D funding, that is create a dedicated R&D funding, that is create a BRICS STI innovation fund to support cross-border R&D and deep tech initiatives and commercialization. Durand Line dispute. The Durand Line dispute has seen frequent clashes between Afghan Taliban forces and the Pakistani troops. This Durand Line is between Afghanistan and Pakistan, so it has seen a frequent clash between Afghanistan Taliban troops and Pakistan troops over border fencing, Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan presence, deportation of Afghan refugees, and escalating to Pakistan's cross-border operation Ghazab-Lil-Haq. So, Durand Line dispute has seen frequent clashes between Afghan Taliban forces and Pakistani troops over border fencing of Pakistan, Afghanistan, that is the Pakistan has fenced the border, and TTP, presence of Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan's presence in Afghanistan, and Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan is carrying out attacks in Pakistan, and deportation of Afghan refugees, escalating to Pakistan's cross-border operation Ghazab-Lil-Haq. So, Durand Line, background, it's a 2640 kilometer porous border between Pakistan and Afghanistan, extends from Karakoram range near China to the Registan desert near Iran, passes through Khyber Pass and Spingar White Mountains. Origin and purpose, established in 1893 to the agreement between Sir Mortimer Durand and Abdur Rahman Khan, Emir of Afghanistan, to the purpose to demarcate the spheres of influence between British India and Afghanistan and to act as a buffer against the Russian Empire during the Great Game. So, Anglo-Afghan Wars and historical context. The first Anglo-Afghan War, 1839 to 43, British invaded Afghanistan but were defeated and forced to withdraw. Second Afghan War, Anglo-Afghan War, 1878 to 80, the British victory and Treaty of Gandamak, 1879, gave the British control over Afghan's foreign policy. And Durand Line Agreement 1893, it's signed between Sir Henry Mortimer Durand and Amir Abdur Rahman Khan, divided the Pushtun tribal areas and placed Balochistan under the British India, created the Wakhan corridor as a buffer between Russia and Britain. Third Anglo-Afghan War, 1919, Treaty of Rawalpindi. It restored the Afghanistan's control over the foreign affairs and reaffirmed the Durand Line. And post 1947 inheritance, Pakistan inherited the Durand Line, but Afghanistan does not recognize it as an international boundary. So Pakistan recognizes it, but Afghanistan does not recognize. This is the historical context and core reasons for the dispute around the Durand Line, that is non-recognition, that is Afghanistan does not recognize, Pakistan recognizes the Durand Line, and Pushtun issue. The border divides Pashtun and Baloch tribes. Afghanistan has promoted the idea of Pashtunistan. Pakistan border fencing in 2017. Pakistan has fenced its border with Afghanistan to curb terrorism, smuggling, illegal movement. Afghan Taliban opposes it and often removing fences causing skirmishes. TTP factor, Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan factor. Pakistan accuses Afghanistan Taliban of sheltering Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, responsible for attacks in Pakistan, and Kabul is reluctant to act. Trade and transit choke points. Pakistan's closure of Torkham and Chaman Spin Boldak crossings pressures landlocked Afghanistan worsening relations. So these are the main causes. That is the non-recognition, the Pashtun issue, that is the border divides Pashtun and Baloch tribes, Pakistan's border fencing, the TTP factor, and the trade and transit choke points. Implications of the Durand Line dispute for India, that is collapse of Pakistan's strategic depth doctrine, that is rising Pakistan and Afghanistan tensions weaken the Pakistan strategy of using Afghanistan Taliban as a buffer against India. That is collapse of Pakistan's strategic depth doctrine and two-front challenge for Pakistan. Militarization along the Durand Line forces Pakistan to divert military and intelligence resources to its western border. So, two-front challenge for Pakistan. That is on one side India, other side Afghanistan. Greater diplomatic space for India. That is strained Pakistan-Taliban relations create opportunities for India's diplomatic outreach and humanitarian engagement with Afghanistan. And rise of transnational terrorism, border instability could strengthen groups like IS, Islamic State Khorasan Province, and Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, increasing regional terrorism risk. So these are the implications of Durand-Pakistan line. The India-Canada strategic reset, that is the Canadian Prime Minister visited India, marking a strategic reset in bilateral relations after the 2023-24 diplomatic tensions, with focus on economic cooperation, defense dialogue, and strengthening the partnership. So, key outcomes of the visit: CAPA negotiations relaunch, that is Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, relaunch, that is terms of reference signed to resume comprehensive economic partnership agreement talks, and target to double bilateral trade, that is by 2030 to USD 50 billion. Landmark civil nuclear deal, that is Department of Atomic Energy has signed USD 2.6 billion contract with Cameco, Canada for uranium ore concentrates supply, and supports 100 gigawatt nuclear power capacity by 2047 under Viksit Bharat mission. Critical minerals and clean energy cooperation, MOU to develop and secure critical minerals supply chains aligned with the G7 Critical Minerals Action Plan. Canada to join ISA International Solar Alliance and GBA Global Biofuel Alliance, and MOU on capacity building, best practices in energy storage, solar, wind and biomass and bioenergy. So these are the key outcomes of the visit, and key outcomes of the visit continued, that is the other key outcomes are defense and security, that is establishment of first India-Canada defense dialogue for strategic security discussions, political and diplomatic ties, creation of India-Canada Parliament Friendship Group. India supports Canada's entry into IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association, as a dialogue partner. Private sector engagement, India-Canada CEO Forum reconstituted to strengthen the private sector collaboration across priority industries, and innovation and talent, India-Canada Australia trilateral MOU under ACITI, partnership for cooperation and emerging technologies and innovation, research internship, MOU between All India Council for Technical Education and MITAS Canada to provide 300 fully funded research internships for Indian students, food and nutrition research, declaration of intent to establish joint pulse protein center for excellence at NIFTEM, that is National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management at Kundli, Sonipat, Haryana, focusing on protein extraction, fortified food products to address micronutrient deficiency. So significance of India-Canada relations, that is strategic partnership, 75 years of diplomatic ties upgraded to strategic partnership in 2018. Geopolitical alignment, both democracies support rule-based free open Indo-Pacific. Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy identifies India as a key partner. Diaspora and soft power, India diaspora approximately 1.8 million, that is approximately 4% of Canada's population. India is the largest source of international students in Canada. Multilateral collaboration, the cooperation, that is collaboration in UN, WTO and ICAO on global issues, that is International Civil Aviation Organization. Security cooperation, Joint Working Group on Counter-Terrorism, 1997. Framework for Cooperation on Countering Terrorism, 2008. Extradition Treaty, 1987, and Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, 1997. So, economic complementarity, Canada, advanced technology, capital, resources, potash, uranium and critical minerals. India, large market, skilled talent pool. Canada seeks to reduce dependence on US market. Investment, Canada pension funds have already invested over USD 75 billion in India, and trade, India was Canada's 7th largest trading partner in 2024. Bilateral trade USD 30.9 billion with India's goods trade surplus. Key exports Canada to India, that is vegetables, mineral fuels, oil, food, wood, pulp, fertilizers, paper and paperboard. Okay, and India to Canada, pharmaceuticals, machinery, electronics, precious stones, metals, iron and steel products. So challenges in India-Canada relations, Khalistani extremism, India concerned over anti-India separatist activities in Canada and attacks on Indian consulates and diaspora members, trade barriers, despite India's agricultural tariffs, Canada's sanitary standards, IPR issues and mobility of professionals. That is, disputes over India's agricultural tariffs, Canada's sanitary standards, IPR, intellectual property right issues, mobility of professionals. Visa and consular delays, 2023-24, that is the diplomatic tensions led to reduced diplomatic staff, causing visa blockages or backlogs for students, tourists and business professionals. So these are the challenges. Suggestions: improved security cooperation, that is implement NSA, National Security Advisor Action Plan to address violent extremism and organized crime and rebuild trust. Early harvest trade deal, that is pursue an interim trade agreement to expand trade in less contentious sectors while CAPA negotiations continue. That is, while the negotiations on comprehensive economic partnership agreement continue, there is a need to pursue interim trade agreement so that expand trade in less contentious sectors. Cultural and educational programs, expand cultural and academic programs and streamline visa and consular processes. India-Finland relationships. Alexander Stubb, the president of Finland, visited India as the chief guest at the 11th Raisina Dialogue. During the visit, India-Finland relations were upgraded to strategic partnership in digitization and sustainability, and the environmental cooperation agreements were renewed. So key outcomes of the visit: elevation of bilateral relations, that is upgraded to strategic partnership in digitization and sustainability. Consular dialogue, India and Finland agreed to establish a dedicated consular dialogue between the foreign ministers for mobility, consular issues and citizens' welfare. Migration and mobility partnership, framework to facilitate movement of skilled Indian professionals to Finland. Environmental cooperation, that is renewal, covers bioenergy, waste to energy, power storage, green hydrogen and renewable energy, wind, solar and small hydro. Cooperation in statistic, exchange of best practices and collaboration in official government statistics. These are the key outcomes of the visit of the Finland president, who was the chief guest at the 11th Raisina Dialogue. So digitization, technology and innovation. A suite of landmark agreements was signed to deepen technology cooperation between India and Finland across cutting-edge domains. Joint task force on 6G, collaboration between University of Oulu and Bharat 6G Alliance for advanced 6G research. Joint working group on digitalization, that is cooperation in HPC, 5G, CG, 6G, quantum communications and computing and AI, artificial intelligence. Joint research calls, that is arrangement between DST, Department of Science and Technology, India and Business Finland for research and collaboration. India-Finland Startup Corridor, that is participation of Indian startups in Slush, Finland and Finnish startups in Startup Mahakumbh, India. So trade and multilateral cooperation. that is the two pillars, that is the bilateral trade target, that is double India-Finland trade by 2030, leveraging India-EU free trade agreement, and World WCEF, World Circular Economy Forum, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and Sitra, Finland, to co-host World Circular Economy Forum in India in 2026. So these two pillars, that is the bilateral trade to double bilateral trade between India and Finland by 2030, leveraging the India-EU Free Trade Agreement, and the World Circular Economy Forum, which is to be co-hosted by both India and Finland, that is India Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and Sitra, Finland, in India in 2026. So these two pillars, trade expansion and circular economy leadership, form the backbone of India-Finland multilateral cooperation going forward. So India-Finland relations, trade and economic details. So Indian exports $582 million and imports $913 million. So there is a trade deficit for India, that is $330 million. So Indian exports in 2023-24 is $582 million, that is medicinal, pharmaceutical products, textiles, apparel, metal manufacturers, electrical machinery and components, whereas India imports in 2023-24 is $913 million. So specialized industrial machinery, electrical equipment, paper and paperboard, metalliferous ores and metal scraps. So the trade deficit for India is $330 million. So heterocyclic compound share in exports rose from 1% 2022 to 28% in 2025, becoming the largest export category. And 40th, Finland's FDI rank in India, ranked 40th investor in India 2023. Actual investment is higher due to long-standing presence of Finnish firms like Nokia since 1990s. And digital cooperation, joint declaration of intent on digitalization 2019, collaboration in 5G, 6G, cyber security, digital infrastructure and startup ecosystems. Finnish architects supported the construction of Chenab railway bridge and the bamboo to bioethanol refinery at Numaligarh, Assam. And Indian diaspora, about approximately 2,000 Indians in Finland, contributing to the economy and cultural diversity. Finland's population is approximately 5.6 million. Key challenges in India-Finland relationships. Trade deficit, the trade balance favors Finland, that is trade deficit of $330 million. India exports traditional goods while importing high value technology and electronics. Weak logistical connection, that is limited direct connectivity with Helsinki, increases freight costs and transit lines, discouraging business to business exchanges and supply chain integration. Russia factor, Finland joined NATO and supports sanctions on Russia, while India maintains strategic autonomy and ties with Moscow, causing differences in the strategic outlook. These challenges require careful diplomatic navigation to ensure newly elevated strategic partnership reaches its full potential. Steps to strengthen India-Finland relations, that is leverage EU-India Free Trade Agreement, expand textiles, pharmaceuticals and IT services exports to Finland to achieve 2030 bilateral trade doubling target. So by 2030, the bilateral trade between India and Finland should be doubled by leveraging the India-EU Free Trade Agreement. So leverage in the EU-India Free Trade Agreement and to achieve 2030 bilateral trade doubling target. Skilling ecosystem, align Skill India Mission occasional training with European standards to utilize migration and mobility MOU, and lead green transition, use WCEP that is World Circular Economy Forum. Both India and Finland co-host World Circular Economic Forum in India in 2026. India with Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and Finland to Sitra. So lead green transition, that is used World Circular Economic Forum 2026 co-hosting to promote circular economy, waste management and sustainable development, global peacemaker role, leverage ties with Western nations and the global South to act as a mediator in international forums amid global conflicts. So, India-Israel relations. During his state visit to Israel, Prime Minister Mr. Modi elevated India-Israel ties to a special strategic partnership for peace, innovation and prosperity. The first round of India-Israel Free Trade Agreement negotiations was concluded in Delhi. So, India-Israel first round of free trade agreement negotiations were concluded in New Delhi. So, outcomes of the PM's visit to Israel. So, technology and strategic cooperation, India-Israel COE, that is Letter of Center of Excellence, India-Israel Cyber Center of Excellence, that is Letter of Intent to establish Cyber Center of Excellence in India for digital resilience and technology collaboration. AI cooperation, MOU on ethical AI, civilian applications, MOU on AI-enabled education, human-centered learning, AI data literacy, horizon scanning, that is DOI, on AI-driven strategic, that is digital object identifiers, on AI-driven strategic foresight, risk assessment, geophysical exploration, that is MOU for AI-based mineral exploration and data sharing, critical and emerging technologies, Joint Commission on Science and Technology, JCM, elevated to ministerial level, new initiative led by NSAs, National Security Advisors. Economic and financial integration, that is UPI, payment interface, MOU enabling cross-border remittances via UPI, financial services, MOU between IFSCA India and Israeli Securities Authority on FinTech and regulatory tech, that is IFSCA International Financial Services Centers Authority. Commercial arbitration agreement between ICA and IICA Israel for alternate dispute redressal strengthening. ICA Indian Council of Arbitration. Further outcomes of the PM's visit: labor mobility, 3 implementation protocols for regulated Indian workforce in Israel, commerce and services, retail, logistics, hospitality and warehousing, manufacturing, that is textiles, electronics, chemicals, metals, food processing, restaurants and food sector. So 3, that is labor mobility, 3 implementation protocols for regulated Indian workforce in Israel, that is in commerce and services, manufacturing and restaurants and food sectors. Agriculture and allied sector, India and Israel Innovation Center for Agriculture, IINCA, that is Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Mashev MOU. Focus: precision farming, irrigation, pest management, capacity building, launch of Village of Excellence initiative, fisheries and aquaculture centers of excellence, disease management, mariculture and seaweed R&D, culture and economic cooperation, National Maritime Heritage Complex Lothal, Israel to collaborate on development, MOU between Nalanda University and Hebrew University of Jerusalem for academic excellence, Speaker of Knesset Medal that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, received the Speaker of Knesset Medal, the highest civilian honor of the Israeli parliament, becoming the first global leader to receive it. In 2018, he received the Grand Collar of the State of Palestine, the highest Palestinian honor for foreign leaders. Significance of India-Israel relations for India: defense preparedness, that is access to advanced systems, that is Falcon AWACS, AWACS, Heron, researcher to Harub drones, Spider, QRs, SAM, electronic warfare tools, bridging capacity gaps. Water security, Israel's expertise in desalination, drip irrigation, wastewater recycling benefits water-stressed regions, connectivity and geoeconomics, participation in I2U2, India, USA, Israel, USA and UAE, and India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, enhances access to European markets and trade corridors. Defense indigenization, joint development, example Barak 8 missile system, shift from buyer to co-developer, supports Atmanirbhar Bharat. West Asia balancing, that is maintain ties with Israel, Gulf countries and Iran, strategic autonomy and multi-alignment, that is India follows the policy of strategic autonomy and multi-alignment, that is aligning with many countries. Energy and diaspora security, stability in West Asia is linked to India's energy security and diaspora welfare. Significance for Israel, security outreach in Asia, that is strengthens engagement with global south via India. Defense industry stability, that is India as a major defense partner ensures reliable market and co-production opportunities. Labor support, Indian workforce supports construction, caregiving and services sector. Challenges in India-Israel relations, that is Iran dilemma. Iran dilemma. Israel views Iran as an existential threat, while India sees Iran as vital for energy security, connectivity, notably via the Chabahar for access to Afghanistan and Central Asia, bypassing the Pakistan. Palestinian issue, India officially supports the two nations or two-state solution. Sustaining the de-hyphenation policy becomes difficult during the Middle East escalations. So hyphenated diplomacy is a foreign policy approach where a country maintains independent bilateral relations with two or more nations that have conflicting interests, treating each relationship on its own merits rather than a single combined issue. So, de-hyphenated policy becomes difficult during Middle East escalations. Chinese factor, China is Israel's largest Asian trading partner. China's investments in Israel tech and infrastructure raise security sensitives for India, especially in defense cooperation. IPR, intellectual property right concerns. Israel firms are wary of India's relatively lenient IPR regime, reluctant to transfer source code and deep tech know-how, affects India's Make in India defense indigenization and risk to connectivity mega projects, that is projects like IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor using Israeli infrastructures such as Haifa port, face threats from regional conflicts impacting economic viability and security. So measures to strengthen India-US relations, that is institutionalized unilateral platforms, that is strengthen I2U2, India, Israel, USA, UAE for renewable energy and food corridors, develop maritime security framework with joint naval exercises to secure IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor and Haifa Port. Defense co-production model, that is shift to joint R&D and co-owned defense intellectual property like unmanned aerial vehicles, electronic warfare. Use India's manufacturing scale to export jointly produced systems to Africa and Southeast Asia. That is, should emphasize on defense co-production model. Operationalize innovation and labor agreements. Fast track UPI linkage for remittance and trade facilitation. Activate cyber center for excellence for digital security and capacity building. Diversify trade and technology, that is conclude free trade agreement to broaden trade beyond diamonds and chemicals. Encourage Israeli participation in semiconductor and green tech in India. Strengthen academic and people-to-people ties, that is expand university collaborations in artificial intelligence, agriculture, desalination, especially arid agriculture, and promote track 1.5 and track 2 diplomacy for sustained engagement. So India opts out of IEA-led oil release from SPRs. So India declines in International Energy Agency's coordinated SPR release, that is Strategic Petroleum Reserves release. So India has declined to participate in IEA, International Energy Agency's proposed coordinated release of strategic petroleum reserves. This release of strategic petroleum reserves, it aims at stabilizing the global oil markets amid the escalating Middle East conflicts. So background, the crude oil prices crossed USD 119 barrel due to producer supply cuts and fears of shipping disruptions from the US-Israel war on Iran. So the rationale why India declined to participate in the IEA's proposed coordinated release of SPR, Strategic Petroleum Reserves, to stabilize the global oil markets is under an India First policy. The SPRs are reserved for domestic supply disruptions, not for stabilizing global price volatility. And IEA membership status, that is India is an associate member, not a full-time member of IEA. So it has no binding obligation to release reserves. And previous participation in 2021, India released approximately 5 million barrel from SPR, Strategic Petroleum Reserves, under a US-led initiative to stabilize global markets. So India has denied to participate in IEA's proposed coordinated release of strategic petroleum reserves, which is aimed to stabilize global oil markets amid the escalating Middle East conflict. So strategic petroleum reserves, emergency crude oil stockpiles maintained to manage supply disruptions. Strategic petroleum reserves are emergency crude oil stockpiles maintained to manage supply disruptions. IEA members, International Energy Agency members, are required to hold oil stock levels equivalent to no less than 90 days of net imports. So they have to maintain, the IEA members, they have to maintain a stockpile, that is oil stock level equivalent to no less than 90 days of net imports, and managed by, so our strategic petroleum reserves are managed by the Indian Strategic Petroleum Reserves Limited under the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Total energy buffer, that is strategic petroleum reserves plus commercial inventories, refineries, ports, floating storage together provide approximately 74 days of crude oil and petroleum products reserves for India, and current strategic petroleum reserve capacity is approximately 5.33 million tons and approximately 80% full. India is the third largest oil importer and consumer. Operational sites providing approximately 9.5 days of crude oil coverage. Visakhapatnam 1.33 million metric tons. Mangaluru 1.5 MMT. Padur 2.5 MMT. Expansion plans 2.5. Padur in Karnataka. Expansion plans 2.5 MMT at Padur, Karnataka. 4 MMT at Chandikole, Odisha. Future sites under consideration are Bikaner, Mangaluru, Rajkot and Bina in MP. Raisina Dialogue 2026, that is 2026. The 11th Raisina Dialogue 2026 concluded in New Delhi, making the launch of Raisina Science Diplomacy Initiative to integrate technological innovation with global foreign policy. So, 11th Raisina Dialogue 2026, New Delhi, and launch of Raisina Science Diplomacy Initiative to integrate technology innovation with global foreign policy. So, major takeaways: SDI, Science Diplomacy Initiative. So, Science Diplomacy Initiative framework to integrate science and technology into foreign policy, focusing on artificial intelligence governance, semiconductor supply chains, India's DPI, digital public infrastructure for developing nations, and reformed multilateralism. Calls for UNSC reforms to reflect current geopolitical realities with growing support for India's permanent memberships. Shift to multipolar order, that is recognition of multipolar global order with the changing or with the global south playing a major role, that is reflect the current geopolitical realities. So global governance trends, growth of South-South partnership and flexible plurilateral groupings, India's strategic engagement through BRICS, IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, India, France, UAE, UFI trilateral, positioning India as a key global South voice and partnership builder. And maritime security, focus on securing global supply chains, undersea communication cables and maritime routes amid tensions in Indian Ocean, Red Sea and Indo-Pacific. So, Raisina Dialogue. It was launched in 2016 by the Ministry of External Affairs, organized with the ORF, Observer Research Foundation, named after the Raisina Hills in New Delhi, India's premier geopolitics and geoeconomics conference, comparable to the Shangri-La Dialogue and Munich Security Conference, and brings together global leaders, policymakers, academics, industry, experts, and journalists. The theme 2026 is Samskara, Assertion, Accommodation, and Advancement. The Raisina Dialogue serves as India's flagship platform for shaping global conversations on geopolitics, geoeconomics, and emerging technology governance. So, Raisina Dialogue is named after Raisina Hills in New Delhi. It's a conference that is India's premier geopolitical, geoeconomic conference. It is comparable with Munich Security Conference and Shangri-La Dialogue, and it was launched in 2016 by Ministry of External Affairs, and it is organized with Observer Research Foundation. It brings together global leaders, policy makers, academics, industries, experts, and journalists. And the theme 2026 is Sanskara, that is Assertion, Accommodation, and Advancement. Raisina Dialogue serves as India's flagship platform for shaping global conversations on geopolitics, geoeconomics, and emerging technology governance. Agreements on reciprocal trade. The US is pushing agreements on reciprocal trade ARTs, agreements on reciprocal trade with developing countries under threat of punitive tariffs, signaling a shift from WTO-based multilateralism to power-driven bilateral trade deals. So, the traditional multilateral trade framework, the inter-war context, that is following the destructive protectionist policies like high tariffs of the 1930s that exasperated the Great Depression. The international community recognized the need for a cooperative economic system. GATT 1947, the General Agreement on Tariff and Trade, was established after the World War II. It acted as a provisional legal agreement to minimize barriers to international trade by eliminating or reducing the quotas, tariffs, and subsidies. And the WTO 1995, the GATT was ultimately replaced by the World Trade Organization following the Uruguay round of negotiations 1986 to 94. The WTO provided a permanent, robust institutional framework expanding the global trade rules beyond goods to include GATT's that is General Agreement of Trade in Services, and intellectual property, that is TRIPS. So, the core principles of multilateral framework, that is most favored nation rule, the bedrock of WTO. A country cannot normally discriminate between its trading partners if a nation grants someone a special favor, such as lower customs duty rate for one of its products. It must extend it to all other WTO members, that is most favored nations. That is, a country cannot formally discriminate between its trading partners if a nation grants a concession or a special favor such as a lower customs duty. It should be provided to all other nations. Okay, it must be extended to all other WTO members. National treatment, that is imported and locally produced goods should be treated equally once the foreign goods have entered the market. The same principle applies to foreign and domestic services as well as foreign and local trademarks, copyrights and patents. So, national treatment and one country, one vote, unlike the IMF and World Bank, where voting power is weighted by financial contribution, the WTO operates by consensus. Every member country, regardless of its economic size, has an equal say. Allowed exceptions and WTO plus obligations. Allowed exceptions, the GATT Article 24 permits preferential deals like the free trade areas and customs unions on a non-MFN basis, that is most favored nation basis. A free trade area must cover substantially all trade among members, while a customs union must also adopt a common external trade policy towards non-members. These conditions ensure regional trade blocs strengthen rather than undermine the multilateral trade. So, WTO plus obligations, many modern free trade agreements like Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership go beyond standard WTO mandates to include rules on labor, the environment and foreign investment. Mandatory scrutiny, standard free trade agreements must be legally notified to the WTO. This allows countries that might be adversely affected by the agreement to question and scrutinize its terms. So, significance for developing countries, collective bargaining. The consensus-based approach gives developing nations the agency to form coalitions like the African Union to bargain effectively against the developed economic powers. Protection against coercion, that is, The rule-based system protects smaller economies from unilateral strong-arm tactics of larger economies, thereby ensuring disputes are settled legally rather than through economic might. The Doha Declaration on TRIPS and Public Health 2011 allowed countries like India to bypass patents, that is, compulsory licensing during health emergency to ensure affordable medicines like the COVID emergency. So, special and differential treatment, S and DT. The framework officially recognizes that developed and developing countries are on different playing fields. The special and differential treatment provisions allow developing countries longer time periods to implement agreements, commitments, along with measures to increase their trading opportunities. So, since December 2019, the WTO appellate body has been non-functional because the US has blocked the appointment of new judges. This has led to a shift from rules-based system back to a power-based system. So, agreements on reciprocal trade, ART, is outside the GATT Article 24, not under GATT Article 24, distinct from traditional free trade agreements. Outside the WTO framework, that is outside WTO framework, no mandatory notification or multilateral scrutiny. America first unilateralism reflect America's first unilateralism and asymmetric tariff pressure, that is, allows US to retain selective inconsistent tariffs while pressurizing partners to sharply reduce theirs. How the agreements on reciprocal trade threaten multilateralism and collective bargaining. They bypass the WTO framework, that is, weaken one country, one vote protection. Developing nations lose collective bargaining shield. No impartial dispute settlement, that is, absence of third-party mechanisms and vulnerable to unilateral US interpretation. Undermine most favored nation principle, that is, fragment global trade into US-centered bilateral hubs and reduce predictability of supply chains. Coercive negotiations, threat of high punitive tariffs up to 50% forces sweeping market access for US goods and harms local farmers and micro, small and medium enterprises. Geopolitical poison pill clauses, that is, restrict trade ties with non-market economies. Example, limiting China-linked integration. And ban on digital taxes, WTO plus provisions, that is, restricts customs duties on electronic transmissions. Revenue loss for developing economies. Example, equalization levies. And unrestricted cross-border data flows. Mandate unrestricted cross-border data flows, weakens data localization policies and affects privacy, digital sovereignty and domestic tech growth. So, the agreement on reciprocal trade, it threatens multilateralism and collective bargaining. So, India's trade strategy in a multipolar world, that is, the strategy, India's trade strategy has evolved from cautious to proactive engagement. That is, historically, it was hesitant as seen by its exit from Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership in 2019. India now includes comprehensive free trade agreements with advanced and high value economies like UA, EU, UK and UAE. India's free trade agreement network is projected to cover 71% of export basket by 2026, up from just 22% in 2019, while developing countries utilize 70 to 80% of their free trade agreements. India utilization rate is low as around 25%. mainly due to the complex rules of origin and limited awareness among MSMEs. To address this, India is reviewing free trade agreements and double taxation avoidance agreements to simplify procedures and improve compliance and enhance export competitiveness. Ambitious export targets. The foreign trade policy of 2023 sets a definitive goal to elevate India's total exports from $2 trillion by 2030. Total exports, merchandise and services hit an all-time high of USD 825.25 billion in 2024-25, reflecting a robust 6.05 annual growth. And capitalizing on China plus one strategy, India is leveraging China plus one strategy is a global business approach where companies diversify their supply chains by investing in other countries such as Vietnam, India or Mexico alongside their existing manufacturing operations in China. So, capitalizing on China plus strategy, that is, India is leveraging geopolitical rifts to embed itself into global value chains. Agreements like Pax Silica framework prioritize collaboration in critical areas like rare earths, semiconductors, high-tech electronics, reinforcing India as a reliable alternative manufacturing hub. Strategic autonomy and market diversification. By diversifying export destinations across Europe, the Middle East and Americas, India is aggressively hedging against policy volatility, single market overdependence and global supply chain shocks. Leveraging services and digital strength. New generation free trade agreement includes special provisions or specific provisions for cross-border digital trade, professional mobility and mutual recognition of qualifications, allowing India to capitalize on its massive IT and skilled manpower dividend. Synergy with domestic policy. India's external integration is deeply calibrated with domestic structural capacity building, leveraging initiatives like production link incentive scheme and infrastructure expansion to achieve the vision of developed nations. So, India's trade strategy in a multipolar world should include capitalizing on China's one plus strategy, strategic autonomy and market diversification, leveraging services and digital strength, and synergy with domestic policy. So, measures to safeguard multilateralism amid rise of ARTs. Recommit to WTO-centric world, restore WTO dispute settlement and appellate body, ensure all free trade agreements comply with WTO notification norms, build global South coalitions to defend multilateral rules, protect digital sovereignty, retain right to impose digital taxes, enforce data localization to privacy and domestic innovation, advocate balanced global rules on cross-border data flows, strengthen the domestic resilience, that is boost MSMEs, agricultural safeguards and product linked incentive scheme, build supply chain resilience, leverage China phase 1 without over-dependence. Production linked incentive scheme is a Government of India initiative launched in 2020 under Atmanirbhar Bharat Self-Reliant India program designed to boost domestic manufacturing and exports, promote development-oriented trade norms, reform rules reflecting developmental asymmetries and climate equity, integrate labor and environmental standards without protectionist misuse, Advance South-South cooperation, that is deepen ties with BRICS, African Union, ASEAN, and promote equitable regional corridors like India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. Shocking villages and India's border security. India's shocking villages along the line of actual control. India's military has warned that China's construction of 628 shocking villages along the line of actual control, especially near Arunachal Pradesh, aims to strengthen territorial claims through civilian settlements. These function as dual-use fortified outposts and post long-term security challenges for India. LAC is a notional de facto boundary separating India and Chinese controlled territories, largely based on post-1962 war positions without a formally delineated international border. So, shocking border defense villages. About China's shocking villages are border settlements built or upgraded in TAR, Tibet Autonomous Region, along disputed frontiers. Shocking means moderately prosperous and well-off in English. Scale and investment launched around 2017 across 628 villages in 21 border counties with 30 billion yuan investment. Dual use role, though presented as rural development, they function as strategic infrastructure and capable of housing PLA, People Liberation Army personnel, and enabling rapid military mobilization. Legal basis backed by China's Land Border Law 2022, which promotes border defense with socio-economic development. It functions as a great wall of villages, strengthening de facto territorial control through grey zone tactics. Demographic engineering enhances Chinese Communist Party control, border monitoring, and Sinification in Tibet by settling populations in sensitive border areas, and infrastructure equipped with roads, electricity, water supply, communications as confirmed through satellite imageries. Threat posed by shocking border defense villages to India. Territorial assertion, establishing civilian settlements in disputed areas strengthens Chinese claim under the Land Border Law 2022 using salami slicing strategy. Salami slicing refers to a strategy of making small and incremental changes or concessions over time to achieve a larger goal, often to avoid notice or opposition. Salami slicing tactics involves taking small incremental steps to acquire territory or influence. Coined in the 1940s to describe the Hungarian Communist Party's rise to power, it is used to describe, for instance, China's border expansions. Breach of bilateral agreements. It is seen as violating 2005 Indo-India-China Agreement on political parameters and guiding principles related to border peace and security. Dual-use infrastructure. Villages such as Zhongnan and Majidunkan acts as forward bases with logistics, communications, and housing rapid PLA mobilization. So, these villages such as Zhongnan and Majidunkan acts as forward bases, that is dual use infrastructure both for settlement and military, civilian and military. Military civil fusion. Residents act as civilian border defense units, providing surveillance, early warning, and intelligence on Indian activities. Strategic pressure points. Village near Tawang and Siliguri corridor, that is Chicken's Neck, increase geostrategic pressure on India's northeastern connectivity. And psychological warfare, that is modern Chinese border villages create perceived development disparity, pressurizing Indian border communities and reinforcing China's governance narrative. So, steps that India needs to take to strengthen its border infrastructure: strategic connectivity, that is, accelerate India-China border roads, ICBR Phase 3, and projects like 1840 kilometer Arunachal Frontier Highway for all-weather troop movement and logistics. Civilian-led defense, expand the Vibrant Village Program Phase 2 to develop 1954 border villages, reducing out-migration and strengthening civilian monitoring along the line of actual control. High-altitude infrastructure, build strategic tunnels like Jozila, Sela, and all-weather rail links for faster movement of troops and heavy weapons, and aerial and multimodal readiness, upgrade advanced landing grounds, example Nyoma Air Base, and expand helipad networks for heavy lift operations and aerial reconnaissance. Technological surveillance, deployed multi-layered ISR systems using 150 plus satellites, AI analytics, and drones for continuous situational awareness. Energy and institutional synergy, use renewable energy micro grids for forward posts and leverage PM Gati Shakti for faster BRO project clearances. And diplomatic deterrence, continue engagement through the working mechanisms for consultation and coordination to manage tensions and avoid escalations. So, key takeaways, that is, the challenge India's 628 shocking villages along the LAC represent a sophisticated grey zone strategy, blending civilian development with military readiness to assert territorial control through demographic engineering and dual-use infrastructure. India's imperative: India must respond with equal urgency, accelerating border connectivity, expanding Vibrant Villages program, deploying advanced surveillance technologies, and maintaining diplomatic engagement through WMCC to safeguard its territorial integrity and strategic interests along the LAC. WMCC is working mechanism for consultation and coordination to safeguard territorial integrity and strategic interests along the LAC.